Seattle. We are now seeking to reclaim our recognition, our rightful recognition, by agreeing to the Point Elliott Treaty in 1855. And any way that you can support this resolution, we'd really appreciate it. And I'm glad that I am able to share these few words with you. It's unfortunate that having been doing this for 45 years, fighting for the battle of the Duwamish people, hopefully you'll say a little prayer for us, and that we're working with the attorneys to erase this terrible status put on the Duwamish tribe. And we welcome you sometime. If you can get to Seattle, please come visit it.
Given recognition by Obama, and then that was taken away. Yeah. Can you talk about how you keep going when things are hard, or when you feel defeated or had that defeat? Like,
I don't feel defeated. I feel that I'm on a mission. That my brother came to my house. He was fishing in the Duwamish River, and the state fisheries was citing him for fishing there. And he would get irritated and he'd throw his fish away because he didn't want his fish to be taken away from him. And he would come to my house. I was about 2 miles away from the Duwamish river. And that one day he came, this is 1974, and he quieted down after he got to my house. And he said, you know, you need to get involved. And I said, well, what do I got to do? And he said, oh, just go to a few meetings. Well, that's 1974. And the following year, I traveled with him to meetings. We were fighting for the fishing rights, which our Duwamish tribe does not have fishing rights in the waters around Seattle. However, we battled that battle and lost. So I just continued to fight for the rightful status of this tribe. Because it seems to me, as I have stated, if we were the first tribe from Seattle and we are descendants of the chief, we should have the rightful status from the federal government.
Yeah. No, it sounds like you're standing in your absolute faith of what's right.
Well, it doesn't seem like a fight. It's a mission that I am following my brother who requested I get involved. And it doesn't feel like hard work. It feels like I am trying to do something on behalf of the Duwamish people. And it doesn't seem like work to me. And even though a lot of people ask me, well, when are you going to quit? I said, well, when we get our status back, then I will step aside and you can appoint another leader to work with the federal government, because that's what's going to happen. Once acknowledged by the federal government, then you have to start working with the federal government on those issues.
Wonderful, thank you. Noam, could we move to you for a moment before we move to Cece, who's moderating the next hour? Could you tell us about what you're doing in Israel and who you are and what you're about?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for this event, Leo. And Cecil, thank you for the blessing. My name is Noam. I'm from Israel. And maybe I represent the Israeli Psychedelic Society, even though that we are not organized as such. Israel is a pretty small place. And we are doing events and meetups of the Psychedelic Society. So it got to be that the Israeli society is very connected in a personal level. I was running for election that just finished last week as part of the cannabis legalization party. We didn't get into the parliament, unfortunately, but the result of this campaign was that I actually started the movement for Decrim Nature Israel, you can say. It is a different translation, but this is the concept to legalize nature and, you know, to to enable people to get to these medicines.
Wonderful. So I've heard a wild and crazy rumor that you're going to be hopping back on for the other side of the sun when we get to the other side in 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to check the discussion in the strange hours that I will be waking, and I will be finishing it in 24 hours.
Right on.
Thank
So
you
we will meet back up with you in 24 hours. Thank you.
Sure. Can I ask Cecil a question?
Of course. I mean, if she's, yeah.
Cecil, can you tell us about the connection of your tribe to the psychedelics or the natural plants or all that, or is it not related?
Well, we care about you're talking about the woods and the grounds and everything else. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking more about the psychedelic medicine and the entheogens, the relation of that.
Well, we try to have that relationship as a entity that does not exist. We still care about everything. And that my people, that's what we do. We care about everything, except that they say we're not there. But we care. We're human beings on this earth, that we were placed here as Indian people. And we care. And I hope that helps you a little bit on your question.
Yeah, I was wondering if that is a part of your ceremonies or your tradition or your culture.
Yeah, we sing and we bless the land, and we ask everybody to be respectful of our Duwamish Longhouse, which is a spiritual building that we built over 20 years ago, blessed by people who came in. And when we finished blessing our Longhouse, which is a huge building, the people who blessed it, they came to me and this is what they told me. They said, your people are here and they thank you for blessing the first Longhouse in the Seattle. So we know that the spirits are still there. We don't see them, but we know they're there. And I believe that. So, and I'm thankful. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Cecile, Robert Satayakam had spoken at our downtown protest. He had talked about using like mushrooms that were here for journeys, like shamanic journeys that the Native people used in the Pacific Northwest, even if the white people didn't ever give them credit for using the plant medicines like the Native American church and that kind of thing for their spiritual quests. So I think the question was more about, do you believe that the Native people had their own maybe shamanic medicines for their own kind of shamanic journey that maybe were taken away from them or that we don't hear about, but that they cared about, like spiritual journeys with plant medicine?
Oh, yeah, I can touch on that. The only thing that I remember my mother telling me, and we would go pick Indian tea, good stuff, Indian tea. We would go in fact, we would go to Tulalip. There was a place, because that's where I was born, in Tulalip. So I'm not a member of that organization, but that's where my folks were. But anyway, there's a place there that you could go on the reservation and pick Indian tea. So I was always encourage anybody that if you can, we need some now. It's now time to drink Indian tea. And so if you ever have a chance to have Indian tea, you go out and you pick it, and it's really great. It gives you a good spirit.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So we're going to move to our first moderator, Cece. Cece, take it away. It's your hour. And thank you so much, Cecile and Noam, for starting us off right.
Thank you very much. And I hope that I see anyone real soon, and have a great gathering and a meeting. And I know it sounds like it's going to be successful. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Well, hi, everybody. I am Chandra CC. I'm from Connecticut. I'm going to be your first moderator today. I'm
I'm
on the
from
East Coast.
Connecticut.
I'm going to be your first moderator today.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, but then I'm going to ask
from
each of
Connecticut.
you
I'm going to be your first
to
moderator
introduce
today.
yourselves,
But within the framework of how you, as a stakeholder in the healthcare system, might like to see psychedelics approached as a patient primarily. In your relationship with the healthcare system. So just a little bit about me to get started. I am a registered nurse. I'm an integrative wellness coach. I am a psychedelic guide. I have been operating in the psychedelic space for about 2 years. I came to it through a group of women for whom I engaged with and began to facilitate ceremony for. Microdosing came into my world right about 2 years ago,
Recording
and
stopped.
really was beneficial to me for a subject that leans into why we're all here today, and that is suicide. So at that time in my life, every week I was experiencing 3 to 4
Recording in
days
progress.
of deep foreboding, the compulsion to give up, and significant intrusive thoughts that would make me feel what we talk about as suicidal ideation. So the microdoses were gifted to me, and I used them. I didn't feel like there was any particular special thing happening, but at 6 weeks, when I went to determine whether or not I thought it made sense to re-up, I did a little reflection. And in that 6 weeks time period, I had only had 2 days of deep foreboding and the suicidal ideation. So recognizing that, I decided to continue at that time, and my journey has only expanded since that time. Now, as a nurse, I do work in a couple of capacities, but one of those capacities is at the bedside. And for 15 years, I would say the first 12 of them, I never heard a darn person talk about using plant medicine. But now, as the times change, I encounter patients relatively frequently that admit to using plant medicines of all sorts, including psilocybin. To have a patient admit to me that they microdose is something that I take in confidence and in trust. But I have a deep recognition that many of my colleagues and peers do not. So part of my mission is to help open up the conversation in healthcare and how we can create compassionate, trauma-aware approaches that help build a relationship with patients who do microdose. So now you know a little bit about me. Thank you for listening, and I'm excited to spend this time with you guys today. I am going to just tag somebody in, and I'd love to hear what your experience with microdosing is. And I'd also like to hear, have you ever divulged to a healthcare provider that you microdose? If so, what sort of attitudes were you met with? And or what would you need to be met with that you think would be most beneficial and or therapeutic in terms of acknowledging that you microdose, and that's a part of your healthcare regimen, whether or not it's prescribed by your MD. So I will tag in Eric Swenson. Love to hear from you. And when you're done, if you could just tag in a friend.
Well, you picked in some ways the wrong person, Chandra. I tried microdosing and it worked for me in a way that I found disruptive of my sleep, and I stopped microdosing. I have dear friends who have done it regularly and swear by the effects. And in my presentation later this afternoon, I want to look at some of the studies that have been done, but I cannot give you beyond my experience. I used to wake up just full of ideas, and I've got plenty of ideas without having to interrupt my sleep at night. So that's why I stopped. But I am an enthusiastic student of all aspects of these medicines, and they are that, and sacraments. And I belong to a psychedelic church. So I'm going to pass it on. Let's see. Noah, would you care to elucidate your experience with microdosing, please?
Well, thank you. Thanks for the honor of being third. I gotta confess, I'm not really a microdoser. I have other things to discuss, which I will share tomorrow. Towards the end of the program, I'm second to last, or the very last with Noam. I think that really, I mean, I was on the verge of microdosing. There's a person here in the neighborhood who is happens to when you want to get what you need, he'll hook you up. And I got something, and I never really went there. The truth of the matter is, I'm not sure that I have the patience to follow the regimen. I do have, I have a tincture that I tried once and seemed like promising, but I haven't gone back there. So in terms of personal experience, I can't really speak to that. I want to say, in my background is I'm an attorney. I went to law school with the goal of legalizing psychedelics back in the mid 90s. I decided joined the movement in 93, and I decided that the most effective thing I could do would be to get a legal education and learn how to speak legalese and translate psychedelic policy and so on into legalese. And I'm just going to say that there's some, I come at this topic in terms of a market understanding, market not being necessarily a way to profit. I'm not speaking necessarily of a for-profit system, but a market is the concept of an exchange where you exchange different things, you exchange services, money, the construct, the social construct of money, which is basically just an accounting system, a made-up accounting system. I come to the topic that way. That's become my analysis. But the microdose is interesting. The idea of a microdose is interesting because it seems, and I'm not trying to, I'm not speaking down to the idea of microdosing, but the idea of therapy, of self-care through a psychedelic substance, doesn't seem to match the for-profit model. The for-profit pharmaceutical model requires taking constant doses. You're subject to, you're chained to the source. You're dependent. You're in a market of scarcity. And that doesn't seem to me that really works with the profit model. And I have a sense that should there be legalization, the market is going to crash. I don't think that the people who are pouring money into the market have thought that aspect through. The only thing that possibly could match their model is a microdose, which has a higher periodicity than than the heroic dose approach. So I find that that's probably the only point of connection between that pharmaceutical model. But that brings us back to the natural source, in which the difference here, of course, that these are naturally occurring substances that anybody or any community can cultivate. So I'm speaking of the subject not from the personal subjective perspective, but in terms of a policy analysis. So that's what I can contribute is an idea for approaching this topic. Because we all, I think, to the extent of our ability, need to place ourselves and this movement in the history of human civilization. And and come at this topic, not in terms of psychedelics or entheogens in and of themselves, but what they mean for us as a species. That's my perspective, and it's not what I would propose, is to come at this from a subjective perspective, but then to also pull the camera back and think in the big picture of what it all means for us, for the present and the future. So I hope that was a helpful contribution of some kind.
Noah,
yeah.
you bring up a really great point. And so I want to clarify that when I talk about the relationship between the patient and the provider, I'm not talking about the medical doctor or the physician's assistant as the prescriber of microdosing, because you're right, and psychedelics don't fit into that. And there's a lot of things that you said in there that I could not articulate myself, and that I do truly understand. But for the rest of you going forward, when I'm asking you about the relationship with the provider, I don't mean the doctor as the provider. I mean you as the patient. You're directing your own care. You're using psychedelics. Maybe microdosing isn't the way. Maybe it's macrodosing or whatever variation you choose. But how does that fit into your relationship with your personal doctor? And how do you want the healthcare system to respond to you in order to be able to say, yes, this is what I do as part of my self-care, and having that mean something? Noah, if you go ahead and just tag in your next friend.
I will, but if I can just clarify, I'm not speaking about that the medical doctor patient relationship. That's not limiting to that. That relationship is one form of relationship. It's one option, and part of the complication in what we're discussing in the model is proposing alternative models. I mean, the medical profession as we know it is just a little bit more than 100 years old. It's a new thing. So the idea that that's the only way things can be, that's the only way things were, is erroneous. The medical doctor construct is something that is really relatively recent. So I'm not proposing at all that that's the only format. It's a construct within variety of relationships. So I just wanted to add that on. In terms of the chart or the graph that I see here, Mike EA is directly to my left, so I'll tag him.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike, and the EA is I'm an escape artist. And that's an all-encompassing term for a group I'm in called Psychedelics in Recovery. It's a group of people. I've got 33 years in 12-step recovery groups, and at 29 years, I kind of hit a wall with trauma, and none of the 12-step groups was really addressing trauma. And I started doing the ACA stuff, which it does, and conjunction with high dose psilocybin journeys. Anyways, microdosing. I played around a lot with the Fadiman and the Paul Stamets. I've done different amounts, dosages with the niacin and lion's mane. And as far as addressing your question directly, big pharma drives the modern medical doctors, healthcare providers. They set the standards. They are not going to endorse in something that they can't put a patent on, or that interferes with their cash cow, i.e. Psych meds. So for me, coming out as someone who uses psychedelics is like going to a Catholic church and talking about being gay. It's not going to be received too well. And doctors aren't educated on it. They're just reading the books and the stuff that they were handed down through that whole system, as somebody else was talking about, the medical system. So, and if this ever gets put into the hands of big pharma, guys that are on the fucking street, excuse my language, won't be able to afford to do it. I teach people how to do it. Buy a bag, grind up half of it, put it in 100 milligram capsules and sit with it and see how it works for you. If that's too much, drop it to 80, raise it up, etc. What infuriates me is I go on a lot of these sites and these people are offering microdosed courses, which cracks me up. $1,500 in 7 Zoom sessions. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'll teach you for the exchange of a joke on a telephone call, how to do it. I don't think people should be, there's too much people trying to make money off of people suffering. And it's just using psychedelic mushrooms. It's quite simple. It's really hard to hurt yourself with them. And you really have to be asking for it, especially in terms of microdosing. Like the only damage I've ever seen psychedelics do was people doing macrodosing and traumatizing themselves into the wrong setting. But anyways, I'm in my off session right now. There's a new compound out there. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called silomethoxin. It's where they've given 5-MeO DMT to cubensis strain, and the cubensis indoctrinates that into its system and creates this new molecule, which has yet to be illegalized. And so they created a church around it. So it's completely legal. So you join the church, pretend like you're doing their chants and going to their sermons, and the substance is legal. So keep your eyes peeled for that new compound. Anyways, I don't want to suck all the air out of the room because I have a meme that shows this guy getting thrown out of a window. This is my kidnappers after listening to me rant about mushrooms for 4.5 hours. So I don't want to be that guy.
Mike, before you tag somebody in, what I heard from you in this analogy with the Catholic Church, and that is really sort of the heart of what I want to address. What I heard from you is this, like, medicine's never going to do it. Medicine's never going to change. But I also heard from Noah in the way that he was thinking was that medicine is very new. It's not set in stone. So I lean a little bit towards Noah and moving it inside the medical system. I do see there's potential for change, and it's going to change. It's just going to matter about the influences.
But if you understand how the modern medical field works, unless they can get their hands in your pocket, they're going to find a way to do that. That's a solid point. And so, I can get illegal mushrooms for $140 an ounce, and that's almost a year's worth of microdosing for $140. You can't even get a doctor visit for that.
All right. Okay. And I see that. I think what I want to do is
keep the rich corporate people's hands out of it. Screw the.
I don't want to bring doctors into it. What I want to do is mediate that feeling of, if I admit to using psychedelics, it feels like being in the Catholic Church. What I want is for patients to feel safe, letting providers know what they're doing, so that way, if there's if there's a drug interaction, if there is some sort of potential health poor outcome, which
I don't think there's any drug interactions with psilocybin or psilocin, unless you're doing the large amounts, right? And there's that potential, and there's no real evidence to back up serotonin sickness in that, right? There isn't any. It's just speculation. And so I wouldn't want to be seen. I'm with the Veterans Administration. If I tell them, they'll start drug testing me and thinking I'm a Fruit Loop and treating me like a drug addict or a drug seeker if I tell them. And I'm not going to lead with the chin and do it. I'm not going to. I don't need to. There's a free app you can get called Quantified Citizen. Have any of you heard of it? It's a anonymous check-in every morning. They ask you, how much did you microdose? How did it affect your day? It's a great questionnaire. And it's some in the trenches, boots on the ground survey done by people wanting to find out from us, all the people in the trenches, how microdosing works. And I would like to tag Lucia over here.
Thanks, Mike. My name is Lucia Pavone. Chandra, I want to say thank you to you for this poignant question. I do want to say that I'll be on at 7:15 tomorrow morning moderating. I'm based out of the SF Bay Area. And I'm also co-facilitating Decriminalized Nature, Rochester, New York, my hometown and the East Coast. So my connection to entheogens in this community is just laid out. But I want to address this on a personal level because I think it's important. What I heard, Chandra, your question was, how has microdosing influenced my relationship potentially with my medical professional connections, correct? Like my own personal journey.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm definitely part of the high dose community. Bobby Kalindi, Mudu Baki is my mentor. And so I go on that route generally for deeper connection to the universe. But I do microdose as well. And I do support people with microdosing. I am a somatic sex educator. So that came about through my own personal journey with microdosing throughout the years. I have used mushrooms for 27 years since I was 23. So now that dates me. And so my microdosing journey actually started later when I needed support for my own mental health around some deep wounding around sexual trauma. And so I had been in the field of human sexuality already for a good 17 years. What I noticed was my work around human sexuality and mushroom microdosing produced similar effects. So for me, I don't go to the doctor that often. I'm just not a big part of the medical system. I've for years, like I make my own herbal medicine. I'm definitely continued. My ancestors are my parents are from Sicily, so I do a lot of my own personal medicines are earth medicines. And I don't even call them medicines, they're technology and of the land. So when I have to go to the doctor for certain things, which I have actually been really fortunate to be able to say, hey, I utilize, microdosing mushrooms for these particular ailments. Recently, I utilized snake venom to support me in this for this. And I've been open about it and have been received really well. Although I also live in California in like the Bay Area, which is a bubble of, like it's okay to have something different and people are really responsive. But I know that if I was in other parts of the country, I would absolutely not trust the medical system. I really don't feel like that should be the system. Even just the terminology of like patient is ridiculous because that actually assumes that there is something wrong with somebody, that they're trying to fix something. And so when I look at how I approach psilocybin in particular, it's with reverence and it's with ancestral knowledge and wisdom and healing and not for profit. It's not like we're making a ton of freaking money off of people. It's definitely something that I want it to be accessible. I don't think it will be accessible if it gets into the hands of the medical industry. Definitely not if it gets legalized into the pharmaceutical industry. People like me who don't have the clinical, titles, but work with this technology for themselves and to support their communities are going to be, unfortunately, chastised. So I know that I feel like I wish, because I have to look at people as humans, right? So Chandra, I see you as like this beautiful light, this nurse, my baby, one of my younger sisters, she's a nurse, and she knows she supports me in my journey. And of course, but unfortunately, I've seen also the nurses that are microdosing and speaking out about it being criminalized as well. And that to me is a shame. And so nurses traditionally have taken the brunt. They know all about like what happens. They're the ones who see everything, like with vaccines, with all of it. You guys see what's going on, really. You have like this insight. So I personally want to keep it out of the hands of the medical industry completely. I don't think it needs to be a medical, it shouldn't be put into the hands of pharmaceutical industries. But I also support all my friends who are like coming up with this, new whatevers, because I want to see them thrive. But ultimately, the people I hang with in my close circle, including myself, that microdoses, we're of the land. We're the ones who work with our ancestors, and we have been for a long time. And so you don't see us out there that often. So I hope that answers your question, Chandra.
Thank you, Lucia. I appreciate your personal experience. That's the biggest, most important thing to me. And I do hear this constant theme of mistrust, which is something that I carry myself. And you're right. We do see the inside of it. And I guess my hope or my goal is to be able to influence and to help educate the medical system that their role is not in prescriptive measures, but in harm reduction only. How can we do that and build a sense of trust? Because someone mentioned, that they're not being, there's no evidence to say there's medicinal interactions. And, part of that is that this is new. And there is no evidence to assume that things do not interact is kind of goes against what we all know. And that is whatever we put in our body, it interacts with everything else and produces an outcome. And so, in the spirit of harm reduction, my goal is to influence the medical system in a way so that they understand that that's their purpose here. And it doesn't lead to it doesn't, speak to what Noah was saying about, the goal for the healthcare system is to, get in the pockets. But the healthcare system is also filled with a lot of really compassionate and empathetic people who were born with a part of themselves that always, wanted to be a healer. So those of us who operate in the healthcare system, we are not the system. We are the ones that have the power to break the system or to change the system. And so when you guys share your personal experiences, even though the message is lack of trust, I can go back to the drawing board and say, how do we create trust? What do I need to be telling my colleagues? How can I make the voice louder so that they start to connect with it as in the healer self that they have.
I hear
most of us have that.
Chandra, I hear what you're saying, and I'm hearing that you want to be this bridge to take back to people who are in the medical industry, so that they can have an interactive understanding. I'll give you a little sense of. I have a client who is an emergent ER doctor. She is completely never did any kind of psychedelic. And she recently reached out and said, oh, I saw this, I need to know what's next in my journey for my sexual wellness. And I said, well, there is one more thing that I'd love to talk to you about. I started to talk to her about microdosing. She says, oh my God, I just watched this Netflix movie, like How to Change Your Mind or, something like that. And all about, microdosing. And she's like, I really want to do this, but I know I have to do high doses. So for her, it was seeing it in mainstream and then taking it backwards. Like I didn't have to do much for her to understand that this could support people. But the thing is, there's an indoctrination already, Chandra, that goes way deeper than just a personal level with our medical, practitioners. It's that when they're learning in the schools, there's a whole, there's the money, follow the money. The money is the pharmaceutical industry. Unfortunately, doctors and nurses are not really being taught, ancient practices. They're being taught how to, prescribe. It's a prescription rather than describing what the potential support that technologies that you can literally pick from the ground can do to support your mental, physical, emotional well-being on the earth. So I respect and just praise you and a very difficult task that you have put on yourself, Chandra, trying to even approach colleagues that may have a different opinion. So thank you for doing that. I think the proof is going to come really as community when we start to like when we just show up and start to normalize earth technology. And when we start to come back to the earth, I think that that's what's really going to do it is a frequency and a vibration. It's going to go much deeper than just the communications. But blessed be Ashe, Chandra, for you being the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia. Can you go ahead and pick someone who hasn't had the opportunity to?
Yeah, I see. There's Tomasino.
You need to unmute.
Yeah, do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. First of all, I want to thank you all for opening this space, this very important space for increasing the understanding of what psychoactive and medicine is so needed in the time of where we are standing at the moment. Lucia, I'm very much connected to your way and how you are making the path in the view of that the medicine of the plant, the technology is, in my opinion as well, not supposed to come from the hospitals and the physicians. It's something that, in my opinion, need to come from the community, from people who are coming to listen in a different ears to their fellow companion. I've been working in the last 7 years as a kind of health, give suggestions in a nature shop for alternative ways to deal with aches, pains, and diseases in the 3 bodies that we have: the physical, the emotional, and the mental, and of course the spiritual. And I time and time see how people got hurt from the main medical institute, how they've been turned down and being treated not with, like, they receive a cold shoulder for their experience and they got traumatized. So in this way, I believe if a physician from this institute want to be part of a journey, there is a need of a different hat, not as a physician and a doctor, but as a person, as a kind of like a personal guide. And same way, I believe that the medicine come from a laboratory or from some kind of a huge plant. There is a
Don't know if I lost your voice. Tomasino, are you able to hear?
of the stress for us here I'm coming from Israel. It's such a stressful, can be such. Sorry, somebody's keeping calling me. It can be such a stressful place, and with like a big tear in the community, that it must come that the community are interested in it and not from the government or from the medical institutes, because it will take time until it will come and touch the people who really need it to bring some kind of peace attitude and the community feeling. It's maybe this is why also many medicines that are being developed here in Israel, like cannabis in how to say and so on and so forth. The Israeli community, the way that it comes here is much slower. We provide to the rest of the world, but for the inner community, we are at rest. We are not giving for the people here. What they are asking is healing. Sorry. Yeah, I am usually macrodosing, and just recently I started to microdose, and I've been working with it. Like I go to work, and I've been noticing how my efficiency, my openness to give my customers a better place to feel welcome, a better place to be able to open up, to see what a person needs. It was a great help for me in my journey in microdosing. And yeah, that's where I'm at the moment, in the path of understanding oneself and to be a companion to the people who seek for healing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Tomasino. I'm going to step out of line here. I'm going to call on Lynette. Lynette, you shared part of your personal experience in the chat, and that is something I'd really like to hear more about. My personal experience acknowledging entheogenic use to my provider, a time when I did or didn't. And you spoke to that a little bit. I'd love to have you share more with us.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I've been working with a psychiatrist several psychiatrists over the years, probably for about 20 years. I've tried different antidepressants. I hadn't tried any entheogens for mental health treatment, but I did take mushrooms about 25 years ago recreationally once, and that's the only time I've ever done it. And it was such an amazing, wonderful experience. And I kind of just put it on the back burner for all these years. And then recently I've been hearing about the use of psilocybin and ketamine and different entheogens for mental health treatment. And I thought, oh my gosh, I've been on antidepressants for 20 years. I've been on Prozac and Lamictal and, Xanax and I could just list them all. And I'm not getting anywhere. I'm flatlined. I just have no emotions. I don't feel joy. I don't feel sadness. I'm just existing on this planet. And I remember what a wonderful feeling that was when I took the psilocybin 25 years ago, and how I felt so connected and how I felt so at peace and happy. And I thought, if entheogens are being used for treatment for mental health illnesses, then I want to try it. So a couple of weeks ago, I called my psychiatrist and I said, I am interested in trying psilocybin or ketamine or some other, entheogenic type of plant medicine to treat my mental illness. And he was like, oh no, we can't do that. It hasn't been tested. We don't know enough about it. You just put that thought right out of your mind. And so he kind of shut me down, and I said, okay, he's not working with me in finding a solution. His solution is to just add more. Well, you're taking 100 milligrams. Let's try 200 milligrams. If that's not working, let's try 300 milligrams, or if that medicine's not working, let's try a different prescription medicine. And I'm frustrated, and I'm ready to try something different. So I'm reaching out to the plant medicine community and trying to find some resources And I found someone who actually can provide me with plant medicine, thank goodness. And so I'm going to take this journey on my own. I found a counselor who works at a ketamine clinic, literally like right down the street from where I live, who's willing to work with me if I go through the ketamine treatments. But she said that she doesn't work with anyone if they're, using non-legal plant medicines, because she doesn't want to lose her license, which I totally understand. So that's kind of where I'm at. Any ideas, suggestions, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in. I first off, keep in mind that every one of these things of the antidepressants barely tested better than the placebo, and this is what's pushing. It's your psychiatrist who needs to be educated, and there is plenty of evidence through the clinical trials. And the FDA would not have designated both psilocybin and ecstasy as breakthrough therapies if they hadn't been breakthrough therapies. So I was in a desperate state about 8 years ago. I did an outpatient program for depression. It didn't help at all. I got worse. I went into the hospital for a month. I actually had ECT, and it resolved the issue as far as the depression went. Within 2 treatments, I was walking differently. Within 4 treatments, I was actually talking to people and whistling and playing Scrabble in the psych ward. So ECT works about 85% of the time. But what happened afterwards is the antidepressants that I was taking took effect fully. I got to where you were, an emotional numbness. People would ask my sweetheart, "What's wrong with Eric?" And what was wrong was I was having the emotional numbing, just like you described. I wasn't depressed in the sense that I wasn't like I was, but I also could not express happiness. There was difficulty that people picked up on immediately. So I did an ayahuasca weekend, and between stopping the antidepressants and having that ayahuasca experience, I regained my spirit, my passion, my drive, and I've never looked back. I also want to just say something about the ketamine. This can be a lifesaver for people who are suicidal. I mean, it's not quite like you walk into the doctor's office, you have an infusion, and you walk out you walk in suicidal and you walk out no longer suicidal. But ketamine has to be replenished, and it's expensive, and it's got its own problems, so to speak. It has a place in the psychedelic toolbox, but it's not the be all end all that it's made out to be. So I recommend that you go the psilocybin route, see whether this can work for you the way it has worked for thousands of other people. I encourage you to basically blow off your psychiatrist and make your strides into psychedelic healing.
Thank you, Eric. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, both of you. Lynette, you asked about suggestions, and Eric had a great one when he talked about the breakthrough therapies, right? So a lot of doctors and psychiatrists and people in the medical community don't realize that there is evidence. And the fact of the matter is that everything that medicine represents is completely supposed to be by culture evidence-based. So evidence in terms of how we can approach the medical community is your best weapon. And if you do decide to blow off your psychiatrist, don't forget that if you feel so compelled and want to make a little move in the movement, that along with the bird, you can also flip him an email with research, peer-based, peer-reviewed research studies that do support what you're telling him. So that way, at minimum, he has to reflect, because by nature, he trusts the evidence. He has to reflect on it. And maybe that somebody else, by the time somebody else comes into his practice, his view might be adjusted a little bit, a little attitude adjustment.
Yeah. Thank you.
So
thanks, Chandra.
You're welcome. Lynette, if you want to go ahead and just tag in a friend.
Okay. Well, let's see here. Goodness. I don't know very many people yet. So perhaps
just pick one.
Kelly. Kelley.
Kelly, are you able to unmute and talk with us? Are you able to unmute and talk with us?
It looks like Kelly is unmuted.
Oh, I'm trying. I was trying to
There you
find
are.
the mute button and I can't find it. And
There she is.
thank you. I'm enjoying listening in. I'm a person who utilized psilocybin and LSD in the far past, I think, as someone else mentioned, and found that space of feeling of belonging and perfection and unity and bliss and wholeness and being held and loved, and resonated deeply with that experience. It has been quite a long time ago, but I am a person in recovery, recovering from having utilized lots of mind-altering substances and discovering that I actually have an addiction to that place of bliss. However, the hallucinogens were not the same. I abused other substances quite a lot in my 20s and coming up to my 30s, and even, as a younger even person, and found the recovery community, joined 12-step groups that and expanded my awareness greatly around why it was that I reached for that numbing place, different than the depressed people look or experience. I, as a young person, experienced way too much emotion and overwhelming pain and emotions that I would love to escape. So off I went and found excessive use, of course, tore up my life. So now fast forwarding to a place where I'm beginning to feel with aging and time in recovery that I feel sort of at an impasse to get in touch with that feeling of belonging and in contact with, God, spirit, universal oneness. And I've listened and read Michael Pollan's words and have joined a 12-step fellowship where we can talk openly about using hallucinogens for therapeutic ways, not destructive ways. And I've been preparing myself now for right around a year, letting go of my ideas that I might use this in a destructive way, but rather to shake things up and open my consciousness once again in the ways that I did when I was a young person, finding my recovery, not taking me all the way down the, it just has become, somebody was talking about it, just, I forgot how they said it, but the same sentiment goes for me, where the shine is off and the dullness is in. And I would just like to have an experience where with that, that spiritual advancement that I experienced way long ago with my first hallucinogenic experience, and the same that I experienced in my recovery, where I was coming awake and realizing things, and I would like new expanded mind now. And that is the reason that I'm listening in to hear everyone's experience. I also am married to a depressed person, and I'm gathering information. He's gathering his own, and I'm very interested in that person talking about the numb, flatline experience they have on the antidepressants, because that's the person I've lived with now for a very long time. And I long for him also. And he is making his inroads, has had his macro journey and his microdosing. And I'm seeing this waking him up. And he's learning to be in touch with emotions, and even learning what they are for the first time. It's beautiful. And our relationship is advancing and growing, after more than 2 decades of marriage. It's changing, but at the same time, it's waking up things within me that are very old. And when change happens, even if you think you're embracing it, it's frightening, and it for me, and it's new, and it's waking up old emotions that are perhaps traumas I don't know that I had or didn't fully experience, and sometimes bewildered and overwhelmed by those emotions that feel like they did weigh in the past. And so I would like to explore what specifically psilocybin has to teach me of what happened back there, and what his change is awakening and causing within me, because we're a pair, we're together in this lifetime here. And so, it's not like his change is happening in a vacuum. It's affecting me. So I guess I've talked a long time, and I hope that is helpful to someone. And thank you for calling on me so that I could talk about it.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm going to be handing off the baton to Ismailite, who's going to take the conversation in a different direction. But Kelly, I just want to ask you, have you ever admitted or considered admitting to your healthcare provider your use of substances and how they've benefited you? Why or why not?
I'm afraid.
Oh, am I unmuted? I can't tell.
You're unmuted.
Yes.
And was the question for me?
Yes, the question's for you.
Okay. And have I admitted to my healthcare provider of my own use of? No, but I know she would be open-minded enough to hear that. And my husband and I have the same one. And in fact, he has, because he asked for her advice on weaning himself off of his antidepressant before even microdosing, leading up to his macro journey. And he did openly tell her that he would do that. And that went very well. She was quite open-minded. She's a holistic kind of practitioner. And of course, she was all embracing of that idea.
I'm so glad to hear that. And he had a successful experience weaning off of the antidepressants.
Yes, he did. He was on the Wellbutrin and had been for 8 years or so. And he took it slowly over a few months, going half and then another half down, and then every other day on the last part. And
Kelly, your sound is muffled.
Started to wake up and be grumpy, and that was new. And but he had no physical distress from doing it.
Good.
Yeah, it went well.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much for sharing, Kelly. I am going to step back from here. And Ismailite, if you might like to introduce yourself and us to what you're hoping to bring the discussion to today. Thank you. Thanks, guys, for engaging and sharing.
Hello. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ismailite Leroy. Thank you for having me on this platform. I'm so excited and open to hear everyone's their portion about psilocybin and psychedelics. A little bit about me. I am a small business owner. I'm also a U.S. Army veteran. And I am currently in school to be an herbalist. I was introduced to psilocybin a few years ago while I was working in the pharmacy. I was a pharmacy technician, and coming out of the military, I was suffering from a lot of depression, PTSD, anxiety. I was on a lot of antidepressant medication, especially for sleep. And going to the pharmaceutical, I wanted to kind of help people. I wanted to be a pharmacist. Once I got into that field, it opened up my eyes. I quickly realized that pharmacy was not about really helping people. It was more about the money. So I changed my degree plan, and then I went to herbal medicine to study herbal medicine. So that's what I'm doing now. But psychedelics, I don't know how it came to me. I just one day was on the internet scrolling and I found a substance called DMT. So I wanted to research more about DMT, but I then realized that DMT was a little bit, probably too much. It would be like me going from 0 to 1,000 in 3 seconds. So I think that was how I was introduced. And then I slowly started to learn about psilocybin. And one day, one of my friends, one of my coworkers who I work with, one day she just popped up and said, "Hey, I have some mushrooms." And so I said, what a coincidence. I was just looking up, researching psilocybin. So she gave me a bag, didn't really explain to me how to properly take it. She just said, here, just don't take too much, mix it in with some orange juice and have a good time. At that time, I was really going through a depressed state, especially with work. So I went home that evening. My mother lived with me for a while, and me and her had some tension in the home. So I went home, I ate, I didn't weigh it out. I just grabbed a stem and I ate it. 20 minutes later, I was like, well, I don't feel anything. I ate some more and I ate some more. And slowly the walls just started melting. I can see the walls were breathing and just emotions started to come out. And I just literally sat in bed and I don't know how long I cried for. I just cried for hours. And it just helped me release things and helped me see perspective. It's like I had an out of body experience where I kind of was able to see where my mother was coming from, why she acted a certain way, why I was reacting to her. So, and I also felt a lot of love. And the next morning I woke up, I gave her a big hug, kissed her on her forehead, and it just felt like there was a weight lifted off my shoulders. So that was my first experience with psilocybin. And I don't want to get too emotional. And then I just thought, why is this illegal? Like, why is this not out in the world? Why, do we go to pharmaceuticals? Why was my therapist prescribing me pharmaceutical drugs that either made my depression worse? I gained a lot of weight, and not this natural plant medicine that within one use, I was completely clear. So that's when I started kind of advocating to other people or friends, just mentioning like, I just found the greatest medicine in the world. Everybody needs to know about this. And sometimes I think I would act like I was probably a crazy person looking like a crazy person, just like, oh my God, you need to get on mushrooms. This is the greatest thing on this planet. Like, people. So that's my experience. I'm not sure if anybody wants to join in or caveat to what I was just saying. Let's see here, I have a question.
Hey.
Hi.
What an amazing story. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Is it Noam?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you. It's an amazing story. It reminds me of, the experiences that we have in common and the importance of this whole thing. It's such experiences.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, in school right now, I am writing 2 research papers on the benefits of psychedelics and psilocybin. So I'm excited to see how that project turns out. Let me see here. I guess my question, or if anyone wants to join in, would be, how do you like approach maybe a friend, family members, when people see you, they're like, you know what, you're completely different. Like, what's been going on with you? How did you become this person you are today? I get that question asked a lot. What would your answer be if you have friends or family members who come and ask you, about your transformation?
You're asking me or generally for everyone to pop
generally
up?
Anybody who wants to join in, who wants to answer that question.
Could I say something? It relates to your story, Ismailit. Your story, when you started tearing up, I started getting emotional because I remember taking mushrooms when I was in college, and I had really suppressed some sexual violence that had happened to me when I was a kid. And I think I was raised in a family where people were taught to compartmentalize their emotion, like that's pretty common in Western culture. And I think I just told some part of my subconscious, like, you don't need to deal with this, or everyone has bad things happen to them in childhood or whatever. But I think there was a huge part of me that was broken. And I remember that I took the mushrooms, and you talked about how your friend just gave you the mushrooms and how there was it wasn't like you were held and people were really protecting you in that experience. And so for me, there was like the Wild West of being at college and people taking all kinds of substances. So I wouldn't say it was like a protected experience. I wouldn't say it was a guided experience. But when I look back now with the maturity that I have now, I'm able to like realize like, wow, like you really needed to unearth that trauma. And it was sad or ugly, or it made you angry or brokenhearted, but you needed to touch that in order to grow, in order to be alive. And I'm so glad I touched it then, as opposed to like 60 years old, like my grandmother and my mother were both sexually molested, and I don't know that they ever dealt with it in their life, to be honest. So I just really am thankful for the mushrooms, in that the situation you described just now really just brought me back emotionally to that time when I was 16. And I wasn't prepared maybe for the arsenal of stuff that came up for me, but I'm just so grateful for that psychedelic experience, because it really broke me open kind of to my own pain. And I think we're all kind of getting to know ourselves in this life journey. But I'm just like so grateful that I had that experience, because it just like woke me up. And when you described like going to give your mother love, or understanding like why she was the way she was to you, I just think that there can be a lot of forgiveness in these medicines, and forgiveness of ourselves. So
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is very moving and touching, but we're approaching 10 minutes into the next session, and I wonder whether it would be best for us to move on.
This is, I think this is my slot for.
Oh, okay.
So 12:15. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous, so I didn't know.
No. And I will say I'm very moved by what you said, and I hope through this community and others that you can advance in your healing, in part through this 24-hour marathon that we're putting on. So thank you for your part. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I am still a little new at it. I picked up this book a couple of days ago. You can see, I live here in Washington State, and so it's season is getting ready to sprout. So I just have my little book here. I continue to learn from others about.
Be careful.
Yes. Yes. Let's see here. There was a question for Vivian. Let's see. Apologies. I'm trying to get here. See, it was asked for Vivian about the advice to plant medicine fighters. Let me see. Is Vivian on? Let's see. Nope. Okay, we're gonna move on then. Let me see.
Would like to make a statement about foraging for mushrooms where you're at. There's a couple of very powerful species, cyanescens and azurescens up there that are called wood-living mushrooms, and they are known to have a phenomenon called wood lovers paralysis. So a number of times people will take these mushrooms and be paralyzed for the entire journey. So be careful and know what you're picking.
Absolutely.
They're some of the highest, most potent psilocybin containing mushrooms, but they also have the potential for the wood lovers paralysis. And you can Google that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Not sure what it's, let's see. Pharmaceuticals, let's see. Maybe I'll talk about that since that was what I was initially taught. I too was also as well seeing a therapist, and I go through the VA as well for my primary care. And I mentioned it to my therapist. He really didn't do anything about it. He just kind of made a mental note, but I explained to him how it's been helping me as far as during our sessions. I just wish that I'm not sure if the VA is really doing a lot of work with trying to help veterans as far as with psilocybin. But yeah, he didn't make much effort or, seeing where I can go further with that. So I would just like to see the VA do a little bit more about that. with that.
Especially since the methods they are using now to deal with, for instance, PTSD are actually counterproductive and can cause greater trauma. I mean, this idea of submerging yourself in the experience and repeating it so it supposedly loses its potency, it doesn't work. And yet that is the standard method within the VA right now to deal with PTSD. So I hope we can get more enlightened administrators and physicians in the VA to accept the findings of the FDA. You use ecstasy for PTSD. It's roughly 70% effective after a full year. People, 67% of the people who go through that therapy do not have the symptoms anymore. So yeah. I'm with you. We need to get the VA to, open up to the facts and start treating our veterans with the care they deserve.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. Let's see what else. I guess my question would be, has anyone used any other substances besides psilocybin to help as far as with mental health? I know some people talked a little bit about ayahuasca. I did learn a little bit about that. Any other ones? Maybe that helped you throughout your journey?
A pretty important one coming on strong is 5-MeO DMT. And this is a substance that acts immediately. And in my personal experience, I've never had less than a 15-minute trip or more than a 23-minute experience. So this is something that can be folded into almost your standard 55-minute hour, although I would suggest that after a person takes this, there be an hour start the clock at that point. It takes you extremely deeply and yet brings you back into a psychiatric discussion within a half an hour. So this is something that I would love to see explored by the therapeutic community.
Okay, wow. All right, let's see. Getting questions here. Let's see. How to take the stigma, social anxiety out of the closet. Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. I guess I don't know if I can tag someone. Does anybody have anything to say? Let's see here. Who do I have?
You asked about sort of coming out to people in your community when they ask you how did you become this way, or how did you feel happy? Is that my understanding of the question that you posed a little bit ago?
Yes. I guess it would be coming out of that, that's maybe the social stigma, or just explaining to someone, yes, I do this without feeling okay, you're a druggie or something like that.
Yeah. So I have, I definitely relate to that question. Who do I admit it to? How do I admit it to them? And so I have this really deep desire to spread the message at the same time with 4 children and a license to protect, and just not wanting to feel so exposed and vulnerable considering the legal landscape. I would say in my experience, trying to work my way through that, because I do want people to know, because I feel like it could benefit them. If you keep passing the message, it's going to reach somebody who needs to hear it. So I really initially stuck to a small, intimate group of people that I knew and trusted, and didn't really possess sort of that square mentality. And as it happened, the more that I was able to talk about it with people I trusted, the more I was able to begin to talk about it with people outside of my trust circle, sort of omitting details or, positioning some of my stories as, further back in the past than they may have actually been, distancing myself from potential legal issues. And then, as I work in the hospital. So that is sort of the final frontier of admittance for me, because I am surrounded by people with a ton of knowledge that can be beneficial, but also a lot of that medical system judgment. So I do tread on it lightly, but I'm trying to prioritize my understanding of the potential benefit of speaking up versus the risk, which is like an everyday dealing with vulnerability. I assume it's like that with most people, but I would say the tool that I use would be starting with a very intimate circle and sort of building my confidence in how to speak about it and then moving out from there.
Agreed. Yes. Very valid points.
I'd like to speak to this. I've had 33 years of going to 12-step meetings in my community, and I watch people go to school and go to college and get degrees and have children and raise them. I have friends for a long time. And the idea of taking something is just strictly taboo in the 12-step community. Like I said earlier, it's kind of like being gay and coming out at your Catholic church. It's just not going to be received too well. And we have a saying in the 12-step community, attraction rather than promotion. And there are some people who know me and have seen my changes. And if they approach me and I feel it's appropriate, I tell them. But personally, what I like to do is I'm letting all this information, like Michael Pollan writing his book, and then the video and all the studies for PTSD, that all the work that MAPS is doing, I'm letting all this stuff kind of get out in front of me, so that when I finally come out of the closet as a psychonaut, it's been 5 years now, that it's not going to be like, hey, I've just been using mushrooms for 3 months and they're waiting for the other shoe to drop for me to get drunk. And so I'll be able to say, I've been doing this for 5 years and I'm not drunk yet. So I'm not really trying to promote it. My deal is I just want to find knuckleheads like me that don't have money and don't have insurance, who are stuck with the 12 steps, who want a breakthrough and hold space for them where they can have a safe, high dose experience. And I don't do this for profit, because it's sacred work to me.
Exactly.
And I don't want scarcity to enter the picture. So it's another form of 12-step work for me.
Okay.
Very rewarding.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up that far and away the most successful substance abuse therapist, no, he's not actually a therapist, but he combines 12-step with ayahuasca. For many people who fail at 12-step, it's because they don't have that spiritual dimension, which 12-step is based on.
Mm-hmm.
And this fellow, he's in the Seattle area, has gained a national reputation by working with the 12-step, but in addition, using the ayahuasca to give the depth, to give the insight, and to give that spiritual dimension that many people don't have. I mean, there are a lot of people working out there, walking around, who may have an alcohol problem, but they're not spiritual. So the 12-step leaves them kind of cold with the higher power and all that. But the combination, you get the spirit, you get the insight, and you also get the discipline and the community that helps you stay on the path. So.
Okay. Yeah.
In Scott Peck's words, it's a psycho-spiritual. It's both. And we believe in trauma. Trauma is listen to Gabramate, right? It's all about trauma. And the 12-step community does not, with the exception of adult children of alcoholics, does not deal with trauma. And naturally, if you've taken enough entheogens, you know that they dissolve the boundaries around trauma and that wants to be expressed. And if we have a safe container to do so, then we can move it. And so that's spiritual in essence. But ayahuasca is known for dissolving trauma or helping to move it.
Yeah. Perhaps that could be like maybe the deepest implication of why maybe it's not really, psilocybin is not really out there, because maybe perhaps the spiritual side is needed in order to get like a full, complete healing, rather than just somebody who's, addicted to certain, to a substance, or having it, mental issues, rather than just giving them the mushroom like this. Maybe it can cause further issues, or maybe, or the spiritual aspect needs to be in it as well.
Well, John Hopkins says 1 in 5 people have a very terrible experience. They call it challenging experiences, 1 in 5. And without somebody that's been there before to hold space with you, to wing it on yourself. And if you're a heroin addict, you've got some fucking issues. And if you go taking a large amount of mushrooms as a heroin addict, you're not going to have a good time. I can almost guarantee you.
Okay.
Because it's going to show you your shit. So a proper container is of utmost importance. Otherwise, you could just re-traumatize yourself.
Agreed. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Anybody has anything to caveat on that? Anybody has any additional input? Let's see here. Vivian's back. Just curious. Vivian, are you on here? I wanted to talk about the planting.
Lovely has something to say.
Who's that?
Lovely.
Lovely.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Lovely. Yes.
Hi. I've been sitting here listening, and I'm so excited actually to hear this conversation going on in this platform. Like, a large number of people is getting talked about, because I think one of the things is that mainstream has this, stigma placed on psilocybin and plant medicines, ayahuasca, all of those kinds of things as a drug, and the reality of it is capitalism has been giving us drugs, made synthetically by man so they can make money. The earth provides the things that we need, like psilocybin and other psychedelics. And there are a lot of studies that have evidence-based research that prove that psilocybin works, especially for people that have drug addiction, because their uptake inhibitors and their dopamine are all thrown off. And that's one of the things that psilocybin does, is it helps bridge it in a natural way. It's all, our body receives psilocybin just like it's part of our body in our receptors. So when our receptors are broken, it can just it bridges that, so our dopamine can transfer back and forth well and evenly, so we can still have that, so there's not a big crash of depression and suicide and people going back to other drugs. I actually have been in the 12-step program and in and out of treatment facilities all my life. I've been an IV drug user, and I have found that psychedelics, after much research and different types of modalities, studying and trying different modalities, that there are other ways. And in fact, Bill W. wanted to include acid or psychedelics in the program a long time ago, but they're like, oh no, don't do that, because a drug is a drug, and they don't want you to do that. But they wouldn't say that a tomato is a drug, or turkey is a drug. And there are a lot of different things that have chemical compounds in them that interact with our bodies. I think that right now, I did hear somebody bring up the fact that they don't want it to be in medical hands. Well, for marijuana to become legal is like a way to kind of get it into, onto the platform and really get people talking about it, looking at it. There's so much research today and so much information. Like somebody mentioned Gabor Mate and, Bessel van der Kolk, they all are, been studying trauma, been studying addiction and, and other types of ways to solve those issues with people. I personally find all of those things really great. I also wanted to touch on if we've tried other things for like big movements in my life. I have done like DMT. I've done it all. Honestly, I've done pretty much every drug. But DMT was another psychedelic that I utilized for like a breakthrough. And and it was like I it's that spirit, gene in my body that came in contact and had this conversation in just a few minutes, that basically was letting me know that just like our bodies, we drink or eat toxic foods, it has to come out of our body. Every thought, every word, every action that we do every day needs to be flushed from our body, and we need to become one and like pure, let it go, let things go. We don't have to hold on to it. I do talk to people a lot about psychedelics because I'm one of those people that I'm not afraid of what people think. I actually want to help people be educated. And there's a lot of people in the health system that currently that I know that would like to be part of that, revamping the system. Like it doesn't have to be completely like doctors, all of the time. Like the person that runs a ketamine clinic in Seattle, right by Gasworks Park, is like, they're trying to set it up so like people like me who have lived experience. I'm a certified peer counselor through Washington State Healthcare Authority, can be able to provide interaction with people, engagement with people while they're on psilocybin. I've been doing art therapy and dance therapy, music therapy for some time now, theater, because those are ways that there's been research that shows that it does work, and somebody like me who has been in and out of treatments, I feel like it hurt me so bad to do that, to keep going back to that and think there's something ultimately wrong with me, when in reality what I just needed was some plant medicine, and some ways to raise my dopamine levels, move my body, open up my throat chakras, things like that. So I think that this is a great way for us to move into being able to have psilocybin available to us, on a regular basis. Yes, if 1886 does get passed, yes, big pharma is probably there's going to be some people that step into it and want to capitalize on it. However, those are type people though, like there won't be people that believe in it that will just do it. They'll need to have a doctor tell them it's okay, because they have the stigma attached to it. And it's a way, it's opening the door. And I think that that's one of the most beautiful things about this is if we open that door and, the people that are already, for it, advocate for it, and have been doing this, the research like myself, I don't do research like Stanford, but, John Hopkins, Yale, Harvard, all of the big schools are doing it. Everybody's studying it. They've been studying it for a long time. However, it's not being implemented in our current system because of that. So if we can move into like just opening that door, letting that sun in, letting the plant in, letting the natural, remedies of this earth be part of our system, that would be a great step in honoring Mother Earth and honoring our bodies and living our truths. So I just wanted to say the couple of little things, that, and I'd also like to encourage anybody that, is struggling with something like, they're maybe not using it or whatever. Talk to somebody, find somebody that has a little bit of information, has been doing it, because there's a lot of information out there that does, point in the direction of psychedelics being a great a great, way for people to move out of, depression and into, a healthy living and higher self-actualization. So thank you for listening to me. And yeah.
Great points,
Hey.
Leslie. Yes. I did, in fact, came across this article on CNN that they now have a synthesized psilocybin, and they've already conducted trials and tested it, and apparently it, within minutes, it says mental issues, or is it immediate, fast-acting, rapid-acting, sustaining results from this synthetic psilocybin that they were able to create. I think that was probably like my fear about natural plant medicine, is that some way, somehow, big pharma is going to try to get their hands in it. And then I feel like maybe the plant's going to lose its like authenticity. It's going to lose its wholeness, its spirit.
Albert Hoffman created the synthetic years ago, and he gave it to Maria Sabina to try out. And she said the spirit is in it, but I don't think she really meant it, because a lot of us have experimented with different types of cubensis, and there's a different personality for every strain. And I don't think you can make that in a lab. But I'll just add one little bit. I have a friend that's actually allergic to mushrooms themselves. She was microdosing psilocybin, was having great results, but she had an anaphylactic shock because of the mushrooms. Now, the synthetic psilocybin would be a good answer for her.
Okay.
One last thing I'd like to add in is many people are asking this question to me about SSRIs and NRIs impeding microdosing. Now, we know from studies that microdosing has been known to remove plaque from the mice of brains and creates neuroregenesis. It heals nerve tissue. SSRIs and SNRIs block the 5-HT2A receptors that we have the mystical experience in, but it's totally aside from the neurological repair. So if you are still taking antidepressants, microdosing is still helping you, even though you're not experiencing it in a mystical fashion.
Oh, okay.
What they have also done is, especially in Canada now, I work some with ibogaine, and they have produced an artificial. This is to my mind, the greatest tool in the psychedelic toolkit. It can actually interrupt addiction for an opiate user. It will either eliminate or eliminate or considerably reduce withdrawal, and it gives you a minimum of 1 month and the maximum of 4 months. Usually it's in the 2 to 3 month range. No cravings, zero cravings. So, but what they've done up in Canada is produce a form of ibogaine that doesn't have the psychospiritual experience. So one of the things that the pharmacy companies or the pharmaceutical companies are doing is, in fact, producing hallucinogens that don't give you a hallucination. And so therefore, they're basically taking the thing that works out of the system and leaving you with the physical things, which may help, and they're certainly better than anything we do in rehab these days. But that they extract the thing that works and give you the rest.
Wow.
Well, I've been working with Iboga for the last 20 years. And
okay.
And I don't consider it to be hallucinogen, because you can still see the door and go to the bathroom and tell and say, I want this, I need that, I want to drink, or can you help me with this or that, And when you close your eyes you are back into the dream state. So you are in both worlds. Yeah, in the dream state, and when you open your eyes, you're in this world. But of course, it depends on doses, how much you take.
Okay.
If you take a lot, it's dream, and you don't come out of it very fast, as if you take smaller doses. But I rate the same as LSD or peyote or mush.
You're breaking up, Sarah. It's hard to hear you.
Okay. I don't consider the iboga an hallucinogen because I don't see it the same as LSD, mushrooms, peyotes, and other hallucinogens, because it's a dream state. And when you open your eyes, you know where you are.
Okay.
So it's like you're in both worlds. And it's true, it's eliminate withdrawals and reset receptors and afterglow, which give you a chance to see yourself in a different perspective.
Okay.
Yeah. And also, what I've been doing when I detox people from methadone, and they have those afterwards, or sabotage, which are methadone is a long opiate. So after the main session, I used to give people small doses of iboga, or sometimes small doses of mushrooms. Why I choose from mushrooms? Because people can sleep. I continue small doses of iboga.
Hey, Sarah, can you turn off your video? Maybe we can hear you a little bit more better. We can hear you a little better. Try turning your video off and just leaving the voice.
Okay. I'll do this.
Yeah, turn your camera off. The connection is not okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you much better.
Okay. All right. Shall I start from the beginning?
So you
okay,
can start from where we left off.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I help people to detox from long-working opiates like methadone, I chose to help them afterwards with small doses of mushrooms, psilocybin, because it helps them to sleep and relax. Because long-working opiates, they don't work the same as short-working opiates. So people still have withdrawals after the main session with iboga or ibogaine. So it's not ending one session and that's it. There is a long process afterwards, especially because methadone stays in the body for a long period of time. So this is what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I did do a little bit of research on iboga. It's something that I was interested in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't yet.
Looks like Janice had her hand up for a while.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jan. Let's see. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. It's actually pronounced Yana with a J.
Yana. Okay, I apologize, Yana.
Yeah. So I wanted to respond a little bit to Lovely's comments. So I am actually an expressive therapist. You can see in my name there, I'm a board certified music therapist, but I'm also utilizing other kinds of expressive therapies, like she mentioned, artwork, poetry, some drama stuff. And one of the things that I find really interesting, and so I'm old enough to have been sort of a very young hippie, but I didn't do any substances in the 60s or 70s. But recently here where I am, there are some decriminalized cities. And so since I knew I wanted to eventually incorporate psychedelics in my own work, I did find someone in a decriminalized location where I could do some higher dose work. That was an amazing peak experience. But in terms of microdosing or even medium dosing, one of the things that I find really intriguing with particularly psilocybin, and if you measure out, say, a medium dose like 1.25 or even maybe up to 150 grams of the dried substance, you get into a flow state. And a flow state. So a flow state is when you're in a creative, hyper-focused mood, I guess you could say, or a state of mind where you're not just using your ego to do whatever you're doing. You're in a creative frame of mind. And that creativity can help you process a lot of things, but still have some awareness of your surroundings. So, for example, I will just show you something I created in a flow state very quickly. So I happen to be a watercolorist, among other things.
Oh, nice.
And this particular flow state was done about a week before I had to do surgery, and I wasn't depressed, but I was irritable. So I also wrote some poems, and I did many, many other drawings and kind of processed my feelings around the upcoming surgery. I didn't need to have a full, like, 6-hour experience. That isn't what, I didn't have time for that. And, but being able to be in this enhanced flow state helped me process all of these feelings, before having to have cancer surgery, basically. So I think there's great potential, not only for the microdosing, but also for the medium dosing, where the effects only last maybe 2-3 hours. You're still functioning in your space. You can still answer the phone if you needed to, but you're in this place of creativity that it's something I think we should explore more. Anyway, that's my comment on that. And thank you for listening.
Yeah, absolutely. So you talk about like just using different amounts of microdosing to get different results. I see.
Yeah. And when I say, so for my understanding of a microdose would be, 0.1 gram of mushrooms up to 0.6. Depends on how each person is going to react differently. Mm-hmm. And also it's going to depend on the mushroom. Yes. The type of mushroom, yes, and how strong it is. But that medium dose where you can feel that it's working, whereas a microdose, you're not going to feel that in the same way. It's like I'm blanking on the word.
Subperceptual.
Subperceptual. Thank you. Whereas you are definitely perceiving that the mushroom is working with you, mm-hmm, but it's working with you instead of, in some ways, kind of taking over. That's what I mean by the flow state. Yeah. How could I compare this? Let's say you went to a song and drum circle and you were drumming for half an hour and just really into that, somatic experience, or you were listening to trance music, right? And that's a flow state where you're just in the moment. There is no past. There is no future. It's right now.
Yeah.
And that is a flow state where you can be so creative. And that creativity is also important to processing our emotions and feelings and past experiences and things that we might, like with cancer surgery, dreading upcoming. So I hope I haven't overstated it.
No, yeah, you stated it perfectly. I remember I took 0.3 one day, and I went to the gym and had the greatest workouts ever. I think I was in the gym for about an hour and a half just running, and it was perfect. So I get it. Just being in that flow state.
Yes. So now you understand what I mean.
MMA fighters are doing that now. They're using it
to work out.
Yeah. Well, that's the reason I give people jobs after taking iboga to when they detox from long working opiates.
Okay.
For exact same reason you describe now, going to the gym and having a good workout.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Someone asked a question. Is there a line for comments? There is no line for comments. If you feel like you just want to jump in and give an input, feel free to do so. All right. All right. Let's see here. I think maybe my next question would be, as far as microdosing and psilocybin, has it helped as far as maybe a spiritual aspect? I don't think everyone uses it for spiritual purposes, but has it kind of helped in that way, or furthered you along in spiritual, or did it get you into a more spiritual aspect? I don't know if I'm. Let's see. That was well received. Let's see. Nope. All right.
I think sometimes people get things mixed up as far as spiritual goes. I think flow state is very spiritual, actually. And when the default mode shuts down a little bit and the different hemispheres start working, a certain level of awareness becomes more frequent. And I think a lot of people are a little reticent about talking about spirituality because a lot of us hold it very sacred and very close. So we don't toss it around so lightly.
Okay.
But I think it's great for introspect, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Has microdosing assisted you in your spiritual experience or practice? Let me see. I think there's a past. Okay, I see people inputting. I guess that question was for me. Microdosing has definitely helped me with my spiritual practice. I grew up very religious, and I grew up in a very religious household, and with microdosing, I've been able to kind of expand my awareness to see, not just be confined by I guess by religion. But I'm grateful that I was able to encounter this plant medicine. Like, I don't know where I would be in my life right now if I didn't. So, yeah. And I continue to practice and meditate with it. I love to microdose and meditate for just hours and just be in that state, that flow state. Okay. Let's see. My time is almost up. Is anybody would like to
Looks
input?
like Nimrod has his hand up, dear.
Okay. Nimrod?
Hi.
Yes. Sorry, I can't see. All right, go ahead.
I'd like to address what Cici said before, about have you ever admitted to your therapist? So a bit of history and facts here. I've been diagnosed as bipolar for about 30 years, and I've been after a bad experience with lithium, I've been on valproic acid most of the time. And when there was more depression, I had SSRI as well. Then 2014 and 15, I was off my medicine for my reasons, and then it went bad and ended up in a severe depression. So since then, I'm currently, I have a therapist who I speak to, and I have a psychiatrist who prescribed valproic acid and SSRI. And after a while, I've asked to be off SSRI. And the reason was because I read that it was inhibiting the effect of most of the psychedelics that I've been experimenting. Now, what I want to say is that the medical system is made of people. So I have two people who are treating me. I regularly, every week, I see my therapist, and every few months, I see the psychiatrist who also speaks to my therapist. Now, I've been honest with my therapist about everything. Even I said, I'm thinking of asking the psychiatrist to be off SSRI, and the reason I'm doing this is because, for example, psilocybin to be more effective as a way to treat myself, and even recreationally, it doesn't matter, I think that, and I said, now, reading about SSRI, I've heard, I've understood that other negative effects. And for example, there is withdrawal, and I can say that there is withdrawal from SSRI. I think that even something like it's been 5 years, I can still see symptoms of that withdrawal. But what I'm trying to say is that I haven't talked to my psychiatrist about it. If I'm pressed against the wall, I would admit, I wouldn't lie, but I'd rather not, because I don't think that he would understand. And I think that is also because of being part of the whole pharmaceutical treatment system, is more prone to not understand this. And on the other hand, my therapist, I trust him. We talk about many very personal things, and I'm also I talk about why I'd rather not talk to my psychiatrist, and he understands, he knows it. So this is what I was trying to say, but remember that the system is made of people, and try to find the right ones.
Okay, yes, absolutely. All right. We asked if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. We have a lot of feedback coming in. All righty.
I don't think people are aware, but the moderator can mute them when they might be out of the room or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm trying to.
When I find the person that's unmuted, we can hear their,
yeah,
I'm
it's usually
muting them as fast as I can.
A green thing comes
Okay.
around their screen, and you can tell it's their noise.
Okay. Yeah. Then I have
Okay.
to go to participants and mute them and stuff like that. But I am trying.
Okay. My time is almost up. I think I have to pass it on to Catherine. Thank you everyone for your input. I've learned a lot today from everyone, and I'll stick around and listen some more. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, and especially about the story of you and your mom.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here with so many familiar and new faces. So thank you, everybody who's joining and spending some time with all of us today. So my name is Kat Kerner. I'm in San Diego, California, the northern part of San Diego. I'm a medicine holder. I specialize in end-of-life journeys. I also work with our military personnel here.
Yo, Zeppin. Fuck all
Hi.
that shit. Zeppin.
Hey, everybody's got to mute their microphone because I'm not going to talk over people.
He's
So
probably not aware the
everybody get-
moderator needs to mute him.
Yeah.
Going to mute everybody now except for you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Not that I don't have a big enough voice that I could definitely talk over people, but so as I said, I specialize mainly
You muted yourself.
Can everybody hear me?
There you go.
Should I start over?
Probably.
All right. I'm going to start over. I'm Kat Kerner. I am in San Diego, California. I'm in the northern part of San Diego. I am a medicine holder. I'm a guide. I also instruct individuals on how to utilize microdosing if it's appropriate for them. I started my work many moons ago working with peyote in the Native American church. Out of respect for that medicine and the fact that it's really being pilfered and endangered, I started working with psilocybin exclusively about 6 years ago. I specialize in end-of-life journeys. I also work with our military personnel here in San Diego with our vets who are suffering from PTSD. I work with domestic violence survivors. I work with people who are suffering, the dark night of the soul. Really, anyone who's looking to find their way back to themselves, and if they're medically sound to sit with the medicine, I work with them. I work with people one-on-one, so it's a little bit different than a group setting. My practice brings Native American wisdom together with scientific wisdom, and my protocol was really put together and modeled after the Johns Hopkins University study with end-of-life anxiety and depression. I also do help people who are interested and who it's appropriate for I teach them how to make their own medicine with psilocybin, encapsulating it and setting up a protocol that works for them. I am also an activist, passionate about descheduling psilocybin, passionate about really, the drug war in general. I mean, it's a big one. Eric and I were in Washington together trying to convince the DEA to allow end-of-life clients access to psilocybin. It's sort of mind-blowing to me that while they can fast-track psilocybin as a pharmaceutical remedy, it's still shown as a Schedule I drug, which says that there's no benefit and it's highly addictive to things that are obviously false. I think that's really kind of my bio, and I'm not exactly sure, where we're taking this discussion, if it's questions or where to kind of go from here. But I'm open to answer any questions that I possibly can. Now everybody's muted. Where's our monitor?
Right, I muted everybody. They can raise their hand if they want to talk, so there's no interruptions to the main speaker. Or you can hand it over, yeah.
Beautiful. So yeah, so I'm here for any questions anybody might have. That's kind of what I do and where I'm at within, you know, my space. My sort of philosophy is that we should all have little lights in our community. We should all have space holders in our community who are trained to work in a good way, but they don't necessarily have to be doctors and therapists and clinically trained. I have apprentices who work with me, and I know that a lot of people who have been in this space for a long time also you know, have people that work with them that they train for free. You don't have to spend tens of thousands of dollars. But we really need to get psilocybin, if that's your medicine, we need to get it descheduled so that we can peacefully hold this medicine and share this medicine without fear of prosecution. Okay, am I supposed to be reading these questions on the side here? Because, oh my God, I'm old and I'm gonna need my glasses. So there's a question from Leo that says, where are you frustrated or inspired by the movement? I'm inspired by all of the people who are boots on the ground, working every day to make change happen. I'm impressed every single day by someone's action, you know, someone's bravery to come out and say, listen, I sit with this medicine, or this medicine, you know, helped me in some way or is helping me. I have a group here called Mommies Who Microdose, and out and telling their neighbors and their pastors and people in their, listen, I make my own medicine. I'm not dependent upon big pharma to give me my, you know, medicine that makes me zone out, nor am I dependent upon the liquor store to give me a bottle of wine to get me through the day and be able to connect with my kids. So I'm frustrated that, again, what we see a lot of is the domination of sort of, you know, white male scientific clinical model, and this misinformation somehow that medicines like psilocybin are so complicated and so incredibly complex that you must, of course, you know, be a doctor, or you must, of course, go through, you know, tons of very expensive training to, you know, have the privilege of being able to, you know, have something that grows in nature. And that's frustrating to me. There are serious considerations, obviously, when you're sitting with these medicines, and things that need to be taken into consideration before you do deep dives. But we really can exist side by side. And I would like to see much more emphasis and much more consideration given to people who have been working with these medicines for a very, very long time underground. Yes, have I had poor experiences with underground healers, and how do we navigate that now? So I personally, you know, doing a lot of work in Native American church, you know, there were...
Some of us have lost sound on you. Some of us have lost our audio feed.
Okay, can you hear me now? I don't know what to do about that. Can you hear me okay? I don't know.
I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear fine.
Okay. So getting to the point of what I was saying with regards to people in the underground who don't do good work. You know, I was talking to a group recently, and I said, you know, we have a really strong network. We have Clubhouse, we have Signal, we have the internet, we have social media. if you're doing bad work, people know. I mean, the word gets around pretty quickly. It takes a long time to build a really solid, good reputation in this space. And I think that we have a responsibility to talk about experiences that people are having that they're not being handled well. They're not doing good work, and talk to the people who also are facilitating, maybe not in a safe way. It is frustrating to me. I think that people need to seek out good information, and they need to ratchet their egos down and understand that, you know, this is powerful medicine, and you should be trained appropriately if you're especially going to sit with other people with it. I don't know if that answered that question or not. Beautiful. Read Jamie Wheel's book. So someone said, what would be a typical dose for end of life depression, 3 to 5 grams, or do you intuit? So with my clients, I almost always work, first of all, I work always with a strain called Golden Teacher, because it's a softer, gentler strain. I work with a tea. I make a tea for my clients. If they're end of life on hospice, sick or not, I work with the tea. The fruit bodies can obviously cause nausea, and we don't want that with the clients that we're working with, especially with end of life. So I will typically journey my clients between 3 and 4 grams. And again, that's in a brewed tea with the fruit bodies discarded. I add fresh lemon juice, fresh honey, and fresh ginger when that's my brew. And a lot of other people. Oh, good. You could hear me.
I put a little Blue Lotus extract in mine.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. I've
a little coconut oil and cacao, and it tastes so good.
Yes. I love that. I did have a client once who said, you know, I don't want the tea. I want the fruit bodies. And so, we did a little, you know, coca nibs, and peanut butter. So a little peanut butter on the mushroom, dip it in the cocoa nibs, and he was very happy. So, yes, there are always people who complain. Yes, that is the truth in any space, I think. Okay, I think, did I get through those questions? This is a first for me. You have to excuse me. Technology is not my get down. I feel much better in a dark room with
You're killing it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that so much.
I had a question.
Yes. Hello, lovely.
Thanks. I had asked Vivian to say something earlier, and I'm not sure if he's still on the call, but he's the head of HempFest, which generally has like 200,000 people plus that go to HempFest in Seattle. And I think a lot of us can get fatigued in the work that we do. So even if Vivian's like stepped away from the computer and can't comment, I was just wondering, like, in your journey as a political activist and a plant medicine practitioner, I'm just wondering, you know, what you've done in those cycles of feeling fatigued or feeling discouraged. And then also, one thing I was going to comment, if Vivian was able to speak, was I've just observed a different relationship between cannabis, which for me, I know friends that practice cannabis from a very spiritual place, and I don't mean to discount the spiritual value of cannabis, but like for me, psilocybin is the first step culturally for us to take on a plant medicine consciousness or entity or deity or spirit, where there's an intelligence that speaks to you and advises you and dialogues with you. And so for me, I was trying to tell someone last night about this event on Clubhouse, and I was saying it's really different than cannabis, because cannabis, I think, felt more political to me. And this feels political and spiritual. And I'm not saying that like the hippie movement isn't spiritual or that cannabis isn't spiritual. But what I'm saying is I think it involves a shift in consciousness where we're so used to politicians being non-spiritual people in this culture, like Western culture. So what happens when we now have like people like Noam, who are, he was on earlier talking about, he is running for office in Israel as a open psychedelic like practitioner and advocate. So what happens now when the culture's consciousness has to take in like something that's spiritual, so almost like a spiritual leader who's also political? Because you could argue we really haven't had that in the United States since like MLK days or like John Lennon, in terms of people that embody politics, but also say like, I have a soul and I'm on a spiritual journey, and we're all on a spiritual journey. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. It is really challenging when you're trying to change a system and you're trying to change a thinking. The drug war was so fully embedded into our ethos by our government that now having to reach out and shift that thinking, is a challenge. And quite frankly, I haven't met a lot of politicians who at least are out about their feelings around psychedelics. I know that here in California with SB 519, before this year when it was gutted by appropriations, the year prior, I was told that it was shelved because Gavin Newsom didn't want it to come across his desk. With all the political, chaos that's going on there. So yeah, it's really a trip, it's, I don't know. I mean, I think you talked about something earlier in your comment, which was about sort of burnout and, how do you sort of take care of yourself and balance it? And that's, that's a really, really tough one for me because I have a lot of different moving parts in my life. And, first and foremost, I raise a 12-year-old boy, and so he's my priority. Second is, definitely my practice, and then it's activism. And sometimes, those things, I felt, punched in the gut when 519. Oh, right, that too. When 519 was gutted and had to take a beat and had to step back, like real back, like, I'm done. And then, of course, people come and they whisper in my ear and say nice things like, Kat, you really can't be done. We kind of really need you and you need to like rest up and then, put your boxing gloves on and come back. So, I think it's important for all of us to take a step back when we need to. Self-care is everything. Healer, heal thyself, sort of thing. I don't consider myself a healer. I think the medicine that I work with and the people who I work with are the healers. But creating the space and holding the space is a lot of energetic work. And so, I take a lot of baths and meditate and take a lot of long walks and make sure that, I'm always in a good space so that I can hold the best space. And self-care is important.
Yes, queen.
For all of us out there. Yeah.
Is it possible to call you a entheogenic death doula?
No, not really. Only.
My question is have you considered possibly working with 5-MeO DMT?
I do work with it.
With clients? And death, end of life?
No, only because most of the people that I work with that are doing journeys at end of life, it's the first time they've ever sat with a psychedelic. And so I feel like 5-MeO is like a PhD in psychedelics. It's actually one of my favorite things. And a lot of, it's one of my favorite things.
It took the fear of death out of me.
For sure.
And that's why I think, that I understand it's really deep waters to swim in for a novice.
Yes.
But I
yes.
mean, after having that experience, it's like, okay, I just don't want to suffer now.
Yeah, exactly. And really with psilocybin, that is more often than not also accomplished, but just in a gentler way. Also, strangely enough, ketamine. I mean, S-ketamine can really help people just come to the understanding that you are not your body, that you are soul, spiritu, and you are physical meat suit. And that alone can really help people to shift. I'm trying so hard to be good at this, and I just want to just look over here for a second. So I don't know, did that answer your question?
Hey, Patrick, just popping in here. Is this not the Harry Potter reading? I might be in the wrong meeting.
100% not, but come in and stay with us, and we'll teach you more than Harry Potter could ever teach you, I promise.
Harry Potter's a pretty smart guy. I don't know about that.
Smart. He'd be smarter if he sat with psychedelics, though.
Yeah, factual.
Mwah. Love you, Patrick. Ciao. Okay. Let's see. This is a nice, big, long question, so I want to make sure I get to this. I don't know if it's been covered yet, but how do people feel about the fact that research has yet to show any cognitive or emotional effect from microdosing per se? Yet anecdotally, there's a huge acceptance of their efficiency. What are we not measuring, and how is research missing the nuanced effects, or is it just a placebo, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, as a person who, as I said, teaches microdose, teaches people how to make their own medicine, there's a lot of variables. It's the medicine you start with, it's the dosage, it's how you measure it, it's how you cap it, it's how you store it, it's how you take it. There's a lot that goes into it. And you're right, it's not an exact science. It's not it's not in a pill that has been made and manufactured somewhere and has a expiration date on the label. So it's important that people have a relationship with the medicine. So you have.
Yeah, I love medicine.
All right. Hey, baby, can somebody mute this person? Because I can't talk. I can't have a full-on dialogue with you.
I think it's the same guy. It's a troll. He'll probably come in with a different name.
Yeah, okay, Mike. We all know who the real troll is now.
All right. Bye. So, as I was saying, the really nice thing is that for me, I am a sovereign being, right? You're a sovereign being. Everybody here is sovereign beings. And what I love about this medicine is that we get to have this personal relationship with it. So some of us grow it. If I had the time and the knowledge and all of it, I would certainly grow my own medicine, because what could be better? It's like growing your own vegetables, right? You know, when you grow your own food and you consume your own food, it's like, nothing is better, right? But I'm lucky that I have a trusted cultivator who brings me beautiful medicine, and I'm able to turn that into, a microdose that I personally add. I mean, I like lion's mane with my medicine. So I add lion's mane into mine. So try it. That's all I can tell you is try it. Make it yourself and get into connection with it. Maybe it works for you, maybe it doesn't. I take mine first thing in the morning. I don't drink alcohol at all. So alcohol doesn't ever kill the effect of my mushrooms. I take it first thing in the morning with fresh orange juice or lemon juice. And I only take it for 3 days and then I'm off, So I think that the tolerance, the resistance, all that, I have people all the time that I teach my protocol to who inevitably will go, "Hey, Kat, so it wasn't working. So I decided to take twice as much." And I'm like,
that's 3 on and 3 off, or?
Well, so what I do typically is I will go 3 days and then I will take 3 or 4 days off and then 3 days. And sometimes I do 4.
sometimes, I check in with myself and I ask the medicine, and it works for me.
Yeah, I find after doing it for a while, you start to intuit what works for you, right?
That's exactly right. And that is probably that is the biggest, if I have a message to get across to people, the biggest message for me is empower yourself. Stop listening to other people tell you what it is best for you. It's impossible. It really is. Learn about the medicine, learn about it, and develop a relationship with it. And it's also time. We forget sometimes that, people have 9-to-5 jobs that they have to go to, and they can't maybe, experiment with a microdose and with making medicine. And so, do it when you can, and figure it out for yourself. You've got the power. Listen to yourself. I would like to call on this person who said that they will speak if they're called upon. I don't know how to call upon you, so please speak.
Hey, I would have raised my hand, except I don't know how to. Thank you. But the person who had that question about the evidence not showing what we're all hearing and expressing, I do want to speak to that a little bit. So a lot of these studies that are being done, there's very specific controls that they use to define the population that they are trying to study. When those controls don't speak to what the whole population looks like, it leaves a lot of information out. So for instance, let's say depression. So when you design a study for depression, you're not pulling in those people who are 8s, 9s, 10s on the depression scale. Those people are too dangerous to work with. Ethically, if your outcome could put them over the edge, they're not going to be played with. So those folks get set aside, and we control for the depression level. So let's say you're on a depression scale of, you're rating like a 3 or a 4. Well, when you're a 9, there's a lot of room for improvement, right? When you're a 4, that improvement might not feel so dramatic. It might not be so profound. So, and this is just an example. You could start to bring up lots of different qualities that are controlled for, let's say, age, sex, spiritual background, history of trauma, and they're boxing these people out. All right. So again, Hopkins research isn't covering people who have experienced trauma. They're covering end of life care, things that are future focused. So what a lot of us know is that when we engage with the mushroom, for many people, this is a last ditch effort. They're coming from extreme backgrounds, and maybe they're not facing end of life issues. Maybe they are facing sexual trauma that they refuse to admit. Or, I think we could all go around and talk about our experiences with folks in the psychedelic world who have real trauma to speak to. But these are the people that we're seeing effect with. But they're also the people who are controlled out of research studies. So I would just say, when you're looking at the studies, understand that they are defined very narrowly.
And thank you so much for that. And you're absolutely right. And just to be clear, so I work with, as I said, a range of different people. And typically the clients that I'm working with who are end of life are not ever going to do microdosing. It's a one experience, and that's it. I typically, when I train people how to, work with microdosing and to make their own medicine, These are people who have gone through a journey because they are facing some kind of detachment from themselves. And what I find is that microdosing, again, I'm very careful to talk about what microdosing does. I don't think it's my place. I don't think I know the answer, what it does, because I think it is different for everyone. But what it can do for some people is help them, first of all, stay connected to the medicine, stay connected to that journey that helped them shift. And it can help people simply feel better. That little bit of psilocybin in their system can just help that, light come upon them where before was constant darkness, if that makes sense. But what you're saying is absolutely true. Thank you. Okay, person over here holding your finger up. I don't know who you are, but come on in.
I'm Del Potter.
Hi, Del.
I kind of come from the pharma side of things, and I'm the one who asked the question about, are we not measuring something that really would show the beneficial effects? And in response to, I guess it was Chandra said regarding the studies, I would say right off the bat that I designed studies like that. So I would say right off the bat, I would agree that those studies are very carefully controlled, and the participants are well selected to make the case that this works. But I don't know that that's an argument for microdosing, because if you hand select people, you're looking to create an effect. You're actually trying to see an effect. What I'm really asking the question is, we've tried to, measure this in a whole bunch of ways, like cognitively, does it make any changes in cognition? All these different tasks, all these different thought processes, all these different ways, measurement instruments. And then we tried to look at how does it change people emotionally? How, can we measure those emotional changes? And thus far, particularly, the most recent one was at Imperial College in London. They couldn't find any effect at all. And at the same time, I hear from people all the time, hey, this is really life-changing for me. This is a tremendous benefit for me. I'm really seeing a change. And I mean, people who are either addicted to drugs or, have alcohol problems, they see it as a way to kind of turn all that around. So I am super interested in wanting this to be true. But in order to have it be true, it has to be demonstrated really scientifically and observably. We have to find some measure, because otherwise what we're doing is well, I'll tell you right off the bat, there are studies that suggest that when you have somebody in a white coat hand you something and say, this is a psychedelic drug, even if it's a placebo, 60% of people have a psychedelic experience. So there is a tremendous placebo expectancy effect with psychedelic drugs. People expect it to cause change. They want it to cause change, and they're highly motivated to see that change. So what we see, how do we differentiate that placebo expectancy effect from what microdosing is actually doing, in the central nervous system? What is it actually doing to change, of course, we'd all like to see this be true. I mean, myself personally, because it makes unsupervised medication much more possible. You don't have to have some clinician sitting with you for a microdose. You could take it home. You can do it on your own. You can develop your own strategies. But then on the other hand, I do want to back up what Chandra said about how they handpick people. And I'm seeing a real opportunity in these emerging state-regulated markets like Oregon and now Colorado, where we're having an opportunity to see way beyond what a phase 3 clinical trial would do, where you have like 200 or 300 people and you're handpicking those people to make sure that it works. What we're seeing is, how do these drugs really work in diverse communities? How do they work with all kinds of indications in the real world? And so I see that there's a tremendous opportunity to collect the data from these state regulated markets about how these things work, and not simply for medical indications, anxiety, depression, PTSD, and all that stuff, but also
This is what happens when you don't know where your medicine comes from and you take way too much and you're by yourself. So
yeah. So I was just saying, this is super important opportunity that's existing in Oregon and Colorado. See how these things work, not just with medical indications, but also with, how people can use them to just sort things out in their life, how couples can use them for interpersonal issues, how we can use them to get closer to nature or, for stuff that's outside the medical area. And so this is a real opportunity, a much broader opportunity to see how these things work in communities. But I'm still looking for that measurement effect. How can we possibly measure this to say, okay, look, it for sure has this effect?
Well, thank you very much for that. And I'd like to respond. My mom used to have a great saying, and that was, if you want a guarantee, buy a blender. I love that saying. We know that everybody who takes Prozac, which has been studied and controlled, and we understand that it works. And so we understand that it's still not 100% going to work. I don't know that there's any pill or any medication out there that works 100% for every person. That's why if you've ever taken psychiatric medications, back in the day when insurance was better and they covered it, people would go into the hospital and they would keep them in the hospital. And they would try lithium, and then they would try this, and they would study them, and they would look at them, and they would say, like, how's it working for you? Because nobody really knows. You don't know. And I think with psilocybin, listen, it's being studied already. Microdosing is being studied clinically. If anybody doesn't know who Compass Pathways is, educate yourself. It's already happening. The train has already left the station. There's going to be a pill. There's going to be a prescription. There's going to be all the things, right? What I'm advocating is that you don't have to go that route. What I'm advocating is that you can do your own experimentation. You can figure out if it's right for you. You can read all the research that's available now and you make your own decisions. I mean, this is sort of like, I just feel like we're also conditioned that we need to look to the government to decide what's good for us, or we need to look to a doctor to decide what is good for us. And I can tell you that there are other ways.
I do look for science to tell me, not necessarily the government, but I do try to say, have some way to get to objective truth. If you possibly can, government, right. I'm not so sure.
Scientific truth, though. There's spiritual truths, and what you're talking about is scientific truth, and that's great. It's like, I think that the beautiful thing about living in this country still, at least as far as I know, I haven't seen the elections, but I think that we still have a right to feel the way we do and take medicine or not take medicine when we have that right. And that's one of the beautiful things about our free will. And so I think that it is being studied, and I think that it should be available to those of us who want to grow our own medicine, make our own microdoses, and sit in ceremony together or sit alone with someone together. And there should not be fear of prosecution. That's my biggest thing. Where's this hand over here? Who's this hand? Is this hand this gentleman here? Is that what happens? Oh, the person with your hand up, please speak.
So am I speaking? Can everyone hear me? So in this discussion, I think it's just very important to realize that especially these mushrooms, are so connected to our basic humanity. It's to be controlled as far as being able to ingest them at all, or to possess them, or to use them, or to talk about them, or to have any fear surrounding them. It is so elemental to our base level of beginnings in civilization and the creation of our minds through a lot of.
This is a wonderful discussion. But we need to have Vivian speak. They've been waiting for some time now. to speak. And so I'd like to just go ahead and stop that. We could reconvene after that. It's a great discussion. It's wonderful. But Vivian has been waiting and is on a time schedule. So I appreciate your help in that.
Hello, everybody.
Go ahead, Vivian.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I am at my 9 to 5, and I've been, listening in the background periodically, having to do my stuff. I think this is just a really, really exciting time. That this is an issue. That's time has come, and I've been the executive director of Seattle Hemp Fest for the last since 1991, last 30 years or so, and I just really want to commend you folks in this organization, Leo and everybody for all the great work that you've been doing. I think that you're doing exactly the right things. My identity, my beliefs, the things that I fight for were largely defined by my early experiences with psychedelics in the 70s and beyond. And I think, it's really cool to see what's happening right now, because in a way, like with cannabis, medical marijuana kind of changed the public image of cannabis and kind of reframed some of the debate. Because prohibition was largely promoted by dehumanizing people, always seemed to rely on what are now moldy old cultural associations that they would use to marginalize people that use substances. I remember just as early as recent as the 90s, the drug czar, calling cannabis Cheech and Chong medicine, calling medical marijuana Cheech and Chong medicine. And that was a very deliberate attempt to identify it with a subculture that was seen negatively by some of the mainstream. And of course, entheogens, in a large part are have the same cultural associations to the 60s. And I think that generationally is starting to finally change, we're starting to get far enough away from the 1960s that those associations and those labels really don't have the impact that they used to have. And now with, the clinical use of psychedelics becoming, getting much more attention and gaining credibility, I think this is just such a great opportunity. Looking at cannabis, we just saw 2 of the 4 measures, constitutional amendments or citizens initiatives that were up on the ballot, all in Republican governed states. Half of them actually passed last night. So I don't see any reason why this is not the time for entheogens to also have that same experience. And I think that, old-fashioned tools like, leather shoe organizing, precinct by precinct organizing, is still very effective, because part of what you want to do is you want to demystify the people that use and promote these substances. And one of the ways of doing that is putting a face and a name and actually talking to people and meeting people, but also, of course, as we're doing right now, the power of the digital world is just, really, really a great opportunity. So I don't really have a lot to add, except I think that really championing the proven harm reduction message has really a lot of weight. And of course, the great thing about psychedelics is there's not a whole lot of harm, like cannabis, there's not a whole lot of harm on society, except from prohibition itself. So anyway, I just want to applaud you all on what you're doing. I think this is, such an important cause. We are in a time in our society and in the world where consciousness is really compromised, and we need more peace and love and awareness and, sense of self. Because, it seemed like we really dodged a bullet last night, but I mean, we're looking at some real threats on this planet. And so I think that this is just a tremendous time of opportunity for a cause that is super, super important. I mean, not only do we have the trauma of just living in this society, and all of the mental health issues that we have, and veterans with PTSD, and people needing assistance as they end their lives and move into the next phase. We also just need to make sure that we prevent people from being incarcerated for substances that have absolutely no negative impact on society. So I think I'm rambling, but I'm just so impressed with everything that you all have done so far. And I really look forward to seeing the success moving forward.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I think that's time for me. Yes, I'm a little confused, but I think that's all I have to.
No. Sorry. You're on for 15 more minutes. I don't know if we can go back to the gentleman that we interrupted, but thank you for being patient. For Vivian's words. I just want to say thank you so much to Vivian. I feel like there's a different magic or chemistry to the psilocybin versus the cannabis. But what I love is that Vivian, like, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Vivian has been an activist for so many years. And the fact that we have done this before and broken those barriers, and everything he said about Cheech and Chong and the whole culture of demonizing, hippies or whatever that came out of, the Nixon era. I really feel like the more we can bond with these people that have gone before and have already been fighting, so that they can rest and we can go on up the mountain for psilocybin and other entheogens. Like, I just think we don't need to start over. These people have been in the battlefield.
Agree.
Well, do you guys want me to continue there?
Yes, please.
I think I've jumped to a different thing to say. I will say this, that I think that psilocybin will be the thing that decides, like, the interface with the human and the spirit world provides so much control in this out of control way. We will be told is being distributed in such a ubiquitous and large scale way now. And I know just from personal experience, not from science, but from synchronicity, something beyond, something that actually informs science. I think, was it Descartes had a vision from an angel that told him it was basically the spirit world informed science, and informed the scientists. And that's probably what we're in for. Something so shattering to this civilization. And it isn't, civilization and the controllers should be a little bit concerned for their positions of power, because they will probably be dissolved, and not in a way of warriors on the street and activism, but by a real fundamental shift in that basic level of consciousness. Like, we are all ascending, and it will probably be due to these tryptamines getting into the population diet. And I'm sitting back observing and excitedly anticipating the transformation, and so with a grin on my face and sort of like an open hand, and not a clenched fist of the old activism, but like a raised up both hands with open spread fingers in acceptance of what's about to happen. Joyous, like, if we could all get together and have these things in safe environments, the transformation will lift us like a wave, and we will surf, and I can't wait. So that's just what I had to say there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I love that. And that was another thing I wanted to add, is that I've been doing this work for a long time, and I've sat with hundreds of people, and I've sat with mostly of late. It's been fascinating that probably 25% of my practice are therapists and psychiatrists who have never sat with psychedelics, but are somehow involved with trials. they are somehow involved and to the point where they feel that they want to know now about these medicines. And listen, I'm a science-minded person as well. I really do believe that 1 + 1 = 2. But I have bore witness many, many times, more times than I can even recall, to the magic. And I don't wear a white coat, but maybe because I serve a tea, my clients have mystical experiences. I don't really care. I don't care why it happens. I don't care if it's because they come to a place where they can feel secure and safe and know that they are held, whilst they dive deep to find connection to themselves again. My ethos, if you will, is that a lot of our mental illness, our drug addiction, alcoholism, sex addiction, all the addictions, and our depression is because we forget who we are. And we are love. We are vibrational energy. We are love. And if we can find our way back to that, and we can act from that place, we can move forward in the world from that place. We can have relationships from that place. We can interact with our children and our neighbors and everybody from that place. That will shift the world, and it certainly shifts us. And I will tell you that it is my personal experience that psilocybin and other psychedelic compounds have greatly helped people to find their way back to that place of love and vibration. And it has transformed their lives. And staying connected to a microdose of psilocybin, maybe it's a placebo in the drawer, I don't know, and I really don't care. I don't care. If it's helping people stay centered and stay connected to their children and their family and themselves, so be it. But what do I know? Anybody? Okay, let's see.
Well, I think you know a lot, Kat, and you've expressed it today. And your hundreds of experiences guiding people through this, it shows through. Your knowledge is earned. It's not, you didn't read something in a book. You've experienced it, and I really appreciate your moderation and what you've had to say here.
Thank you, Eric. You're one of my favorite people in the world, so that means a lot.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone who, there's some personal questions, anybody who wants to reach out to me, please feel free to reach out. It's one of my goals to really be a resource for people along my journey were such incredible resources to me and helped me so much, and didn't charge me money to do it, didn't make me take a course to get the information. I share my protocol and I share my work openly. Anybody who's interested, please feel free to reach out to me, and I'm happy to share anything with you. Let's see. Thank you. People are so nice.
Thank you so much for being here, Catherine, and for sharing all that you do.
Thank you. I'm going to hang out for a little bit.
Well, you're going till 3:15, so our time. So I'm just wondering, Darnella, I don't think Darnella has joined yet. So we may have 5 minutes with Lovely moderating until Darnella joins. But if you could talk to your young self, let's say you were 20 years old and your young self said, hey, I'm looking at my life trajectory, at my timeline here, and I can see if I go down this road, X and X and X are going to happen. And maybe some of the observances or the things that you've seen haven't always been easy to see on the plant medicine path. what advice would you give your young self at that early point, in terms of maybe you could have followed a more traditional pathway of never going into these spirit realms? And some of these spirit realms, as we know, can really disturb some people, or, you know, really kind of set off a psychosis or what have you, especially if they're not getting proper assistance and proper modeling, proper support. So I'm curious what advice you would kind of give to your younger self before you took all this medicine kind of work on.
Wow, that's a great question. First and foremost, my younger self would not listen to anything anybody ever said. So we'll start there. But I would say that, God, I know this sounds cheesy, but it is a calling. It is 100% a calling. I went into a direction in my early years. I was a corporate recruiter for accounting and finance. I'm a type A personality. I'm a strong person. I'm determined. I'm organized. I have certain gifts that have allowed me to build, business and be sort of successful in different areas of my life. That's a gift. I mean, I can tell you, I dropped out of school in 10th grade. I am not scholastically inclined. I'm dyslexic. I have a really hard time book learning. So I think that there are gifts that you are born with. And I think that I tell anybody who apprentices with me, or anyone who I talk to about doing medicine work, first and foremost, that there are things that cannot be taught. So your intuitive nature is 50% of it. And then you need to get the practical information and the practical knowledge. I personally, in my practice, I do not work with people who are schizophrenic or even have schizophrenia closely related in their family. I don't work with people who have bipolar 1. There are people out there who feel comfortable to work with that section of the population. It's not me. So know yourself, know your limitations, and trust yourself. I have had situations with clients that I think some people would have completely fallen apart. They would have not had any idea what to do and freaked out and made it worse. Work with someone, apprentice with someone, find someone who, in my practice, I scholarship people. So that means that if someone finds me to do medicine work and they can't afford to pay me what it costs to sit with me, typically, I never turn anybody away. But I ask that they allow the apprentices that work with me to learn in their journey. So they're a part of the whole process. Find someone who will allow you to be a part of the actual sits and the actual process that needs to happen to really have a safe and I don't want to say successful, but to sit in a good way. And be patient. You know, I mean, these kids today, it's like nobody has any patience. Everybody wants it right now. It's like they go to Burning Man, they come back, they're like, I'm a shaman. You know, it's like, what? I mean, no, you have to learn. You have to have experience. You have to be on the planet a certain number of years. You know, you really, really do, because people are putting their spiritual health into your hands for a certain number of hours. And what comes up needs to be held, and it needs to be held in a good way. And that there are things you need to learn. So I would tell my younger self, be patient, find the others, and find the elders.
I just wanted to write that in the chat. Be patient, find yourself, and then find the others.
Find the elders too.
Oh, sorry,
find
the elders.
Yes. You know, listen, learn, keep your mouth shut and learn. You know, just open your ears and close your mouth.
Got it.
Open your heart.
So actually, I think I made a mistake, and Eric is the next moderator. And so we are recording and live streaming, you guys. And so we will be sharing this. And just want to thank Catherine so much. And feel free to check back in with us, Catherine.
I'm going to hang out and listen to Eric.
Okay, right on. Eric, take it away. Maybe he's away from his screen for a second.
No, he's
Eric,
here.
I think you're muted.
Thank you. So let me introduce myself and what I'm involved with to begin. I taught writing for about 20 years in various colleges and universities in Oregon and Washington, and then jumped the desk and became a writer myself. I've done 6 books, a couple hundred articles on quite a variety of things. I first wrote on drug abuse and use in America in 1987. It was part of a book that I brought out with a Hall of Fame baseball player named Dave Winfield, who was quite involved with trying to keep kids off of drugs. I now edit and write exclusively on psychedelic medicine and other uses of psychedelics, such as the sacramental use. I edit for ICEERS, the International Center for Ethnobotanical Education, Research, and Service. Thank God they have an acronym, ICEERS. I do the same for an ayahuasca website and for an ibogaine website, and I help researchers polish their articles for publication. So I turned 80 yesterday, and it's my goal to, before I die, see these medicines and sacraments made legal. In terms of my activism, I think, well, along with Kat and another person on this Zoom meeting, Grateful Deb, and 14 others, I got arrested in Arlington, Virginia for protesting at DEA headquarters. We were protesting their refusal to allow dying people to have access to psilocybin. And I actually had to talk the arresting officer into arresting me, I think because in deference to my age, he said, "Sir, I do not want to arrest you." And I said, "Look, I came 2,300 miles from Seattle to get arrested. Would you please put those cuffs on me?" So I think activists are going to help make this succeed. To just finish the DEA story, they decided to drop charges. I don't think they saw this as a battle they could win. And so while we were arrested and driven in a paddy wagon or police cars down to the Arlington County Courthouse, a judge signed summonses for all of us, and then we were released. So it's my sense is that this is going to be. I'm going out on a winner. I have backed all sorts of things: the Equal Rights Amendments, better relations between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, fighting climate change. Haven't made much headway or been absolutely defeated on those things. But I feel that legalizing these medicines and sacraments is going to work. So that's what I want to spend the bulk of the rest of my life on. So that's me. I'd like to move us towards a microdosing discussion, and I have some things that I'd like to offer up in the chat so that people can follow if they wish. But after doing having I hope a good active discussion on microdosing, continuing what we've been doing, I'd like to at least give a brief report on what's happening in Seattle and how we're moving the ball. So let me put a few things into the chat. One would be, for those of you who are interested in how microdosing came about and the like, I want to put in a history of microdosing so that we can kind of put it into some context and the like. So here's this one.
Someone's going to need to allow everyone to share a screen if Eric's trying to share a screenshot.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. I'm going to put it in a chat. So this gives credit to James Fadiman, who is the authority in microdosing and a person who's probably done more research in regard to it than any other. Let me get this in chat. Oh, sorry, I don't seem to be. Oh, here we go. Chat. How do I? Oh, well, I'm having a little trouble. Oh, here we go. So let's get this to everybody. Apologies, I'm even lamer than Kat is as far as these things go, but I think I got the handle now. So let me make my first contribution to chat. So that will give you a good sense of what is going on. I'd like to respond also to the fact that while we have extensive and strong anecdotal evidence regarding microdosing's efficacy, we do not have much research at all. And that's an area that I hope will be expanded. Now, I put in an article that occurred in Nature just 3 months ago. This is the most recent, and it's one using placebo. So you're in a double blind experiment, and that's all too rare in this area of microdosing. I'd like to kind of just briefly review the abstract for the article that I posted. The use of subperceptual doses of psychedelics, microdosing, has gained popularity in recent years. Although anecdotal reports claim multiple benefits associated with this practice, the lack of placebo-controlled studies severely limits our knowledge of microdosing and its effects. Moreover, research conducted in standard laboratory settings could fail to capture the motivation of individuals engaged or planning to engage in microdosing protocols, thus undermining the likelihood of positive effects on creativity and cognitive function. We recruited 34 individuals starting to microdose with psilocybin mushrooms, one of the materials most frequently used for this purpose. Following a double-blind, placebo-controlled experimental design, we investigated the acute and short-term effects of a half gram of dried mushrooms on subjective experience, behavior, creativity, perception, cognition, and brain activity. The reported acute effects were significantly more intense for the active dose compared to the placebo, but only for participants who correctly identified their experimental condition. These changes were accompanied by reduced EEG power in the theta band, together with preserved levels of LAMP-ZN broadband signal complexity. For all the measurements, there was an effect of microdosing, except for few small changes towards cognitive impairment. According to our findings, low doses of psilocybin mushrooms can result in noticeable subjective effects and alter EEG rhythms, but without evidence to support enhanced well-being, creativity, and cognitive function, we conclude that expectations underlie at least some of the anecdotal benefits attributed to microdosing. So even with this most advanced of studies, it's a mixed conclusion and something that begs for more research. So one of the things that we need to do as quickly as possible is get psilocybin rescheduled so that research will not be so prohibitive. I mean, the rules and regulations for dealing with a Schedule 1 drug are absurd, just absolutely crazy. One last article that I'd like to post is from the Harm Reduction Journal of 3 years ago. And the reason I think this is a worthwhile study is it looks at both the findings of the beneficial outcomes, such as improved mood and focus, and also the challenging outcomes, such as physical discomfort and increased anxiety. So let me put that one into the chat. And, oh, have I? Let's see. Let's get that one in first, and then let's put this one in. And then I'd like to open it up to a greater discussion. Okay, so that's a little bit of reading for people who'd like to go a little bit further and see what I think are two of the more significant studies of microdosing. But let's go, if we can, to a discussion. There are a fair amount of new people on that were not in the first two sessions, and I'd like to ask anybody who has joined recently if they could share some of their experiences with microdosing. I see Yuri's here. Yuri, do you have any experiences you'd like to share? Well, maybe not. Let me just open it up. Is there anybody who's either new or who has not spoken yet about their experiences with microdosing?
So I just rejoined the conversation, but you said some interesting things that kind of led me to wonder. So let me see if I can articulate this. You had asked about how much does expectancy play in between, the real deal and the placebo? And I wonder if the theory of neurogenesis plays into that at all. What if expectancy is synonymous with intention? And if the direct action is part of the intention or the repetition of new neural pathways as you're trying to develop or cultivate certain qualities in your world, maybe the action is the expectancy. Maybe the action is increased expectancy. And I wonder how a study might be designed to test that. Just something that,
No, that's that. I think that's an excellent idea, how you go about achieving it. But I think your idea that expectancy could in fact be part of the success of microdosing. If you are number one, already inclined, number two, have this as an actual or implicit focus or intention, well, then you're a good part of the way down the road to making it work. And I how you measure that, though, I don't know. But this is a rich field for further research. But I like what you just threw into the pot.
Thank you.
Oh, Yuri is here, I think. Let me ask him again. Yuri, could you add anything to the microdosing experience account?
I'm here. I'm just not really, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just didn't really prepare anything to present.
Oh, I know, but neither did virtually anybody else except perhaps the moderators. It's not a matter
So yes,
of...
with microdosing, what I find is that psilocybin for me is a perception shifting agent. So that if I had any of my usual day-to-day egoic patterns that are necessary for my survival, but or maybe just obsessions, that these patterns repeat, and that taking psilocybin generally takes me out of repetitive narratives. And so even at a dose where it's sub-threshold, I'm still having perception shifting. So getting outside of thought ruts, and just sort of I'm able to discover some magical things that I don't know if it's the imagination of myself or if it's a natural force that can be observed by another, but whatever it is feeding my soul instead of it's not just like a psychiatric benefit or like an anti-anxiety thing. It's also for me like a core being sort of thing that transcends the here and now for me. And I'm wanting to start taking Amanita muscaria microdoses, and I've got a book I'm reading about Amanita, and I recently heard someone say that how they decarboxylated their own and how they made their own microdoses. So I'm looking into that sort of information recently. Thanks for listening to me share.
Yes, thank you. I see a hand raised by iPhone. Could you speak up, please, and ask a question or make your comment?
I have my hand raised. I'm not sure if it's me that you're talking to or someone else.
Yeah, you're identified on the screen as iPhone.
Oh, well, there you go. Like, I'm so glad. I'm so popular.
So,
everyone.
What's your name? What's your name?
My name is Ray.
Okay.
Ray Lanier. I guess I just wanted to say my experience with microdosing. It seems related to what the other speaker was saying there, the other person answering this question. It really it assists in helping me make alternative choices. You know, all those rote scripts that are going through your day. You wake up and you tend to do the same things that you did the day before, and it really gives you the ability to make different choices in some way. Like you're able to get so into the moment with a little bit of extra energy. I guess that's the other thing it does. It has a stimulation effect on the mind and the body, so that you can think of alternative choices and actions in the day of things to do and not to do. Like if you eat your microdose before you gorge on your normal half a pot of coffee, I found like you're just less likely to have to drink that large amount of caffeine for your stimulation, for instance. It also in some way decreases fear in a certain way for me, like starting a new endeavor. It seems to really be like, because ordinarily your self-talk is so negative. You're like, I can't do that. I don't think I'll ever be good at that. And I mean, you might pick up the guitar and start really giving it a shot and so enjoy that first chord and the sound it makes that you're willing to go on to the second chord and not judge yourself too much. It seems to diminish for me the judgment, and also very similar to a lot of stimulating drugs, the verbal circuitry can kick in to a more fluent ear. Words seem to flow faster. The word choices are not ordinary. It seems to open me up sort of to that channeling energy, not so much as a macrodose where you literally have no idea who the hell is using your mouth, but you're being sort of given hints to the word choices that would come up next. A little sentence might flutter into your mind that you just weren't prepared for, and you're like, and that sense of amazement that verbal people. I mean, you're a writer, so this. Like, there's something so exhilarating about being given a vision of a thing to write about, or a sentence that pops into the mind, and that in and of itself is not the drug that's giving you that boost of energy. It's literally just the joy of creation working its way through you. So it's sort of this stimulatory effect on the nervous system to help you create your life, your expression, your art. And on those small doses, even though they're small, you're not, in some way, like, your mind is very powerful, and it's a leverage. It's a very strong lever to access your own abilities. And for me, I would say mushrooms in general were, I think, the first experience I ever had of escaping shame. Like the guilt and the shame and the pain of just I guess it's the trauma or the things that you are indelibly hurt by early in life. Somehow there's this very distancing effect from shame, plus all of that extra good stuff with the energizing and the inspiration, which differs from, and this is not so much about the psilocybin, but about the drugs that typically are given to us. Like, typically the answer for our depressions and our anxieties are a diminishing of those faculties. Like, you become less inspired, you become less in tune, your mind talks to you less, you have less inspiration, and you can just sort of sit there. And I mean, people will call it numbing out, and I know SSRIs, which are really the antithesis of the tryptamines. Tryptamines stimulate the nervous system, and SSRIs kind of mute. It's almost like wearing a full emotional condom. You don't feel things as much. You're able to tolerate your crappy life, your crappy job, your crappy habits, and keep going and pressing on. And a lot of people look at that as success. And I see my journey with microdosing has just been to sensitize my nervous system even more, so that, I can crack the safe of life. You got to feel those tumblings to get into the goodies, like you're trying to get into the safe, and you want to feel and be as sensitive as possible instead of going the other way around. But I would say that I don't know how science will be able to figure out that it is not just a placebo, but there is just definitely a real nervous system, body, mind, and spirit happening there. It is by no means just a placebo, other than the fact that extra stuff does tap us into our latent abilities, and and that might look like placebo, because I just don't think it's only the psilocybin that is responsible for the improvements in all those terms. The mood, the effectiveness, the emotional connection with people around you, and all that. I don't think it's just the brain chemistry aspect that's going on, but it's also just most people really want to do better. And when we have a platform in the mind and the heart that allows that to take place, then it will naturally go. Anyway, I just wanted to throw in a little commentary there.
Yeah,
and think that.
And I like one of the things you said, that you become more verbal in certain ways. I know that when I am doing editing, I don't do this, of course, with every piece of editing, but I like to edit straight, and I like to edit when I'm not. I see completely different things. My comments are even worded differently. So this is something that I use in the editing process. but I appreciate what you said about how, words can come out that are different than if you were not affected.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate hearing about your editing. I don't do much editing, even of my own output. A lot less rewriting than the writing, but yeah, that's good to hear. I would love to explore that myself more.
Yeah. A question came in regarding how does microdosing work with people with heart conditions? And I don't think there's been any research whatsoever. While I myself do not microdose, I try and keep up with the literature, and I've not seen anything on that subject. Has anybody else? Yeah, I don't think it's out there. Patty, I'd like to call on you next, and Chandra, you're up after that. Patty? Oh, okay. Patty?
Sorry, it always takes me a minute to find the buttons because I'm doing this from my iPhone.
Okay.
So, sorry.
Yeah. No.
Well, I guess for me, microdosing wasn't something that I really I always macrodosed. It was thought I had to like blow my mind out in order to attain anything substantial. And I think that that there was definitely a lot of work that was done there, but I don't feel like I can be a mom to my young child effectively. It's destabilizing to macrodose. Really, it takes some time to recover. It takes some time to prepare. What if something happens while I'm under the influence of a macrodose and I'm needed as a mother, even if I have my child with a trusted person, right? There's all these limitations to being able to experience the medicine on those deeper levels when you're responsible for the life of another human being. Which I am right now. He's in the background, literally right now. And he just choked on a piece of food. I literally had to throw my headphones down, run across the room and stick my finger down his throat because he ate a bunch of seaweed and it got stuck. So in that moment, right while I was waiting to make these comments about, parenting and microdosing and how it shifts my awareness away from my own traumatized childhood experiences so that I can parent my child from a place of deeper, more contemplative consciousness so that I am able to relate to him and to my teenage daughter in ways that are more in alignment with what I want to be as a parent. And I'm not parenting from a triggered place. And that for someone who comes from my background, which was a riddled with poverty and crystal methamphetamine addiction and intense violence and gang activity and police brutality and all of this emotional scarring, for me to be able to access that without decades and decades and decades of counseling, although I have done some therapeutic work, is so profound.
Yeah.
It's so profound and it's such a gift. And it's also such a privilege. And that's the part that really troubles me the most, is that I'm privileged to have had access to this healing when you've got an entire planet, you've got an entire population of people all over the world who are more traumatized than I even was, coming from war-torn countries, coming from, not to diminish my experiences, but just to say that I recognize the human condition and how privileged I am. And yet at the same time, I feel it's just criminal that this is something that's being withheld.
Yeah. I do too. And I, talk about criminal. Imagine that the leading law enforcement agency, the DEA, in that area, is breaking the law, is refusing to follow the law. In 2018, there was a law passed called the Right to Try Act, and I'll post something on it. So anybody who's interested in this issue of gaining access to psilocybin for end of life patients, as guaranteed by law, I'll put a URL in the chat. But you're absolutely right. It's criminal. And it's criminal activity by people who are supposedly law enforcement. So it needs to be changed. I'll put something in the chat about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you also put something? You said something about moms who microdose.
No,
is that?
No, but I
was someone did. Who said that?
Earlier. If whoever was talking about moms at microdose could put a reference in the chat, Patty and I would both appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Or anything else?
No, probably not. It'll come up later, I'm sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chandra, would you care to speak to the group? Yes, maybe.
Hey.
Hey.
So the piece about the heart conditions and psilocybin and, can it affect? So, the answer is yes, but the question is to what end? So for some time it had been thought that psilocybin would cause hypertension or high blood pressure. And so they did do some research on that. And as it turned out, they found that people who had lifetime use of psilocybin actually had lower blood pressure. But the relationship wasn't causal. They didn't know if, was it the psilocybin use? Was it behavioral changes or associated traits that happen to occur between people who choose to use psilocybin. So I think that it's unknown whether or not it can affect your blood flow. Your blood flow is the primary point of concern when we talk about cardiac issues. If it is to be suggested that the psilocybin itself lowers blood pressure, then I think my only concern would be for syncope. So people who suffer from issues of lower blood pressure or conditions that can lower blood pressure. If psilocybin affects in that way, then I would be concerned for people passing out. And having been in the community, I have heard tell of stories of people passing out. So I wouldn't say that definitively, but in my assessment or my guidance, I would speak to the possibility and the unknown.
Okay. Well, thanks for adding that. I just did a little Google search, and I could not find anything specifically linking heart ailments and psilocybin. But thank you for your contribution.
Of course. Thank you.
Anything else? Yes.
Peace. Hey, thank you, Eric, for your wisdom, and thank you for bringing all this to the table, and thank you everybody who's contributed to this. I really appreciate everything that y'all have experienced to bring you to this moment to share this information and this conversation with us. It's tremendously important conversation as far as I'm concerned. Microdosing has been a tremendous part of my life and a tremendous part of the work that I do with creation and just in general. Let's just wait for this person to finish their follies.
Beatrice, can you mute, please?
I don't have the power to mute, but can you take care of that, Leo? Or Lovely?
Beatrice.
Beatrice, are you there? Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you mute your microphone? Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome. So I wanted to thank everybody for your experiences and just for the conversation. This is an important conversation to me. I've been a registered nurse for 30 years, and I've worked emergency room for 25 years of those 30 years in New York City. And the in and outs of trauma and drama are very familiar with me, and the in and outs of cardiac events and situations and circumstances I'm very, very familiar with. And I've worked with a lot of people who have been in spaces where their concern was heart ailments, their concerns was high blood pressure and hypertension. And I've done a lot of research looking to find out if anyone has actually done a study on this at all. And I've looked for conventional studies in medicine. I've looked for non-conventional studies in my colleagues and people in the underground, and I have found very, very little. And what I have found is the bio-individuality of people and their circumstances has a lot to do with their blood pressure and their blood flow in situations like this. When a person is introduced to a new substance, the blood pressure, chances are, if the substance does not override and cause the blood pressure to drop right away, the blood pressure tends to raise as the body looks to adjust to the new substance. And so there can be little ticks and it can be larger ticks in a person's blood pressure raising. You can do this with changing food. You can do this with the introduction of allergens. You can do this with the introduction of any kind of substance, microdose or macrodose. It depends on the bio-individuality of the person, how sensitive their nervous system is, and their not just their nervous system, but their cardiovascular system as well, how sensitive they are to situations and traumatic circumstances in the past that would cause their nervous system to ramp up quickly. And so there's going to be challenges monitoring this type of stuff, particularly with psychedelics, because people are not at large using psychedelics in therapeutic capacities, and they're not being monitored. And so when I've had instances with people where their blood pressure went up, it stabilized within an hour, right? And it didn't go up into spaces that were hypertensives that were threatening. And I haven't had anybody, and I've worked in underground since 2012 when I started to transition out of clinical nursing. I've had two people that I've been in when I was actually in a mentee to some facilitators. I've had two people have syncopal episodes, and they had hypotensive situations. Their blood pressure was actually low. And so depending on the substance, depending on the situation, it could make your blood pressure plummet. I've never seen it with psilocybin though. And so that's my vantage point and my experience with that. And I just wanted to bring that to the table. If you are in a space where you have cardiac situations and conditions, or you have high blood pressure, my invitation would be, trust yourself and go really, really low and really, really slow with microdosing, and then tack on. And then tack on and then tack on. And I've had people have some really amazing things happen with microdosing that has helped them to lower the stress thresholds in the body, because your body responds to tension. And if there are ideological tensions, if there are physical tensions, if there are social tensions within a person that are unresolved, it can ramp the body up to have the blood pressure be higher. And so these are spaces that I've seen people resolve things through microdosing, resolve things through journey work, resolve things through ceremony work, and then they end up coming off of blood pressure medication because the tensions that were actually getting their nervous system to be on fire all the time actually diminished. So I just wanted to bring that to the table for consideration spaces, for explorations with people. Trust yourself and actually track what you're doing. The studies that you can go and get into that are official studies are wonderful, but if you're doing integration with what you're doing, I invite you to track on a day-to-day basis. I have a method that we give away for free, and it's called the Condor Approach, and it's a guide, and you can download it for free. I'll pop a link in the chat if y'all like, but it's a guide for integration. You track your intention, you track your ease, you track your sovereignty. There's a place to track your heart rate variability. If you do that, there's a place if you want to put your blood pressure and all that. You can put that in there on a day-to-day basis to see if your blood pressure is going up or down with your microdose, if your blood pressure is going up or down with your tension and your expressions in yourself. And so integration for me is the most important part of any of this, be it macrodose or microdose. It's super important for me to track myself. I consider myself the subject of the study and the scientist at the same time, and this entire world is my laboratory. And so that's my space. I'm a human body geek. I love people. And if y'all want to talk about tracking and all that, we can talk about that later. I'm actually going to be moderating from 4:15 to 5:15 today. So I love y'all. Eric, thanks for the platform to speak. Thanks for the conversation, y'all. Thanks for all the questions. This is wonderful, and please keep it coming. This conversation needs to happen. I love y'all, and thank you for your time and ears.
Well, thank you. Where are you located, by the way?
I am located in Austin, Texas.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Let me put in a quick little piece of wisdom. General Philip Sheridan, Civil War general regarding Texas, said, "If I owned Texas in hell, I'd rent out Texas and live in hell."
That is so Texas.
Patty, did you have your hand up again? And I'd like to call on you because you were so good the first time.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did. I wanted to touch a little bit on, is it Ta Whitty? Am I saying your name? Yeah. Okay. I've mostly worked with individuals as a health coach and a personal trainer and a weight management coach. And I have to say that, the microdosing has probably been the single most effective tool for pattern breaking and learning new, not only the reason for self-care, but a big part of the reason that people lack in self-care is because they don't love themselves the way that they should. And for me, microdosing pings on that value system every single day, reminding me of my value to myself, my value to my family, my value in this world, my place on this planet. And so if you are experiencing health issues, if you are experiencing things that you really can affect with fitness, and you're struggling with changing some of those patterns, microdosing is a great tool to help break that neurological block, because that's all it is. It's just a barricade of patterns where you just have to shift just a little bit, just a little nudge. And for me, microdosing has definitely impacted that as well, making better dietary choices, making the decision to get up and do that yoga, get up, go for that walk. And that's also something I think, Ta, that, is fascinating to take into consideration when you're looking at the body and the body's physiological response to these things is your ability to create and make change to really be healthier overall. So I just wanted to add that piece in.
Thank you. Agreed.
Important thing to add. Yes. I think for many people who actually can achieve self-love after years of not loving the self, it's such a huge change. And it goes without saying that it improves your own ability to love when you start by loving yourself. So thank you for that comment, Patty. Yes, we've got another Lanier here. Would you have something to say? Formerly known as iPhone?
Actually, is Chandra still wanting to talk? I think she was ahead of me there.
Uh-oh. Chandra.
I'm sorry. I just forgot to take my hand off. I'm just always engaged, guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Really, keep the hand up. Keep the hand up. Patty is actually my wife, and we microdose together. And I'll say that microdosing is, I just think it's really awesome to be able to have that extra energy with a partner. We also can be a little bit uncomfortable because sometimes you're creating changes. Like it will force conversations that maybe you're not ready to have, but it also it leads to more intense connection than you just didn't have available. I think that's pretty well known. But yeah, Patty is my wife. We both have the same name for a reason, because of male dominance, I guess. Like she had to take my name. Anyway, I don't know why. We're just humans doing our thing. We don't really even need names. But I just wanted to say something mechanical. Microdosing for me is improved when you use that lemon tech. I don't know if everybody is familiar with the lemon tech, but I found it to be a huge difference, and when I first started, I mean, I've been eating mushrooms since I was 16 years old. I'm 53 now. It's been an extremely long journey with the fungi in my life. And I just never really put it together, even early in my life. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just checking if I was so early on, I noticed that lemon juice in my mushrooms tea, because I use the tea, lemon juice kills the taste. And so I was using lemon juice really early on. And I sort of got away from that with the microdosing with the pills, just the powder in the pill. You grind up the mushroom and put it in the pill. And then I went back to the tea because of I read about the lemon tech, and the way I do it now is to put the mushroom in the cup that I'm making the tea with, and super saturate it with just lemon juice and let it sit there for like 20 to 30 minutes. And that converts the psilocybin over to psilocin, which is more easily uptake. Your body doesn't have to do the conversion in your stomach acid. You're basically cooking your mushroom ceviche in the cup, right? And it really has made a big difference in sort of the intestinal upset, which I seem to have more as I get older with the mushroom. It didn't affect me when I was 17, 18, 19 years old, but my body just doesn't seem to digest the chitin and maybe the psilocybin. So the acid in the lemon juice converts the psilocybin to psilocin so that your body doesn't have to do it. And you're just sort of taking that process over. But I just want to throw that out there. If anybody needed some real, non-psychological help with how they do the microdosing, I really recommend the lemon tech. You can look that up on any of the YouTube videos about it there. There you go.
Thank you. Any other comments at this stage, or I'd like to, with about a dozen minutes left, mention some things that are going on in Seattle. But I don't want to cut short anybody who might have something to add to the discussion we've had thus far. Okay, I'm going to say a few things about things that are happening in Seattle that I'm involved with, and things that I'm not, but I think deserve a wider notice. So I'll start with the fact that I'm a member of a psychedelic church. It's called the Sacred Garden Community. It started basically by the people who had gotten decriminalized nature passed in Oakland, the first city in which that was done. And after they completed that effort. Most of them, not including Larry or Carlos, went to forming the Sacred Garden community. And this is, I think, the best researched, best practicing psychedelic church out there. I may be one of only a few people that is hoping that the DEA or somebody tries to take us down or tries to challenge our status as a church. We are a true church. And we call ourselves the least dogmatic church because the only thing you have to believe to be a member in good standing in our church is that these sacraments can take us to a place where we can experience the divine in our lifetime and directly. We do not need an imam or a priest or a rabbi or a minister to somehow give us access to the divine. And we sure as hell don't have to wait until we die and go to heaven. So this is the Sacred Garden community. It started in Oakland and it's going to expand to Seattle next year. So if anybody is interested in learning more about that, I'd be happy to put my email into the chat and you can get in touch with me afterwards. Another effort in Seattle is Holly House. I had a sweetheart for 20 years almost by the name of Holly. She died in October 2020. And since then, I have been trying to prepare the home we shared and the gardens that surround it so that I may be able to donate it to the psychedelic effort here in Seattle. I'm 80. I'm not going to go on too much longer, presumably. And when I die, I'd like this place to be available as a meeting place or as a retreat center, as a place for ceremony, etc. So that's in the offing. I'm having this put legally. I need to raise some money to do this, but I think I can do that. And Holly House will be doing training. I think that when Jane and John Q. Public discover how effective, inexpensive, and quick acting these medicines can be, there is going to be a huge rush, and the supply of qualified practitioners will not be able to meet the demand for psychedelic healing. So I hope to start training no later than the summer of next year, and primarily the training, at least to begin, will be done in Jamaica. It was there that I had 6 days of a workshop on the therapeutic use of psilocybin. And not only the people who were acting as the patients, but the people who were acting as the therapist could use psilocybin legally. It's not illegal in Jamaica. So this is a huge advantage. Some therapists might feel like they could not do psilocybin in the United States because it's illegal and fear of licensure and that sort of thing. In Jamaica, it's not illegal. So I look forward to being able to use various kinds of entheogens in the training. And I also hope that through some connections I've made in Jamaica and previously, that we'll be able to parlay with the Jamaican government and get them to also allow the use in these conditions of such things as ibogaine or 5-MeO-DMT. It would be nice if the Jamaican government became a haven for those who are researching and using these things as medicines and sacraments. There's also a clinical trial now just started or just gathering the participants on how to deal with the problems that people treating those with COVID have run into. Huge amount of burnout in the nursing profession. And a fellow here in the School of Medicine by the name of Tony Back has started preparing for a clinical trial offering psilocybin to these clinicians and the like. And I'll put in a reference to that right now. And there's also at the University of Washington, this is a funny title. It's called the Center for Novel Therapeutics. That's a circumlocution for psychedelics. The head of that is a fellow named Dr. Nathan Sackett. He's a psychiatrist, and this effort is through the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences. And it will involve one of the finest research institutions in the United States. I believe it still holds the record for public funding of these for a research university. So for the University of Washington to just this year move into psychedelic research is a lovely sign. And I hope that we can quickly get them onto some of the more useful applications of psychedelics. Personally, one that I'm involved with, as I mentioned earlier, is ibogaine. This is a absolute lifesaver. There's no more effective way of dealing with addiction, because one of the things that it does is it puts the brain into a pre-addictive state. Now, there's nothing out there on the market that can do that. There's no rehab program. When you think of the trillions of dollars that federal, state, county, municipal authorities spend on rehab, with what, a 3% success rate? It reminds me of that definition of insanity, doing the same thing and expecting a different result. We've got to change how we are dealing with addiction. It's a huge problem, made even huger by fentanyl, a killer. 115,000 overdoses last year in the United States. That number is just going to skyrocket because of fentanyl. It's an absolute killer, and we need to do something about it. Part of that is getting the DEA to stop fighting the drug war when it's fighting it against medicines and sacraments. So I'll stop there. We've got 4 more minutes. If there are questions or comments, I invite them.
I have a comment. I just wanted to say thank you, family. Thank you for all that you're doing. Thank you for all your experience again. This is tremendous. Thank you for the resources. This adds on to what I can contribute to other folks. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Let's be in touch, because I'd like. You mentioned how important integration is. Some people say it's more important than the experience. Well, you couldn't have the integration without the experience. So, but stressing integration, I mean, for all that ibogaine can do, if there's no integration, it's bound to fail. So,
yeah, well, from the vantage point that I work, integration is always happening, whether we realize it or not. Integration is not an option. It's happening. How you integrate is the option. And people are going back to old situations and they're integrating their new experience with the old situation, and they can glue old habits in even deeper. And so this is where making sure that people are aware, like integration is not a fun word to say, right? For most people, it's fun for me because the whole psychedelic experience is a part of integration. Right. So from the intake process, when you do an inventory of yourself, when you start considering why you want to have a psychedelic experience in the first place, that's an intake. Right. And so for me as a practitioner and you as a participant to have an integrated intake on you is important. That's integration. And then for you to have an intention of what you want to explore, what you want to know, do, be, understand, experience, and for the practitioner to have an idea of what they want you to know, do, be, understand, experience, and have that be integrated. That's integration.
Yeah.
Right. And so all of that information that you get from those first two parts of the front end before you ever get into a psychedelic experience gives you the space to be able to set up your setting and how to monitor your set, your mindset, your body set, your construct set, your emotional set, your social set. All of these things are part of your set. And once you have all of that together, that's an integrated experience. And then you move on to how after the psychedelic experience, it's like, okay, how do I integrate this with my body? How do I integrate this with my family? How do I pull this together with my job, with my relationship with money? All of this is integration. We're doing it whether we realize it or not. It's not an option. And so how you integrate is the option. And that's what I'm looking to inform people on, is so that we don't just move this integration paradigm into the psychedelic space. We move this into every wellness space, period. Because I'm a nurse and I've been watching people leave the hospital disintegrated and come back disintegrated and integrated into whack stuff because they have not known what they're doing with themselves. And so I'm here to inform, and I thank you, Eric, for informing people. And I'm down to get together and talk about it, family. I appreciate what you're creating.
Great. We'll do that. Now, I just want to, I'll call on you quickly, but I want to say thank you to Leo, who's really the spark and inspiration for this whole event. And thank you, Leo, for the work you're doing. Now, iPhone, would you speak up, please?
Hey there. I'm just wondering about your Jamaica endeavor, and will you possibly need any support staff while you're doing those things? Just a little question. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, we are right in the midst of pulling together the people that will make this happen, and the people who will be trained, and the people who will do the training. So if you're interested, get in touch with me. My email, did I put it in? I thought I put it in. If I didn't,
I hope that I'll be able to find it. I'm so unfamiliar with all of the. I don't Zoom much in these big group meetings, but I will definitely get in touch with you somehow if I can see your name there, and I'll make sure. But that just seems to be one of the most exciting opportunities going, these things that are happening where we can get together and support people and learn, and in places where we don't have to be so afraid. I just can't believe it's even an available opportunity. And I did not think this day would come. So,
okay. I want to thank you all for your attention, for your involvement, participation. And let's turn it over to the 216 speaker. Thank you again.
Thank you.
My only question is if Darnella Ford is late. I'm not sure if she's on the call. If she's not, why don't we take a brief moment and hear from Doc Z. Anyone in the group is welcome to look up Doc Z psychedelics, but he's a really famous person on the psychedelic scene. He's just joined us. So while we're waiting for Darnella, Doc Z, do you mind telling the group about who you are and the work that you do? Maybe he didn't hear me. Doc Z, can you share? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right. Take it away.
Yep. Okay. So I don't know, maybe 25 years ago, I read Pikal and Tikal and realized that I want to do what Sasha did. And I started doing it. And somewhere along the way, I called myself a neo-Shulginist because I don't want to repeat what has already been done. But in order to, innovate, you have to understand what the current state of the art already is. So I did an exhaustive study of Pical and Tikal, and then started looking further and further into drugs while finishing my PhD in mathematics and working on all kinds of endeavors in computer science, like the human genome was really ended with a computational effort. It was something that I was involved in, and in 2009, I opened my own company in Amsterdam and started following the methodology that I had laid out, which was to write down the schema of any molecule that I've never encountered before. And we ended up cranking out at that time, actually figuring out how to synthesize something like, at the time, it was under 100 novel compounds. Novel means not found in any literature, any book, any law, any publication, any website, nowhere. And those were the only molecules that we were interested in. We synthesized them, following Sasha's bravery, and a little bit of my own intuition about human physiology. I tried them on myself when I decided that it was not too much of a risk. Some molecules you don't want to try, especially the ones with cyanic bonds. But there's a curious property to small molecules, which is that they will almost always follow the logarithmic scale in terms of harm, which means you're going to get a warning at small doses. And that's what I told the Royal Society of Chemists when they asked me if I'm not, if I'm not a fool and if I'm not afraid and why I'm not afraid. And I said, well, I follow the logarithmic scale, start with 1 microgram to 10 to 100 to 1,000. And if a molecule is not a peptide or a protein, small molecules really need quantity in order to do harm. So if they are harmful or unpleasant, you get the warning at the small doses. Leonora, is that enough of an introduction?
Yes, it is. I just wanted to emphasize that I believe our new moderator for this next couple of hours has entered the room. I just want to double check. And then if she hasn't, maybe you could tell folks, I was currently looking for the article in The Guardian, Dr. Z, the godfather of legal highs. I test everything on myself.
Yeah.
I guess one question I have for you as we're waiting for the moderator is, you kind of have a reputation of being kind of this on the fringe guy, right? So when you look at like Timothy Leary and people that really push the psychedelic movement, do you identify with being kind of a rule breaker or thinking outside the box? Or do you feel like people have told you that it's irresponsible or that you're too wild and crazy? Or do you kind of rejoice in all that you are? I'm just kind of curious.
Danielle, or excuse me, if Danielle is who you're waiting for, she's here.
Darnell I'm here. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Sorry, Darnella,
Hi,
thank
Danielle.
you. Okay.
why don't we move forward with the next session, and Doc Z can answer you privately. I'd like to hear Danielle.
Hello. Thank you very much. And everybody, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. I see it's like 31 participants. I can't see everybody on my little screen here, but welcome and blessing to everybody involved. It's so nice to see support for a moment such as this. So I honor you. I honor you all for taking your time to participate. I wanted to be involved in this because I obviously plant medicine, as many people have a deep connection to it. I mean, it saved my life on many, many levels. And I work with psilocybin. I study shamanism. I travel to and from Peru. I live in Los Angeles, but I have a second home in Peru. I travel between the Amazon jungle, the rainforest, and the Andes Mountains. I work with psilocybin here in the States, but I also facilitate Wachuma ceremonies, and I participate and bring people through my international bridge to healing to Peru for ayahuasca. So I'm a plant medicine girl, 69 ways to Sunday, Tuesday night and back again. And I'm here just to support and hold space, be a beneficial presence, standing in the gap, as I imagine everyone here on this line is, and happy to moderate and excited to hear the stories of those on the line. And I'm just jumping in. So if somebody could just update me as to where we are. And I see, again, 30 plus participants. That's wonderful. And what type of format are you guys using this afternoon to connect and talk? Is everybody just taking turns, or how are we giving people an opportunity to share their particular stories?
Daniela, you begin with your story. Please tell us a little bit, and you already have, I mean, about Peru and the like, but speak a little bit more to yourself and your story, and then open it up to others.
Oh, okay, awesome. Yes, thank you. Everybody has a story. My story began with what brought you to this path. Thank you. What brought me to this path was probably, everybody does have a story. And what brought me to this path was my own profound intention and healing. I came from a pretty lovely dysfunctional family, and as many of us have, and we have a lot of childhood things to heal. And of course, in my 20s, in my 30s, life just got out of hand for me. And, the pain brought me to healing. And I found myself in Seattle studying neuroscience and quantum theory after running through just about every religion I could possibly find, from the East to the West, from Christianity to Baptist to Catholic. For I was a Jehovah's Witness for many years. I was knocking on doors selling watchtowers. I did it all, people. I did it all. I studied Taoism and Hinduism and Buddhism. And I walked the path. I walked the path of self-discovery, and I wanted to heal. Ultimately, it was pain. Pain pushed me into a space of truly wanting to heal my heart. And I was invited to a sassafras ceremony about 4 years ago. Very simple, humble invitation. And I just said, if I'm going to do any plant medicine, I'm going to do ayahuasca. And I don't know why and where that came from, but it came from the depth of my soul. I do healing retreats, and I am a spiritual teacher and a facilitator. So I was in Sedona, Arizona. I found a very unique place that I was called to visit, called the Shaman's Cave. I don't know if anybody here on this line, I would love to hear from you if you have been to the Shaman's Cave in Sedona. But I went to the Shaman's Cave, and I had led a journey of 27 people into this cave, which was a harrowing experience getting into this cave, not on any map. You're called by the cave. And I felt a calling by the cave. The cave came to me in my dreams, and it began to communicate with me. And I was told to go to this cave. And I did. And I found this cave in the middle of nowhere in the desert in Sedona, Arizona. Yeah, Shaman's Cave in Sedona, correct. Thank you for sharing that. And I had a very profound revelation once I entered this cave. I felt the spirit of the wind, of nature, of, I can't even begin to tell you, something happened to me in this cave with 27 other people. And I started to see flashbacks of another life that I had as a Native American shaman. And I became filled with emotion, and I began to grieve, and I began to mourn right here in this cave. I had never been before, but on a cellular level, I was aware that I had lived here before and I had held ceremony here. And I left this cave saying, I must get to Peru. Peru had never been on my horizon, never been in my awareness, but I left this cave knowing I had to find my roots in Peru. And 8 weeks later, I was in the Amazon jungle. And that's really how I came to this journey. I mean, that's the long story short. I mean, it was many years of sadness and pain and dysfunction and tears and trying so hard, as many of us do, try so hard to heal the wounds of yesterday. And that led me again to ayahuasca. And from ayahuasca, which was my first experience with any plant medicine, I just did a deep dive right in the jungle, in the heart of the jungle, with the shaman who'd worked with ayahuasca for more than 50 years. And it changed my life. It was one of the most terrifying things I'd ever done. And I subsequently began to go back and forth, continuing to work with the shaman and his family, and creating a network in the jungle, creating a family in the jungle. And, you know, I live in the Los Angeles area, so I have my own clients that are here and spread out throughout the US. And I began to bring people. So I always consider myself a modern day Harriet Tubman. I'm a modern day Harriet Tubman that created this international bridge to healing. Psilocybin is a very important part of my practice as well. It's a very important part of my spiritual journey. And I facilitate psilocybin ceremonies here in the Los Angeles area. And I've had a tremendous experience with all the medicines. And I like to believe I have my own unique relationship with each of them in their own unique way. I am an ayahuasca girl for life. It just is it's in my DNA, my blueprint of my life plan. Wachuma also, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Wachuma cactus, but in the peyote family, the cacti, the grandfather medicine, and also again, the psilocybin. The psilocybin is like my sibling. I would call them the sibling. They're my sisters and brothers, the plant spirits of psilocybin in this lifetime. So for myself, I have been helped, healed, regenerated, rejuvenated. I could go on to testify personally to the benefit of working with each of these medicines, each unique spirits unto themselves, and what they have done for me in my life, so much so that I really do consider myself an ambassador and a representative, a humble representative on the earth plane for all of these medicines, bringing people, working with people, facilitating and guiding and helping lead people to their own freedom through these medicines. I have received a lot of life-changing information through direct communion with these spirits and understanding that these plants are here, to the best of my understanding, to help humanity achieve another level, the higher level of consciousness. It's a critical time upon the earth plane right now. It's time for humanity's consciousness. Like, we must elevate. We must do better in consciousness. And these plant teachers are, to me, a gateway or a bridge facilitating the upliftment. And they're bringing us back home. These humble little plants, these humble leaves are bringing us home. Home is our higher consciousness and our awareness of who we are beyond physical form. So I'm sorry if that took too long, but I'm very passionate about it. And that really is my story. And when I heard about this event, I wanted just to participate, to connect with people like you. Even though I don't see everybody's beautiful face on here, I feel your spirit and I wanted to connect to you. And just let you know, I stand with you. We stand together. We are one. And we are the representatives and the ambassadors of this medicine, and we hold it in high esteem. It is not a drug and not recreation. It is not for partying. This is something to help elevate us. And so I just want to also help clear any misunderstanding. So much of this medicine has a bad rap because people don't understand And I just want to stand in here to just say my own direct experience in working with people from all over the world, bringing them to this medicine for healing. I am a witness. I stand as a witness to the power of plant medicine. I am an ally. I am a friend. And that's why I'm here. So thank you for having me.
Well,
thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. I've got goosebumps listening to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would love to hear anyone else that would be inspired to share. I would love to hear your story. I'm looking at Eric. Hi, Eric. Anyone that would like to share?
I was just on, so
were you okay?
Yeah, but I will say this: when you were talking, I was thinking about the motto of the 2019 World Aya Conference, the inner search for a better world. Yes. And if that does not exemplify what we're talking about, what we're inspired by, what you are responding to, I don't know what does. So thank you for being an advocate.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. You know, we have to really, I think it's important that we support each other, you know, because again, there's so much misunderstanding around the medicine, and it's been abused. You know, people have, you know, left in the hands of people. They've been, it's been abused around the world, and just bringing the honor back, the real honor, especially to psilocybin mushrooms. Bringing the honor back to the medicine. It's so important. It's, you know, holding the medicine sacred and honoring it for what it truly is. You know, it's important.
And those people out there who don't understand it are the victims of 50 years of serious propaganda, serious stigmatization. If you go to the DEA site now, you'll find the languages right out of the 70s. So we're doing good work, and I think succeed.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Well, I stand with all of you. I stand with all of you, and I honor all of you in your own personal path. And I'm hoping I can hear from some of these beautiful people on here. I'd love to hear your story and what brought you to your particular path. And like I said, for those of you who I missed because I just jumped on my time segment, hopefully I can loop back around and connect maybe with some of you that I missed your stories, or find a way, you know, to connect with you all. I'd love to stay connected with you all. I need brothers and sisters, you know, and sometimes, you know, you feel like you're the lone soldier, you know. Yes, I will. Absolutely, I will. So it's nice that we can support each other. Makula, am I saying it right? Am I saying your name right? If I could call upon you to share your story, I've been asked to call on Makula.
Yeah, Makulu is it. You hear me?
Hi, Makulu. Hello, my dear. How are you?
I'm doing excellent, and I must say it is a pleasure to step into this meeting and meet everyone, because, you know, for a long time, a lot of us do feel like we're the only one. You know, my God, it's like, am I the only one that's seeing all of this?
Yes, absolutely.
So I'm so happy to hear people, because I do have a specific story. It's kind of long, but I won't get into all the details of it. But what it led me to right now is what I'll talk about, because I created the Moyenda Research and Healing Institute. It is something that I had to create for many, many reasons, because I'm too frustrated at modern academia. I'm too frustrated at government silencing information and getting everybody brainwashing to believing so much nonsense. So I said, you know what, I need a university, but I need to call the shots. I need to call the information in what needs to be done. But when it comes to what they call psychedelics, I started using these things back when I was 24 years old. And I knew then that they had properties that were very beneficial to everyone. And now, fast forward to a time when I got married, I had a son, and then all of the vaccinations started. And now I'm becoming concerned because people are starting to give me information and books on vaccines. And then I ended up continuing research for 30 years and put this whole America under a microscope to figure out what is wrong why can't we get relief? When you find out the true answers, it is very disturbing. So now I have this son who, I don't like to use the word autism, I call it vaccine injured. And because of that, and now that I had to dig into this condition, now my son is wonderful. He's 26 years old, but I knew I had to do more. So I kept going back to the days of the LSD and those experiences I had. I said, oh, this has got to be something that I know can work. So now the research continued on, and then lo and behold, it just so happened that my brother started making chocolate. And then he was asked to put the mushrooms in the chocolate. So now we have this line of chocolates that allows a person to microdose very small doses. And to date, people are absolutely amazed at how it makes them feel, you know? And so that's what we're working on. We're trying to spread more information, but also make it accessible in a very easy way. You know, it could be mail order. It's just as simple as a phone call, and we ship to anywhere in the United States. So this is what we've been doing, and we're really continuing, and we want to see people get better because we understand that it has a lot of healing properties. When used with intention and intelligently, we can get beyond the PTSD and the trauma and the anxieties and the depressions, and we can start putting our lives back together. But one last thing before I go. Right before the pandemic had taken place and started, I just finished a book. I had just finished a book, and I railed against this system, and I let all my anger out on what I see is wrong and how we need to change the system. We need to collapse this system and get back to natural medicine. Because I healed myself with natural medicine. And when the plants talk to you, you listen, right? When they talk, you listen. Ain't nobody in the laboratory anywhere can tell you anything better than what that plant told you. So we really gotta get back to these things, or we're gonna perish, and they're gonna kill us off. And that's what they're trying to do, you know. And I hate to put it under those terms, but we gotta take it back. We don't ask for things, but the name of my book was Take Back Your Health, a Spiritual, Mental, and Physical African-Centered Perspective. And when you go back in history, you know that in history, these civilizations were great because of the way they handled their spirituality.
That's right.
It wasn't Christianity or Islam or Judaism that created these civilizations. They ended up subjugating them. But in essence, we were much better when we had natural medicines and not pharmaceuticals and vaccines. So on that note, I'd say thank you to everyone for just listening and hearing my story. And I'm interested in hearing more.
Can I just ask real quickly, are you in Hawaii by any chance?
No, I'm in Seattle, Washington.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought your name. I just thought you might be in Hawaii. That's all.
No. But thank you for asking.
Makulu, could you please post the title of your book in the chat?
Yeah, well, you know what? I'll put the title, but it's not available, you know, just yet. I have not published it because when everything started happening, I hesitated, but I will type the name of it here just so you'll know. And eventually, I am working on a website, and it will become available as a download on my website. So that is in the works.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for Makulu. You said something, well, you said a lot of things that were really noteworthy, but you said something really important, intention. And that's something that I talk about a lot, and it's a lot that I share in terms of like using the medicines with intention, right? Intention is from the Latin word, which is intender, which means to stretch out. So when you set an intention, you're actually affecting consciousness at a quantum level, projecting into the future your desired outcome. So when you're using the medicine, it's always advisable. It's really always advisable in every aspect of whatever it is that you're doing, you're setting an intention. You're going to get the most benefit from the medicine by setting a powerful intention. And you said something else in terms of listening. What greater teachers is there to listen to than the spirit of the plant medicines, the teachers, the ancient beings that are communicating through this medicine? So yes, natural medicine, absolutely. We must return back to nature. The further we get from nature, the sicker we become mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. So your work is really important. I want to continue to encourage you to continue on your journey, steadfast. You are, you're appreciated and you're loved. So we thank you. Take back your health. It's a spiritual, mental, and physical, African-centered. I couldn't read the last word there.
Perspective.
Perspective, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, we are in a time where it's a full-on crises with our health, especially with chronic health issues and our mental health. So more than ever, we're being called to return home. I just keep saying being called to return home because that's the message that was coming again and again in Peru. You're being called to return home. Returning home is returning to nature. So I thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Makulu that they would like to ask or put in the chat or come on and to engage him further with any questions of curiosity from anybody on the line?
I do. This is Lucia.
Okay, thank you. Annie?
Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead, dear.
I didn't mean to step on anybody. This is Lucia.
Hi, Lucia. Welcome.
Thanks, Darnella. I've been listening in, and I'll be modding tomorrow morning at 7:15. But Makula, I just wanted to thank you so much for your wisdom, of being somebody who specifically did not vaccinate my child 22 years ago, and who did a lot of the research with books way back then when we couldn't get a lot of that information. I am curious a little bit more. I'd like to know a little bit more about, first of all, if you have seen some of the documentaries out on the MMR, and what are some of the proactive things that we can do with psilocybin in dosing. I have several people who are actively asking me to support them with their children in microdosing. I know that it's effective for autism, and I do have other resources, but I'm curious because these children are children of color, and that autism affects, especially through vaccination, affects young Black children at a higher rate. And I'm curious if you have any actual support dosaging for children.
You know what? I don't have specific information, but here's what I do know.
Okay.
If you start dosing, you want to start with small doses, and you want to do that over a period of time. You know, if a person has more severe problems, I could say, okay, you could go for a higher dosage, but I can think that you would be doing this for a period of time. Now, my son has problems with his brain. He has problems with communication, but he's a very sweet person, and he was reading at the age of 3, so I was a little dumbfounded on what was going on. But when I started digging into the MMR and the DTAP and the TDAP and all of these things, and I got these books that just have such a horrific commentary on these dangerous chemicals, then I realized that this is what was going on, and now I have to do something about it. That's why. But before I do it, I want to make sure his mother understands all of the implications. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we need to approach it, and it has to be gradual. But even while we're doing it to him, we need to do it ourselves. Because if you're going to tell somebody to do it, you need to be willing to go through that same thing yourself. And then you feel the results and you understand the results of where you're going with it. So I haven't started him yet, but right now we've got him on lion's mane and reishi and chaga and all of those other mushrooms. But eventually, I want to get him on the psilocybin so that we can start correcting those problems in his brain. And I'm really hoping for a good outcome. And I really know that a lot of people are going through this. Vaccines have damaged so many children, and it makes me really want to cry with the mothers who have lost children to this horrible practice. And we need to kind of really work at it. So I think we're on to something, and I'm glad everybody's catching up to me, because I knew this was something that we need to get started on, and we need to start working it and start helping these children that are damaged, and adults too. Okay, so that's about all I can tell you. So we don't have anything specific, but I'm hoping in the future I'll get more information on that.
Thanks. I appreciate any information, and I am seeing stuff in the chat. You know, I just want to say this is an open space, I think, for open dialogue. And if everybody could just have an open mind, please, that would be really beautiful. And I'm not going to respond to anything there, and surely not saying that autistic kids are a curse or that it's a bad thing. I'm just seeking support for people. And, you know, I have plenty of autistic friends and people, neurodivergent people in my family even. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. And we thank everybody for sharing their heartfelt opinion. And you know what? Here's the thing. Not everybody's going to agree on everything, and it's okay. This is a place that we come together really to support each other. And even if there is a disagreement, you know, we can respectfully disagree with another. We don't all have the same exact thought patterns or even belief systems. So all is well. And in that, we press forward with the goal of being here to support each other. We are here for light and love. We stand in the gap to uplift humanity and also to tackle some of the more difficult things. And that's okay too. Everybody in the family, you know, we all know in the family, not everybody agrees, and that's okay. So I appreciate everybody stepping up and standing in for what they believe in. I honor all in their own unique beliefs. And yeah, we're going to continue to embrace the diversity of this beautiful family on the line. Would anyone else, and thank you, Lucia, thank you for stepping up and sharing your journey with us and sharing your questions. Does anybody else have any, you know, questions or stories, or anyone have anything in their heart right now that they would love to share and love to step into this space?
Hi, yes, my name is Tamika Mosley. Can you all hear me?
Hi, Tamika, yes.
Okay, hi. Yes, so thank you for this. Thank you, Leo, for hosting this. I'm a part of the ADAPT-WA board. I sit on the board, but I'm also just want to talk briefly about my story, who I am, and what I represent. And I'm an herbalist and have been one since my son.
Tamika, can I ask you a question, dear? Is there any way that you can put your screen on so we can see your beautiful face?
You know, I am driving right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, going to pick my daughter up. Yeah, otherwise I would have it on. Oh my God. But yeah, so I have a child born with a fatal blood disease over 13 years ago called sickle cell. Sickle cell is an inherited blood disease that affects people. Is when, you know, they're born with 2 sickle genes. That means their body doesn't produce red blood cells, and millions of people are still dying today at the hands of the medical system. So my son suffered when he was first born back in 2008, was hospitalized every 2 months at the hands of the medical system. And they had no answers for me. So I had to start digging deep. Like, I know the Creator did not bring us here for us to suffer. And mind you, I've been healing people for the past 15 years. I started my son, you know, after that first year of just crises after crises, we just changed our diet. And then I started finding herbs that will help the body produce healthy red blood cells, chlorophyll, ginkgo's biloba, nattokinase peptidase, just different things that I know, you know, that will help the root cause of things versus trying to treat symptoms, because nothing happens when you treat symptoms except other symptoms start happening.
Right.
But today he has not had a crisis in 13 years. And but since that time, I've been able to use the Creator medicines, herbs, I call them herbs, to reverse a variety of chronic illnesses. I've been successfully reversing stage 4 cancer, Lyme disease, liver disease, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, heart disease. I reversed over 400 coronavirus clients, monkeypox. Look, I say whatever they want, whatever disease they want to bring on us, there is an herb out of the Creator's medicine cabinet that can help it. And and I'm glad I just came in because I heard the conversations about the vaccines. Okay, yeah, like my children been stopped getting this toxic stuff since, let's see, 12 years ago. And then all of a sudden, you know, we have the COVID outbreak, and now everybody's supposed to be forced to get this poisonous into their bloodstream that we don't even know what it is. But I can tell people that from experience, and what the gentleman said, I'm in Seattle too, you know, nice to meet you. But, you know, he was saying experience, that's what counts, right? Like, information is just information, but experience is where the wisdom come in, because you see it over and over and over again. And, you know, like I educate people on just what are natural antibiotics, you know, golden seal, vitamin C, echinacea, elderberry, garlic, mullein, you know, oregano. All these are the herbs that our ancestors have been using since the beginning of civilization. And for some reason, we have to wait till somebody do a study for us to know that ginger is great for the digestive. I heard a lady talking about autism. I've been successfully in reversing that as well. But what I can say is tons and tons of probiotics, like 50 billion, 100 billion. There's a specific probiotic. I don't have it with me. I'm driving right now. That is specifically for the brain and gut health. But, you know, it's all about correcting that gut, putting all the good bacteria back inside the gut, and then removing all those heavy metals, those toxins, like drinking diosmosis earth or drinking bentonite clay. Bentonite clay has 18 minerals, and it's great for pulling impurities and chemicals and toxins out of the body that's not supposed to actually be there. So, you know, and now I've been healing with just food and herbs all my life, right? Not knowing anything about the spiritual side. So this year, I have finally woke up to the spiritual side of things. And now I see how it's all connected. The spiritual, the plant food, the herbs, you know, the United Nations Declaration of the Article 24, the indigenous people and the rights to their traditional medicine, you know. And for my children's school, they sent me, oh gosh, I just missed my exit. I'm sorry. But for my children's school, they sent an email stating that 7th to 12th graders must, and they repeated, mandatory, get a vaccine. And it's called a booster DTaP. And they made it clear, they said, this is not the same DTaP that they took in kindergarten. So, you know, we're intelligent people, and it didn't take me long to figure out that, okay, it's something else in there. And you're not going to make me, you know, my children don't belong to the state. They don't belong to the school. They don't belong to nobody except for me and my husband, because we are the ones that had these children. But I emailed her back and I said, Washington State accepts religious exemption. Does your school not accept that? And then I posted Article 24. And then she sent me the exemption form, which I already had the form anyway, was going to make an appointment and go ahead and get it done. But just to let people know, you know, we have to have knowledge ourselves, and we have to know, you know, like you said, we got to get back to nature. That's the only way now, is going back to nature, because they're sending people now and turning people into robots. Honestly, I mean, this is technology they're putting into people's bloodstream. I can tell you so many stories because I talk to hundreds of people on a weekly basis that I consult with. And there's been so many stories. But the beauty of it is we can always turn around. You know, we can turn around, we can change our thought process, we can start thinking positive and start looking at life in a different sense, in a different way. And like you said, reaching that subconscious level, all the while understanding, like Malcolm X used to say back in the day, that the media is an irresponsible media. They will have you hating the people, doing the oppressing and loving the people.
Tamika, I'm going to pause you, dear. I'm just going to thank you. Okay. In terms of, you know, we know the conversation can be expanded, and we can go down the rabbit hole, can get as deep as we can go. In this moment, just collectively, the group is asking that we return it to the discussion of psilocybin and, you know, microdosing. And so I'd like to ask you, if I could, your experience with microdosing or your experience with psilocybin.
This year I also, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So this year I recently started experiencing with microdose. Well, I didn't microdose. I've been to several classes on mushrooms, and I just realized that, you know, you have different people with different things to say. And the last class that I attended here in Seattle, this man is from Jamaica, and he's been doing mushrooms for several years. And he was just educating on like how people take large doses of it. But this year or last year, I'm sorry, I started using mushrooms since it's here in Seattle, and myself, along with my 85-year-old mother. And, we would just take it all during the day. Like I have the powder kind, I would just mix it in some orange juice. And I, did the same for my mother. And, I just noticed how she is just more energized. She's more energetic. She was having dementia issues at first, in the beginning of last year. And so I've been giving her the mushrooms on a consistent basis and really seeing that her memory is now coming back. However, she does listen. She also listens to frequency music at night as well to help, reprogram that brain. But the reason now I use the mushrooms is because I was trying to detox something out of my system. Because I had started getting blood clots and all these weird things happening to me, but I just started using heavy doses of it myself and just noticed that everything just went away, and if we look at studies on mushrooms, they have shown since the 60s and even before then that they have helped to reverse diabetes, cancer, depression, hypertension. There's so many studies already out there that we can go look at. So the mushrooms have been here since the beginning of civilization, and they are they are amazing. Our ancestors used them for a variety of things, for healing, for connecting to the universe, like you said, to know what is ahead, to know we are our own co-creators. And that's something that we don't know about over here. So okay. Thank you so much, you guys. I have to
Thank you, Tamika. We appreciate you.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, darling. Wonderful. Well, that was a lively engagement. Want to reach out, want to ask anybody else, who else is on the line that would love to share their experience? Does anybody have a question? Share your story. Yes, share your story. Everyone. Who would like to speak? Who's on the line? Don't be shy that hasn't spoken, but that does have a story. Because listen, we all have a story, and your story might uplift someone. So who would love to share their story? Who hasn't had an opportunity yet to speak? Or is anybody having any aha moments? Anybody having any moments of awakening in this now moment? What's coming up for you on the line? What are you becoming aware of around your own practice with psilocybin, around your own microdosing, or your own ceremonial engagement with the medicine?
I just wanted to chime in real quick. Darnella, earlier you said something. Yeah, Patty. You said something that I've continued to say. I've heard other plant medicine workers continue to say, and I think it kind of got glazed over a little bit. And I just wanted to reiterate it because it's so important that there is no recreating surrounding plant medicines. This is medicine. And that if you are seeking to alter your consciousness on any level, you are seeking healing.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for highlighting that and spotlighting that. I think that's one of the biggest issues that I have with people, because I facilitate psilocybin ceremonies here in the Los Angeles area. Standing in with the intention of giving people an experience they've never had with the medicine. So it is a full-blown ceremony with music, intention setting, gratitude circle. I have my medicines and things that I have brought from Peru that I also, with sound frequency. And a lot of people have never had that, and I think it's interesting. I've learned two things that are of interest to me. The most abused plant medicine in the world. I'm gonna see people chime in here on the chat box. What do you guys think that is? What do you think the most abused plant medicine in the world is? Caffeine, good guess. Tobacco?
Sugar.
Yep.
Sugar.
Marijuana.
Marijuana.
No.
The most abused medicine.
Sugar.
Yes, sugar. Someone said yes, sugar. It's interesting in terms of, again, taking it back to, I think it was Makula who said intention. Our intention and why we're doing anything, whether it's sugar, whether it's caffeine, whether it's smoking marijuana, what is our intention? Even if we're microdosing, okay? You can take something beautiful. This is why tragic stories are created. When you're approaching and you're dealing with these powerful medicines, a level of respect always to be given to these medicines, and gratitude for the service, the tremendous, tremendous service that they provide. And so absolutely, in terms of recreation or recreational capacity, it really is not the context, ideally, that anyone would ever approach. So even if someone is microdosing, always I believe, and just in my humble heart, that you want to always set your intention and you always want to honor the medicine. Never take the medicine for granted. I think it's easy for us to just take things for granted. We have access to it. It's a gift. It's a blessing. It's to have it and to participate. And so thank you, Patty, for bringing that up. I really appreciate that. Yeah. Always using it in sacred context, even if you're just doing it by yourself at home, always still holding it with a certain amount of reverence and respect in your heart. How many people on the line here have had, and I really would love to hear from you if you've had communication, consultation with psilocybin. Has the medicine spoke to you? Literally, have you heard the voice of the medicine? The plant teachers, yes, okay. Leo saying yes, okay. Anybody else? Patty, you're saying yes, you have. The medicine has spoke to you as well? Okay, very good. Anybody else on the line that has literally heard the voice of the medicine and been given direction by the medicine that has helped them in their life? Makula, yes. Has anybody been given specific direction that they followed and as a result, their life got better?
Yes.
It got better. Wisdom, yeah. Tell me about that. Can you talk to me about that, Eric?
Yeah, I can. After my sweetheart of almost 20 years died last October 2020, I had a friend call me up and say, you have been in that house for 2 weeks since Holly died. Let's get you out of there. And he suggested that maybe we take some 5-MeO DMT. And I jumped at the chance. I had been kind of boarded up in that house. And we went to the canal, a beautiful place in nature, and nature is so important to me and to healing. When we took it, I wept uncontrollably for, I don't know, it seemed like an eternity, but I think it wasn't much longer than 5 minutes, but I wept like I'd never wept before in my life. And then it stopped. It was like something went through my system and changed the chemistry because it stopped. And all of a sudden, I was playing a game of Tetris, only instead of just sort of geometric shapes, blocks coming down, they were ideas about Holly House, what I was going to do in memory of my sweetheart.
Wow.
And it seriously was like collating ideas, many of which I remembered and then acted on. But
wow.
Yeah, so that was something in terms of what I felt, but it went on. I don't remember my dreams in general, but that night I did. The next morning when I woke up, it was almost like this dream slapped me, and I was walking in a narrow passageway, total darkness, and I was just confidently moving through it, and even to a turn. And when I took the turn, I all of a sudden was in a gallery, and spotlit on the wall facing me was a portrait of Holly, and she was smiling. And I felt so confirmed in what my plan for Holly House was. And I also felt that she was in a good place and was just, I'm fine. And you are too. Yeah.
That is so beautiful. Wow. Thank you for
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing that. Wow. That's very touching. Thank you. Is there anything else that you would like to share with around that, or?
Well, thanks. I'll do a follow-up. Yes. So I've been working ever since on making our home into a place that I actually hope eventually to will to psychedelic interests in Seattle to keep promoting psychedelic and the like. But so many of my dreams have come true in the last 2 years as far as well, for instance, when Holly and I first moved in here, half of the backyard was an asphalt sports court, and we jackhammered it. I didn't personally jackhammer, but we had it jackhammered up and we stacked it and built a kind of hill. And then at the base of that hill, I dug a huge pit, and now there's a 12-foot waterfall there, and it looks. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, I mean, this is part of what's been developing ever since then. And it didn't go back to that dream where the ideas were floating down and I was collating them quickly. But so many dreams have been realized in the last couple of years. And so much of that has been confirmed by other ceremonies and by basically being able to realize so many dreams, and to realize also that a lot of those dreams were enhanced by these sacraments and medicines.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Absolutely. You know, the medicines, can, timelines and parallel universes and the multiverse. And of course, when utilizing the medicine, the brain just works different. Connections are made, and we do get access to information. I had some very profound, and if I could piggyback on what you said, Eric, psilocybin and healing grief. I want to specifically speak to that for a moment if we can, and I would love to hear from anyone on the line, whether microdosing or doing full-blown ceremony. Psilocybin and healing grief. Psilocybin was very instrumental. I had one of my proteges who was working with me through my vision. Journey to Worthy is my love letter to the world. I do my work through a journey to Worthy. And one of the closest people to me in Journey to Worthy that was part of my community committed suicide on November 4th, 2021. And it was 1 year ago on Friday. And I was summoned to his home, and I was there when they pulled his body out of the bathroom. And it just sent me to a really difficult place. Suicide is a really difficult. It hits different. I heard the word all my life, had no idea really what it was until I experienced loving someone so deeply who chose that route. Within a week of his transition, he was my partner in the psilocybin ceremonies, and he had a lot of challenges, obviously. And I ended up going into Yosemite National Park. I went into Mariposa Grove, and I took about 4 grams of psilocybin. And he came to me. And he explained it all. Like, I knew why he passed. I knew why he transitioned. I knew why he had to go. I was given, it was the great reveal. And, he was the one who introduced me to psilocybin specifically. So we had a very special bond. And I have to say that, psilocybin was a huge part of my healing process. Microdosing, it was essential for me probably for the first 3 months of his transition, just because of the depression. But it really did. That's why I say when I started my introduction, plant medicine really saved my life on many levels, on such a deep level, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. It
it is a phenomenon unto itself for people who are undergoing depression and anxiety. Psilocybin is a profound balancer of energy. I mean, just healing of demons, internal demons. So thank you, Eric. Your testimony is a powerful one. You know, I stand alongside you with my own humble journey in the grief department with psilocybin, and I honor you and your heart and your heart's healing. I know that's it's a difficult rite of passage being a human and us all having different expiration dates. So I really honor you for sharing and opening up that topic. So thank you. Thank you. Would anyone else like to share around grief, healing, microdosing, how it's helped them just in their day-to-day life with mood, emotions, their central nervous system?
I was going to share if it works.
Yes, of course, please.
You had asked about hearing directly from the plant medicine. And I remember at the beginning of COVID, I went to my favorite place to do plant medicine. I did psilocybin, and I remember I had come and I had asked the psilocybin. For me, it was like little tiny dancing fairies. Like their energy was like frolicky and they were like playful, like kind of like little fairies in the forest. And they really were like commenting about things that I thought were unimportant, like the way that the light danced on the leaves and the way that the light danced on the water. And I'm like, come on, guys, because like I came here for a very important like discussion with you. I have a very important question about like what's happening, you know, and I was very anxious. I needed answers. And so finally, after like 5 hours, I only got one answer from them. But at the beginning, about 20 minutes ago, you asked us, have you heard directly from them?
Yes. Yes.
This was the one time I ever remember hearing a direct quote. And what they said after the end of all of that, when I finally pinned them down to say, you know, come on, guys, I need an answer about like how to deal with my life and the chaos of the universe and the unexpected and COVID, and I don't understand what's happening. And the only message I got was enjoy the shit show. That was the only message I got. And I thought, well, fuck.
Deep message.
I thought it was beautiful, but that would never have come to me normally. And so I didn't walk out with much, like in terms of like a big answer, but it seemed like it got right to the point.
Yes, I love that. Okay, well, you know what? That's bumper sticker worthy, Leo. That's bumper sticker worthy. That should be a reminder. Enjoy the shit show of life in general. Thank you for that. Yuri, I believe you wanted to share your story with psilocybin and how it helped you. I invite you to step to the mic now.
Thanks. Thank you. I've enjoyed hearing your story. I'm very inspired, and we're very honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
In my case, I did not realize until I started working with a shaman for psilocybin that I did not actually love myself. Like naturally in the background, I had internalized some patterns and I was neglecting myself. I was not showing up for myself. And I realized that I had always felt alone if I was in my own company instead of actually witnessing my own personhood. And the psilocybin was the first step towards me making conscious intention to love myself and hold space for myself. And it's something that I'm able to do nowadays because of being inspired by the medicine. Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing, Yuri. May I ask you a couple of questions?
Certainly.
How were you microdosing, or were you doing more?
I started with ceremonial doses. I actually learned microdosing was a thing after I had already been in full swing with the ceremonial doses.
Okay. What is your ceremonial dose, out of curiosity? What was your regular dose? What do you have a regular?
I like to do about 3.5 grams, and sometimes I combine that with Syrian rue, which does they call it the Silawaska experience.
Okay. Very good. Are you a regular microdoser now, Yuri? You still take microdoses?
I have had a few times where I've been microdosing for up to 2 months, but I would like to do it more often. Recently, I've been called to begin microdosing with Amanita muscaria. I plan to do about at least 1 year of work with ayahuasca, and the ayahuasca spirit has informed me that I am to stay away from marijuana completely because she basically wants to have my attention and doesn't want to share the stage with anyone. But she said that shrooms are okay as long as it doesn't overlap an ayahuasca ceremony.
Yes. Yeah. Ayahuasca generally has those, more strict requirements in terms of, what else one has going on at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they do recommend that you do stay away from marijuana while you're working with ayahuasca.
Mm-hmm.
So that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I think you'll find a lot of healing there as well. As you know, it's a very potent, very important. Yeah. Very important medicine. Tremendous healing, tremendous enlightenment. Has anybody, thank you. And Yuri, is there anything else you want to say, dear, before I move on to the next?
No, but I'll be around for many hours listening to everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much for your participation in today's beautiful session. Would anyone else like to share any experiences they've had in hearing the voice, so to speak, of the spirit of psilocybin, or any really unique, profound, or life-changing moments that one has had on the medicine, using the medicine, working in partnership and collaboration with psilocybin? Don't be shy.
Well, I'll say something.
Okay. Is this Austin? Hi, Austin.
Yeah, I'm Austin. I also got my camera angled like this so you don't see my messy room right now.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
But I've always.
On.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it is definitely a sacred energy and healing, substance and stuff like that. But for me, I've used it mostly at parties and stuff like that. Ever since I was a kid, and it is, like, to be fair, it is a pretty nice party drug. Because it brings like a oneness with you. You can like laugh a lot, and it's like, I believe, healthier than like alcohol and stuff like that. So I'd say relatively, it's like not like a horrible party drug, but it is definitely like a sacred thing. Like the other night, for example, like I actually did like about an eighth or so, and then I had a pretty, interesting experience. I've always like, I'm pretty spiritual and stuff, but I don't know, I just like to experiment a lot. I like to look into conspiracies a lot, things that you don't know are actually like real, you know what I mean? Type of thing.
Yeah.
But and then, so I always look into like the chakras, like the level of chakras in your body, and like how people demonstrate that in art, and like all this different like spiritual energy through art. And I actually like felt that, the other day. So that was pretty interesting.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I felt it.
Consciousness.
Yeah, and it was weird. I didn't know what was going on at first, So so that's why I feel like it was telling me something, So because I felt like an orb, feeling glow, like in the bottom, like where your root chakra would be, and then I felt it go up, and it hit a spot, and then like it glowed, and then like it hit another spot, then it glowed, and I was like, whoa, it's hitting like the same spots like the chakra would be, you know what I mean? And then I felt
that's amazing.
Yeah, and I felt it in my heart, and then I didn't want to like, I just let it do it. I didn't want to be like, okay, there's I didn't want to anticipate it or anything, just so I could let it do it. You know what I mean? And then it hit my throat, and it hit my head. And then when it got up here, it like made a circle, like a barrier over my head. Like literally, it was insane. And then it like purified itself, and then like became white, So then I was feeling this energy, like, so that was pretty intense. And then,
that is so beautiful.
Yeah, thank you. It really was, And then so like, you see paintings of people like, old paintings of people with like their spirit orbs around their head and stuff like that. And I just felt like I finally got to like, verify, what those people were trying to relay, in their art.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Can I ask you a humble favor?
Oh, sure.
In the future, when you walk through this world, if you're ever in an environment where it seems like it's a party environment and people are wanting to do mushrooms, will you stand in as an ambassador for the medicine and let people know that it's sacred, and ask them to honor it and set intention in using it, so that you can be the voice of psilocybin just to make sure that it's honored.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And another thing about intentions, what are a few like really good examples of intentions, people want?
Yeah, in terms of intention, thank you. What a wonderful question. When I work with people, they have all different kinds of intentions. The intention is really the truth of why they're there, what they're actually wanting from the ceremony, what they're wanting to understand about themselves. Some people come for healing. Some people want to come for wisdom, insight, understanding. Some people are be in chronic pain. Maybe some people are working through some difficult, emotionally challenging relationship, and they want to get some insight. Some people are coming for clarity. I get a lot of people that want clarity. They're at a crossroads in their life. They're at an intersection. So generally, an intention is very personal to the person that's setting the intention, but something that's in alignment with what they're actually wanting to create in their life moving forward. So it could be, there's no rule on what an intention could or should be, just as long as there's one that is presented with a sincere heart and as respect and reverence for the medicine. Yeah. Wow, but it sounds like you had a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that, Austin.
Yeah.
I appreciate you speaking up. Thank you. And
Definitely,
I saw that
But you
Lovely
think-
had, what'd you say there?
You also think that shrooms shouldn't be taken as a party at all? You have to eat it with intention and.
Well, listen, the world is going to do what it does, right? And it's how you show up. It's your level of consciousness, right? So when you learn better, you do better, right? So, now that you have information, you stand in a certain level of consciousness so that the rooms you stand in, if there are people there that are doing it as a party, party drug or, that you carry the consciousness to help them elevate the energy upon which they're consuming the medicine in. People are going to, again, largely, a lot of people associate mushrooms with party drugs. I mean, it's just it's just part of the culture of our history with mushrooms use in the US especially. So I'm just saying, now that you have a different level of awareness, you walk in that light, the concept of light, how you wish people love and light. Light is the carrier of information. So when one is light and lightened, that one is carrying information, love and light.
Right.
Two of the highest blessings that you can offer someone. Love is the frequency that creates all things, and light is just the information and how we hold it. So you have that information, you can just carry it in that way. I would never say what someone should and shouldn't do. At the end of the day, it's all judgments. I'm not here to judge anything, but just to hopefully to elevate awareness. If there's another way that we could move, that we do move in that way once we know better. That's all.
Would be like
Does
a
that
fair
make sense?
intention. Would be like a
What'd you
fair
say there?
intention. Would be like a fair intention while going in, when you're about to take psilocybin. Would it be just to have fun? You know what I mean?
Well, okay. So how about we say, I intend to increase the joy in my life. Sounds a little bit more.
I intend to increase our bond and have a, I don't know. That's what I was that's what you're expecting, I guess, but you don't really sit down and what I mean? But I still think I gain a lot from it. And I still think it's, what I mean, during those times.
I would say the word fun is relative. I mean, what's fun, right? What does that even mean, right? Because if you have a particularly difficult ceremony on psilocybin, and you can, then it's not going to be fun anymore, right? So, but it could be beneficial, you see. So again, I think when you're working with these medicines, always a good idea just to ask yourself, why am I doing it? And what am I bringing? I always ask myself, what am I bringing to the medicine? We come to the medicine, give me. We want to all get, but what am I bringing to the medicine, right? What am I giving the medicine to work with? What's the canvas? What is the energy I'm bringing to the medicine? That's going to affect how your ceremony goes, right? So again, a lot of misunderstanding around medicine because of the intention of the individuals that are doing it. So like I said, now, Austin, you're growing. So now, guess what? Now you have a greater responsibility when you stand in the room, and you can help elevate the people around you just by sharing this information with them. Mm-hmm. Fair enough?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair enough?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
I've always kind of been since I'm pretty experienced with psychedelics and stuff, I've always, asked people if they're uncomfortable, or let people know if they're uncomfortable with hallucinating for their first time, they can do it around me. Cause I know how to at least keep their head right, you know, and like, I guess, you know, in a sense, I'm not like as professional or and knowledgeable and stuff as you, but I guess in a sense, you know, I would be like one of those, in a sense, like, I'm not trying to like steal anyone's thunder, but I would be like an elder, you know, in that field, you know, because I just know I have that relationship, you know, with it.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to say that I relate, you know, and I think it's pretty interesting. I
Okay.
love this topic and
Yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate you jumping on and supporting. And again, you know, I think we're all being elevated that we're here together and we can all learn from each other and grow. So thank you so much, dear. I appreciate your comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Lovely, you wanted to share your experience. I welcome you to jump in and jump on here and share. Thank you.
I appreciate everybody on here so very much. This is such a wonderful experience. I wanted to share real quick that I'm going to be a little courageous and let people know that I came from a very dysfunctional family, to say the least. And my brothers, who gave me my name, Lovely, and he knows that I've been participating in this and I've been studying and I've been actually doing it. And because I'm open about it, I talk about it. I share information when I learn new information. And I've been going through a process of integrating these new things and new ways of seeing life, you know, perceiving me even through microdosing and macrodosing psilocybin. After, you know, a long time of ups and downs and, you know, going through different things in life, a lot of bad stuff. And same with him. He's had so much trauma. I had to excuse myself for a while because he was like, I sat in that room and I listened for a little while. And, okay, this is what I want to say. He sees the impact that it's made on my life. He sees the impact that it's made on your life. He sees that all of the medication and the pharmacy, you know, pharmaceuticals that all the doctors are trying to shove down his throat all the time to cure this and cure this. And it's like this big, huge, like, you know, back and forth that psilocybin, trying it at least a little bit, you know, to see if that might help some of his, you know, dis-ease with his place on earth right now. And that's all I would say. It just really, it speaks for itself. Like Del was saying earlier, it speaks for itself. You know, we know a lot of people say that it'll speak for us. We don't even have to do it. It's good. I'm glad to be an ambassador and an advocate. But when we walk in our truth, when we integrate it into our life, then we are an example of mushroom, of psilocybin. We are. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for your participation. I appreciate your beautiful words. Thank you. Leo wanted me to ask Doc Z. Is that correct? Doc Z, are you on the line with us? And would you love to share something with the group?
Yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind. You were talking about ayahuasca, and I wanted to point out that there's a book that I think maybe a lot of you know, Cacao, and in Cacao, there's on page 285 in the second edition, there's a chapter called ayahuasca versus huasca, where Sasha Shulgin defines ayahuasca as the traditional combination of, the Banisteriopsis caapi, which has the harmaline, the monoamine oxidase inhibitor, and the DMT carrying yopo. But when it's traditional, it's called ayahuasca, and when it's non-traditional, either a new combination of plants or synthetic chemicals, it's called huasca. That's what Sasha writes in Cacao.
Okay.
So I read that and I said, oh, that's interesting. I wonder how much they differ from one another. And I sat in my lab for 2 years. Mary Jane, which is Snoop Dogg's company, did a little bit about it. You can see it on their website, where I showed them all of the little drawers where I was keeping the variants of the DMT that I had, 5E, MEO, 5E, ACE, ACO, and obviously the N-dimethyl. I had and a few analogs that I had come up with, which were never tried before. Obviously psilocybin as well, which is very, very difficult both to extract and to manufacture in its pure form, by the way. And I combine that with different monoamine oxidase inhibitors that I had in the lab, using different routes of administration, and all that to see, from a scientific point of view, is the experience the same, or does it vary slightly according to the variation of the different variables that I was using? And you'll notice that I didn't say anything, and I apologize for that, anything spiritual. This was a scientific endeavor, but Sasha Shulgin was a lecturer of organic chemistry at Berkeley, and he didn't, from everything I've read and from when I remember discussing with him things, he never really had a problem in crossing the line into spiritual parlance, even though nobody has any doubt that he was a scientist, of the purest, like Baconian kind. You know what I mean? That scientific methodology. That's Francis Bacon. So, do you want to know what I discovered?
Yes, please.
Okay. I discovered something that I call addresses in mind space, which is that the slightest variations, when they do have an effect, they actually are recognizable by the brain. I verified this by doing double-blind experiments with my colleagues at the lab. After I had said this to them, they said, "Really, is that like really true? Can you identify a flavor of ayahuasca that you've combined just by feeling it?" So I said, "Well, I'll prove it to you. Let's make all kinds of combinations. Let's write what they are, but seal it in a sealed envelope in a drawer. You don't know what you're giving me, and I don't know what I'm taking, and I have to guess." And my guesses were, so I gave them names, right? And I could name which flavor I was trying if conditions were right. Like if I had peace of mind and I had slept well. And so the brain is a very, very sensitive chemical analysis machine.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And even the only thing that it was really assessing was the slight variations in really the same experience. A scientist sitting in his lab trying combinations.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
I want
sure.
to ask you a question. So ayahuasca, the pure brew of ayahuasca is the chacruna plant and the ayahuasca vine, right? Anything else added beyond that is not. The pure is the two, right? The chacruna and the vine. Now, if you're doing a version of ayahuasca, a synthesized version, do you have an experience with ayahuasca herself? Because basically ayahuasca, the spirit of ayahuasca is using the material of the vine and the plant. At least in my understanding and all the ceremonies that I've done, there's a living spirit, a living entity of ayahuasca.
When it's not
Period.
traditional, we don't call it ayahuasca. We call it huasca.
Okay. Do you have a communication? Does the spirit come and communicate with you?
Darnella, I have taken ayahuasca and similar combinations so many times that when I go into that realm, the spirit says, "You again? Get out of here!" Really, again, that's sick of me.
Okay,
yes, the answer is yes.
So you drank both. You've had like a synthetic version and the natural tea. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying you have had a direct experience with spirit on the synthetic version, is what you're saying that as well, eh?
Yeah. I mean, and all facets of the experience, like the Mandela effect writ large.
Interesting.
Direct experience with the entire pantheons, and then combinations of those two effects where I would say, "Oh, I met that entity, and they said that to me," and then somebody said, "Yeah, I was there." That that happened to me too, and yeah, I totally understand.
Okay, so tell me, Doc Z, one experience that you've had that you were given wisdom that helped enhance, improve, alter your life. Just one particular journey that you had a connection and you were given this particular information and you applied it into your life. It was better. Do you have a concrete example like that?
Yeah.
Share with me your favorite. Share with me your favorite.
It happened every time you go up and view the world existence in the incredible vista that that these compounds allow you. Then, in my case at least, I always come back and say, I am minute. I am tiny. I am nothing.
Yes.
The humbling effect of the medicine is something that has a very profound beneficial effect on in my day job is to take psychoactive compounds, but then I go home, I'm a father, I have to make dinner, I have to fix the car, I have to take out the garbage. Right. When you do that, it feels better to just be a little person going about his life after you have seen the grand scheme of things. It makes you feel that you fit in.
Okay. So if you could, I'm going to challenge you now to capture your experience in one sentence. The wisdom I've taken away from my experiences with plant medicine. This is a challenge, I know, to break it down to one sentence. To always be humble?
Yeah.
That's the takeaway. Okay. Thank you. I love it. You're awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Would anyone else like to share their experience with psilocybin, microdosing, healing with plant medicine? Anybody experience any physical healings? Anybody experience any emotional healings? Anyone going through a patch of depression or anxiety that was greatly alleviated through the medicine?
I've got a little bit. If that's okay.
Of course it is.
There are a couple of things.
What's your name? I don't see your name.
It's not there. I guess I'm still identified as iPhone or something like that. But my name is Ray Lanier. I'm actually Patty Lanier's husband.
Okay.
I'm at a psychedelics conference in Miami at the Wonderland Conference, and I got stuck here. I contracted COVID while I was down here, and I'm sort of stuck. And the synchronicities, which is a whole other story. I've really learned to read negative and positive synchronicity with these compounds. All of them seem to kind of converge into a synchronicity increaser. But this trip was filled with so many on the negative spiral, which are really positive indications that you shouldn't be going down certain paths. You know, like you get blocked and you feel frustrated when in fact the mushrooms have taught me, like, when you are blocked, be grateful, stop, look, assess your choices and your options. I mean, life to me, you know what psychedelics have become for me is a lot like those old choose your own adventure stories. You know, where you're given this little choice, you know, you can go this way or go this way, and these different timelines open up. It's so similar to that. I will look at all of life as this just like multiple channeled reality fractal that we get to ride down, and you can loop back around and join up the other aspects of the story. It's that multiverse thing in full play. And we get indicated where the story gets sweeter this way and sourer that way. You know, it's like a taste kind of balance. But I did want to go back because I think this is funny that someone, I can't remember who it was, said the mushroom told her, like, enjoy the shit show, right? Like,
yeah, that was Leo.
Well, Leo, like, okay, the mushroom to me always has this very funny sense of humor, and you don't always get the joke at the time the joke is delivered. I mean, that's kind of the mushroom's biggest joke right there, is the fact that the glorious height is given to you by something that grows out of the shit, you know? Like, Jesus himself was born in the most humble circumstances, in the straw and the dung of the stable. And oh my God, I cry. I'd like get my tears start flowing when these things start coming out of me. Like, you know, just like I get very overwhelmed. Like, and that's, I think my challenge is to create my vessel, and I still have to do it because I have to do this work where the energy flows don't turn into just tears and shaking. It, you know, the energy needs to be able to channel out and
I love your vulnerability. I wanted to say that I honor your vulnerability. I love that. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Well, hey, you know, if I defend, the energy stops. That's the first place where the tears will get. Like, you know, if I have to be open and vulnerable and humble, that humility, like we're going back to Doc Z's statement about the humility is our strength, because the humility makes you flexible and accepting of whatever template of power is being presented to you, whatever mandala, you know, whatever shape those choices are making. Also the idea of what is a party and what is recreational. We know we all have it so confused. Like, I think most people's interpretation of what recreational is not really recreational. I mean, we're going to these parties. It reminds me of a 60s song, like Mama told me not to come. You know, like, there's just chaos going on. And I have a little synchronicity with your name too. Your name is Darnella, and my mother's name is Ella. And I'm always like, darn Ella, darn Ella.
I love it. Yes.
Anyway, the experiences I've had with psychedelics and mushrooms in situations what humans call recreation have really varied. In some situations, I guess it's the intention of the party is to drown a bunch of booze and have sex with girl, you know, and like, you know, hook up and all of that kind of thing, which can be a real, you know, like our history of using these things in a tribal situations has been the orgiastic party, you know, experience. But there's definitely a dark and a light side to that endeavor. But the word itself, recreate, you know, like I've heard other people describe, you know, this word as recreation, like we're actually recreating. And when you're coming at an approach from recreating, even in a, you know, if you get together with friends around a campfire and it's, you know, and I think it's really important not to mix alcohol, especially, or at least, you know, using alcohol as the intoxicant. Like, there should be a primary intoxicant. If we're going to eat mushrooms, let's eat mushrooms and not let the flavor of something that could really diminish consciousness affect the thing. We all want to sort of be in the same place, but I found there's nothing like a good getting together with a bunch of friends at a house, and not necessarily on a exploratory spiritual dose, but you have a nice small amount of mushrooms, and that warmth and connection and that vulnerability that allows you to laugh at yourself. You're just like, oh my God, why would I defend myself against what you're saying about me? Like, your friends in the best mushroom parties I've been, people are like, you're a real jerk sometimes. You're like, God, I know it. It's so true. Oh, I love you though. Oh, I love you too. And it's not that diminished consciousness, drunken, I love you, man. I love you, where you forget it the next day. You wake up the next day and you're like, oh my God, we saw and calculated and enumerated and felt from the heart all the things we appreciate about our friends. We're a better team. We're a better cohesive soul unit. Like, I look at when I've come out of parties like that, I feel like it's my dolphin pod, that, like a soul pod that we've known each other through eternities, through lifetimes and lifetimes. And it's just such a bonding thing. Anyway, if I can get one more thing out, if that was possible.
I just want to say something about what you just said. Experiments have shown that it's a surge in oxytocin that seems to be what that connection that you're experiencing when you hook up with other people.
Oh, I would imagine that there's that the brain is just replete with that all throughout the whole system. Yeah, I would imagine that's a good
not in the train station, not in the mall, when you're with friends.
Yeah. Although we've had, my wife and I, there's Patty right there. We've gone out in the city and probably larger doses than would be recommended for most people, and just had fantastic times. We took a cab ride once, and the cabbie was just in a very bad mood and throwing us off, and I could feel it, and I was feeling it. And at the end of the cab ride, we got out, and I looked back, and I just felt like this guy, and I stopped. Whew. And I looked him in the eye, and I was like, man, I don't know what you're going through, and I don't know what's happening with you right now, but I can feel it, and I love you. We're all this human family, and I connected with the guy, and I mean, he broke down crying. Like, we thought he was mad at us. Like, he was like, I really appreciate it. I'm going through this very hard time. And then we found out he was the best friend of our next door neighbor.
Oh, interesting. Wow.
Which was really extremely odd.
And what were you on?
We had eaten about 4 or 5 grams of cubensis mushrooms.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So that I cultivated. I'm really bonded with the cultivation. I actually started the largest mushroom cultivation group on Facebook. I started mushroom growing about 9 years ago now. And so I'm a cultivator. My wife and I have taught people how to grow mushrooms. We had a company called Mushroom Maestros and in the Bay Area about 11 years ago, way before other folks had done that. But anyway, I've got a little story. I think I've talked too much now. I'd really rather just, I've got another little one that might pop up in another conversation. We have 24 hours to go on this thing, I think, or something like that.
Well, I really thank you for your beautiful heart, and I thank you for sharing your journey with us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
Someone's asking for what's the Facebook group, your Facebook.
I made it so simple so that it would just be easy. Mushroom growing.
Okay, mushroom growing. Okay, Katie, it's mushroom growing. Awesome. Well, thank you, my beautiful friend. Many blessings to you. Appreciate you sharing.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Patty. We appreciate Patty sharing as well. Thank you.
Is it okay if I jump in real quick?
Husband, Patty. That is your sweet.
No.
What a love. And he's a cutie too, with the little dimples and whatnot. Oh
my God, he's adorable, is he not? He's so
really
cute. So Austin, I want to
one, I want to tell you, you're just adorable. I know that sounds so insulting, but you could like literally be my son. And I hope that more kids are ending up like you. You're just the coolest. So, but I want to make sure that I clear something up, because Ray and I are cannabis cultivators in the state of California. We went the legal route. We put ourselves on the map like a couple of idiots. It's just and what we have seen in cannabis, particularly in California, is all the mistakes that we can make when we're dealing with plant medicines. And a big part of that has to do with language. The language that you use to define policy. So when I talk about recreational use versus medical use, it is really important that we make sure that we keep this conversation in the realm of wellness, mental wellness, health, and healing. And we do not allow the policymakers to define this as people getting high to have fun. Because while fun can in fact be had as part of the seeking of wellness, once you remove that concept, it's so hard to get it back. And that is what we are seeing in cannabis. And we don't want to see that happen to this medicine or any others. It is so important. It's imperative that we continue to define this within the terms of wellness and health. It is essential. It's essential.
Thank you,
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah. So Austin, I would rather everyone party with mushrooms and cannabis. Drop the alcohol. Drop. Don't do it anymore. And not to say that alcohol is this all evil thing. It's not. You have a toothache. Guess what you want? You want some bourbon. and that is chemically the reason that you want it, is because it's so high in myrcene that it's really effective for pain, actually. When you look at the terpene profile of what is in bourbon, it is myrcene. Well, what's in cannabis that helps with pain? Myrcene, right? So alcohol is medicine too. Tobacco is medicine too. Sugar is medicine too. Love is medicine too. Sex is medicine too. But it's all also stuff that can be abused. And so you have to be very careful with your intention. So Austin, I really wanted to remove any sense of judgment that you might have gotten from me and apologize to you deeply. I don't want you to feel judged because you're taking this with your friends. Take it with my friends all the time. That's not what that conversation, that's not what that piece was about. It's just that we really have to make sure from a policy perspective that we keep that control.
Yeah, because when you're so right. Because go ahead, Eric.
I just want to second the motion from a second perspective, and that is that if this is going to advance as we hope it will, it's going to be through the portal of medicine. It's going to be when Aunt Lucy,
absolutely.
It's going to be any number of things like that. It's your child who couldn't avoid anxiety attacks, who finds that psilocybin is a way out of this of the anxiety attacks. We're going to enter mainstream America through the portal of medicine. So let's keep the emphasis.
Yes, absolutely.
We can have fun.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Patty. Yes, absolutely. That's important. Did anyone else have any other words or any other share that they'd like to do around psilocybin, around microdosing, around healing in their own unique and beautiful experience with the medicine? Very quiet right now.
I will.
Hi, I'm Arian. If we don't have any takers, I'm gonna have to start singing here in a minute.
Hold on.
Hola, Rick. How are you,
Hi.
dear?
Hi, can you hear me? Hold on, let me turn on my thing. Oh, there I am. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, I'm new to the group. I know a couple of people from the fundraiser from a couple of weekends ago. And I'm a little bit shy. I'm going to be hosting from midnight till 6. So
wow, thank you for stepping up. Where do you live, Rick? Where are you from?
I'm in North Seattle.
North Seattle. Wow, Seattle's heavily represented. How's so many Seattle folks?
I think that's where Leo based the whole thing from, right? I thought so.
Okay.
And Yuri and I live in Seattle, and there might be another Seattleite lurking here. So yeah, some of the people.
I love Seattle. It's a great place.
I haven't really told this story a whole lot, so this will be kind of interesting. I had otherwise untreatable symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, probably like everyone else, the insomnia and the anxiety and panic attacks and depression. And I really didn't like sleep from about 2014 till 2017 or so. I started getting treatment at Sound Mental Health around like 2016, like working with a therapist and a prescriber and all of that stuff. But nothing really like seemed to work. I would still have periodic relapses on opioids and was just kind of like worthless. And like my adult life was just getting ripped apart from all of this stuff. Around the pandemic, like just to have an activity to do, because I'd been indoors, I started looking for mushrooms out in the parks, not magic mushrooms at first, just like mushrooms in general. I photograph them out in the wild. It's kind of a hobby of mine. But I did find a patch of some psilocybe cyanescens at one point, and I took them home and I ate them. And it was like the first time I had experienced true peace in, I don't even know how, probably my whole life, especially after like 4 years of, Trump and all of that shit. So, but anyway, so like shortly after that, I started looking into cultivation, and I've actually been like, getting better and better at it over the last couple of years. And as a cultivator, I've had mountains and mountains of mushrooms to experiment with. And it's just been like an amazing, awesome journey of healing. It's like really like the only thing that seemed to like actually really be working. So yeah, I guess that's what brought me here.
Wow, that's really beautiful. And are you microdosing right now, or are you?
No, okay. Well, as a grower, the closest I come to cultivating is like there's little tiny ones that aren't even worth putting on the dehydrator rack because they'll just like fall right through. So I'll nibble on those. But no, I'm an advocate of the heroic dose. Probably some pretty big doses.
Okay. Hey, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I have to say, it's been, a path of radical spiritual growth and transformation, how I've communicated with nature, being out in the park, looking for fungi out there. And
yes, wonderful. Wonderful. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Rick. We appreciate you. Thank you for jumping on with us. With us. Appreciate that. Is there Mark Hayden? Mark, are you on the line? And if so, would you like to jump in and talk with us and share? Am I saying it correctly, Mark Hayden? Leo said there was a Mark Hayden. Okay, well, while we're waiting for Mark, how about Julie? Julie just jumped on the line. Julie, would you like to jump in and share and introduce yourself? Okay. In the Decrum movement. Okay, so Julie's been a huge force in the Decrum movement. Okay, so if Julie or Mark is in the room, please, decriminalization. Okay, wonderful. We appreciate Julie because that's a beautiful vision and mission. So Julie or Mark joins us in the next few moments. Please feel free to jump on and jump in and share. At this time, I'm going to continue to move on and just simply ask if anyone on the line here that is with us and just Anybody who wants to just jump in and just say how they're feeling. How are you guys feeling around this beautiful event? Shout out to Leo for setting this up and all of her hard, diligent work. We want to honor you for the work that you're doing to help with the medicine. And who is this lovely gentleman? Galaxy S9 Plus.
That's my name's Sean, Danielle. I'm Leo's husband.
Sean.
Actually. Yeah.
Whose husband?
I would like to, sorry.
I'm saying you said you're somebody's husband. Who did you say you were?
I'm Leo's husband.
Oh, Leo's husband. Whoop, whoop. Shout out to the husband on the line.
Yeah, I'm at work right now, so I do have a minute. Wanted to talk about psilocybin and psilocybin use. So I wanted to speak about this earlier this morning. I had several years that I was on methadone maintenance therapy. Several years of heroin use, painkillers, and I went from Suboxone to methadone. And as I was on the methadone towards the end there, I was using psilocybin and other plant medicines to kind of get myself off the methadone,
right,
and to get myself away from the opiates. And I had to keep it quiet. Unfortunately, I couldn't tell the clinic that I was taking psilocybin because it's looked at as a drug, although it wasn't showing up in my UAs. It's not tested for anything like that, but it was like having the biggest impact on me. And it was what was fixing me. It wasn't the methadone that was retraining my brain and rewiring my brain. It was the psilocybin that was doing that.
Wow.
So here I am much later, and my counselor at that clinic I have loosely been associated with since then, not in a professional manner anymore, but after 4 or 5 years talking to him, we had some of the same beliefs politically and other areas like that. And so we became friends because we were talking about the current state of the country at the time and whatnot. And I have finally been able to tell him, at that time, what was so helpful to me, it was psilocybin. And that's what I was doing. And he's been very supportive of that and showed a real interest in it. And, he can't promote psilocybin working in a medical clinic, a methadone clinic like that under an MD, but he definitely was really, really supportive of me doing it once I came back later and told him. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't have told him at the time and maybe, advertise that or whatnot. But my whole point is it has so many benefits that we don't even know, methadone's a very, very addictive substance. And I understand it's management, it's medication management, it's medication management therapy, I guess. But the long-term effects of methadone is, there have been studies that show it literally goes and it hides in your bones. It soaks into your bones, essentially. It stores in the marrow. So for months afterwards, you still have methadone leaching out into your system. So it can be, you won't start withdrawals until 3 or 4 days after your last dose because it has such an intense half-life.
Wow.
And, so there has to be better things. There has to be better ways. And so I'm just a huge fan of plant medicine and psilocybin to help people to get off of, opiates in my case. But I think it can break us from many addictions, whether they're physical, mental, emotional,
Absolutely.
So, yeah, it's been a great road. It's been a strong, I feel stronger than I have in a long time. I feel like I look better than I have in a long time. And, I'm just very thankful. Early on in my life, another question that came up earlier, I couldn't really speak, or another topic that came up was talking about classifying plant medicines and abuse of plant medicines. And, when I was 15 or 16, I was using psilocybin, but it clearly wasn't in the right way or for the right reasons. I was, kind of doing it with my friends. The space wasn't right. It was kind of abused at that time. So coming full circle and using it as a medicine to heal is just very beautiful. You know, something that I had kind of this awkward relationship with early on, and now I've come back to it later in life. And I still microdose, and I'll take a macrodose every once in a while, maybe every couple months. I like to take a larger dose and just kind of check in with the medicine if I feel it, and see what's happening. So.
That's beautiful. Wow, awesome. Well, thank you so much for a very important share. I think you represent hope.
Thanks.
You are walking hope for a lot of the population that have yet to find their answer and are currently seeking. So I honor you, and hopefully you'll always be a beautiful ambassador for this medicine. The world needs your testimony and your story, because you are a light shower, you know, for a lot of trailblazer, for a lot of people right now who are where you once were, and you represent hope. So I honor your journey. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Is Johnny on the line? Leo asked me about Johnny. Is there a Johnny on the line that would like to come and share his story? Or has Jack or Julie joined the call? Johnny, I hear Johnny in the house. Hi, Johnny. Little spotty on the connection.
Hear me?
I can hear you a little better now. Johnny, are you in a place maybe you can turn your camera on so we can see your beautiful face and connect with you?
Oh.
Okay. And I think you might have to unmute. I think your mic is muted now. Okay, while Johnny is figuring that out, if Julie is in the house and she'd like to speak, or Mark, if he's in the house and he'd like to speak, want to open up the floor to those lovely individuals. Okay. Johnny, keep trying to figure out your system then, dear. If you want to get your mic on and your camera on, please circle back and come back to us. Would love to hear from you. Would love to hear your share and your testimony. Is anybody else on the line that has a story, a testimony, their own journey of healing? I think the stories of healing are really important because the world at large needs inspiration right now. So your stories are important. Your shares are important. There's Johnny. We see your beautiful face, Johnny. If you can unmute your mic, we're in business.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you and see you. Yay.
Great. How you doing?
Welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, I was right in the middle of doing something, and I have terrible reception on one side of the house. So I couldn't really hear anything, but I'm in a better spot now.
Awesome. Awesome. Welcome and thank you.
Well, thank you. This is pretty awesome that Leo's doing this. I try to volunteer as much as I can, but life's pretty hectic.
Yeah, understandable. So the question of the hour is psilocybin. Why is it important to you? Why does it matter to you? Tell us your story, Johnny.
Sure. Typical, I think, story. Most people experimenting with psychoactive drugs when they're younger, and not really doing it with any kind of evidence, just kind of having fun and not really doing any kind of like macro, just kind of like whatever, a tab here, a couple drops on a sugar cube there, party scene, and was doing it very irresponsibly. And I had one, I come across Michael Pollan's book, and then I thought, wow, I grew up from this point and I wasn't really using it at all. And I thought I should try it differently and try it, with some intention. And so that's what I did. Because I never really thought of it as medicine. It was just, oh, hey, let's get fucked up type thing.
Mm-hmm.
And when I did that, I had you know, a fantastic experience. You know, I took it very serious. You know, I focused on my meditation. I went completely sober for an entire month. You know, I've never had any substance or anything like that at all. Good. Even all right, on break, I got to build my tolerance back up. I always had discipline, I guess we call it. So like I just went on a full month of nothing, complete stone sober, worked on my meditation and just looked inward. And I took 5 grams of psilocybin mushroom. Most mushrooms I've ever taken in my life, usually we make some tea and split it and have a good time. But then I did it in complete darkness in my room and focused on my breath, closed my eyes and just kind of went inward and had an amazing experience.
Wow,
amazing experience. It was, yeah, it was cool because I had it was kind of like, you know, the yin and yang sign, but one half of it, that shape, but in that shape was like repeating itself inside of it, and it was like all of the colors of the rainbow inside of the shape. So I was doing these weird patterns.
Amazing.
And then I was kind of like, yeah, I was traveling through that, and then I had a feeling of love, and then I kind of like, oh man, I want to text my buddy who helped me get these mushrooms and let him know that, you know, that they're working great, and I did it. And then when I picked up my cell phone and I went to type a text message to him, which, I mean, that operating my cell phone that high was crazy because the light shining off of my cell phone was actually squared. It had shape to it. And I'm like looking at that going like, what the heck? And then I went to go type the text, and a child growing up, I know dyslexia. An issue, something was a shame, and me just saying this right now in front of a group of people would have been something I couldn't have done 5 years ago. Okay. So I was trying to spell the word did, and I couldn't figure out the B's and the D's, and then I kind of got upset with myself at that moment, and I was like, what the heck, you know, why do I struggle with this? And as soon as I felt myself get upset about that, all of a sudden digital, like on an alarm clock, but there are B's and D's, and they're flipping back and forth all around my cell phone that I was holding and up and down my arms as I'm holding the cell phone. And it's just like, they're like flipping back and forth, all digitally, like running like little red ants going up and around the outline of my arm and the phone, both my arms. And then I had this epiphany of like, oh my God, it's nothing. It's not that big of a deal. I could be better at it. I could just accept this and just work at it. And then once I had that thought, all of the B's and D's disappeared, and I could see that I had already completed the sentence. And then I was like, what the heck? You know, like something I'm going in, this isn't over. I'm not done. I didn't do it. So I put the phone back, I put my phone down, and then I laid back down in my bed and I started focusing on my breath work again. And then I literally was ascending through the colors of the chakra, you know, the rainbows. I was like kind of the Kundalini or whatever it is, kind of like colors. I was kind of like ascending through those. And then my dog was in the room with me, and my wife was sleeping in the bed next to me. And as soon as I got to a certain level, my dog would like make these weird noises. And so I got up and I checked on him, and he's kind of like knowing that I'm doing something different. Like he's aware of where I'm at. Yeah. And so I took him outside, and we went outside, and I have this giant pine tree in my backyard. This tree stands like 40 feet tall. It's huge. And I let him out, and he's running around the yard doing his thing. And I'm standing there looking at this tree, and I felt this overwhelming connection to that tree. It's just like, you know, the oneness or whatever it was just like, it just rushed like that, like such more. I had that feeling. And then he came up as I'm standing there in awe of the tree I have in my backyard, and he's sitting down next to me. He's like, all right, I'm done. Let's go back in the house. But I'm just like, you need to wait because I'm connecting with this tree. And so he sat there and just watched me stare at this tree for I don't know how long. And then went back in the house, and I was sitting at the edge of my bed, and I closed my eyes, and then I started going through the colors again. And my wife at this point, she knew something was up. She just put her hand on by my thigh, and I reached around and I grabbed her hand, and she was just holding my hand while I sat there and meditated as I was ascending through these colors again. And I got to the point where the dog wasn't going to disturb me, and I got all the way up to the top part. And once I got there, a flash of light hit me, like just rushed over me, like with all the love and gratitude in the world. It just rushed through me, and I felt this. It was amazing, like love, gratitude, and just like all of the goodness. And then it was like a fog lifted after that, and then there I saw a vision of like a nebula, space.
Wow.
And then
beautiful.
after that, it was done. I was stone cold sober, and I was amazed, and I was crying, and my wife's like, what's going on? I told her, I woke up my kids. I told my kids what I experienced, and
that's amazing.
Running around loving everybody. So that was my first. And after that experience, I was like, holy shit, this stuff is special, and it needs to be treated with respect. And I abused it as a child, really is what I was, a young adult. And now I was like, all right, I'm gonna take this stuff with better purpose. And that was 5 years ago. And now once a year, I when I get my hands on it, I try it once a year. I go in deep, I do the same thing, and every year I have a different experience. So now I consider myself every time like a conscious explorer of my own consciousness. And it's made me a better person. It made me be the best version of myself I could be. And it's making me like speak out about this and be more, like anywhere I go, as somebody, I wear mushroom shirts all the time. And if somebody says, oh, that's a funny shirt, and we talk about it, we'll talk about mushrooms. Or I start looking into different books, like check out this book, look at this, and try and spread the word. And, I kind of want to, I've had this feeling, and I don't know if it's if it's a typical type of feeling of people who take these substances and all of a sudden feel like they are to serve the medicine or whatever. So I've been like struggling with that inside, like, is that something I can do? Is that something I should be doing? So where I'm at now is like, well, I'm just going to continue on this path of being the best version of myself I could be. And if I can affect the people in my inner circle and they come to me and ask me about then I could be a healer in that way. And we'll see where I grow from there.
Okay.
So it's, taking on micrology. I'm learning how to grow my own mushrooms, and that's the path I'm on.
That's beautiful. Yes. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing. By direct experience, your consciousness is expanding, and it's an amazing and beautiful thing. And thank you for honoring it and being an ambassador and standing in and representing the medicine and really understanding, like you said, you have that shift of your own consciousness and understanding to have, deep reverence for the medicine once you really saw and connected to what it was. So that's pretty beautiful. That's really awesome. I just want to continue to encourage you on your journey. You're awesome. Keep doing wonderful, wonderful things. And thank you so much for sharing. I'm at the end of my time. I don't know if the next moderator is already joining us or has already joined us. But before I go, thank you so much. I really appreciate, thank you, Johnny and Eric and Patty and Lovely and Austin and Ray. And I try to remember all the people that came on. Doc, thank you as well. All the people that came in. I'm going to leave my website. I'm going to try to figure out how to put that chat box in there so I can do that. I would love to stay connected. Doc Z, yes. Thank you, Doc Z. Woo-hoo. Shout out to Doc Z. I want to stay connected to everybody. I'll be back again next month for Leo's next event. and Ta is next. Okay, so Ta is coming up.
You know what? Hold on. Sorry, can I interrupt? Can you, the women's event that we're doing in December 10th and 11th, you'll be back for those who are interested, but it's just women that are leading. It's for both genders, but for women to share their stories and talk about being women and the movement and the psychedelic experience. And you'll be back. So for people who want more of you, come back.
Yeah, come back and see me, because I really love you guys and I really appreciate you. And I want to leave you with just one thing that I learned in my lifetime. You know, when I started doing this work 14 years ago, and people would say, what do we call you? You know, what do we call you? We're so attached to labels. And I was never comfortable with the word healer. It just made me feel like, oh my God, that's a really special person. Don't call me that. But I realized what the definition of a healer was. I came to the awareness that a healer is someone who walks into a room, and when they leave the room, they have uplifted the vibration and the energy of the room, and they leave it better than they found it. And I like to believe that every one of you, I can tell by your energy, by your love, your light, your passion, and your conviction, you're leaving the world a better place than you found it at large. The medicine is helping us, creating that bridge into higher levels of consciousness. So in that respect, everyone is a healer. So I honor all of the healers on this beautiful, beautiful session. Leo, really kudos and congratulations to you for working tirelessly and around the clock to organize it. It's just, God bless you for being an ambassador and a representative of something so beautiful and so sacred. And to each and every one of you, I appreciate you so much. And that's my time. And I hope that I'll see you all again. And I will try to leave my website, my information here so that we can stay connected. If anybody on here is interested in the Amazon rainforest, I will be leading another group April 8th through 18th in Peru. So if you feel called to that journey, please reach out and I'll give you more on that. So God bless. And thank you, Leo. Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Can we get some crazy arms for Darnell Leo? Anybody who's got their camera on, can we get some crazy arms to celebrate this human being? Thank you.
Woohoo! Woohoo!
You're amazing. I've been in the background witnessing since you got on, and your story about your trips to Peru, your dance with mushrooms, your dance with ayahuasca is very, very parallel to the things that I've navigated in my life. And so we've been in a track around the same amount of time. And so it's been really, really wonderful to witness you guide this conversation for the past couple of hours. And so I really want to just say that I revere you and your story and what you're doing.
Tom, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing, family. You're a powerhouse and in a very loving, gentle, and full way. It's so powerful to witness you. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you've experienced to get yourself to this moment, to share you with us. Thank you, family. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Likewise. I look forward to you continuing and picking up the torch and running with it. I know you're going to do beautiful things. You're awesome.
Thank you.
And you are located at tacole.com. That's your website?
Tacole.com is a hub website. It has access to the stuff that we're doing, the integration training course, all the things that we do. It's like
wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, that's me and my partner.
Awesome.
It was Cole. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll talk some more about that in a second.
Okay.
So thank you for passing the torch, and thank you for setting things up in such an amazing.
Of course. And I think Leo was asking if you could just turn your mic up just a little bit so they can hear you a little bit better.
I'll do you one better. I'll get the fancy headphones on, so we have really awesome sound. Hold on.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Let's get this. How about now? How's that sound?
Much better. Much better.
Cool. Fancy sound. All right. Wonderful. This is Howard Cosell. All right, y'all. We're here to talk about mushrooms and microdosing. All right. What would be awesome, y'all, is if we could take 3 deep breaths together. I love to set the room up and get in tandem with everybody. If that works with y'all, I'd love it. Even the people who have their cameras off, be awesome. If you feel like closing your eyes, cool. If you don't, cool. I like to start my deep breaths with an exhale, all the way out, all the way out, all the way out, and in through the nose. and hold for a second. And exhale with sound. And inhale through the nose. And hold. And exhale with sound. And one more time in through the nose. And hold. And exhale with sound. Thank you, y'all. I appreciate that. And for me, anytime that I'm in a container and I'm looking for cohesion, what I learned through one of my mentors is when you want to align your nervous system with people, is get people's body to breathe in sync. When people's bodies breathe in sync, there's no threat. And when there's no threat, the nervous system moves into a parasympathetic space. And the more we're in a parasympathetic space, the more we're open to social engagement. And so that's a space that I really love to bring into any type of ceremonial work that I'm doing, when I'm breathing intentions into my microdosing situation, when I'm working in macrodoses, when I'm working with coaching, when I work with my coaches that I train, when I work with the clients that I work with, when I'm navigating things with my daughter, everything is stop and let's breathe together. Because as much as microdoses and psilocybin and LSD and MDMA are all medicine, we are medicine. And for the medicine to be aligned is a very, very important space. We are made of mostly water. And when you breathe an intention into water, it changes the shape of the molecules. When you think into water, it changes the shape of the molecules and it changes the shape of us. And so when we can get all of that to align and we work together, we are in tandem. And that's magic for me. And this is one of the ways that I love to work with microdoses, is to be in tandem with the frequency as much as possible by speaking into my microdoses, speaking into my substances, so that whatever water is aligned with that, whatever molecular frequency is aligned with that, I do my best to bring it into an empathetic space so that we can work together. And it's not a forcing, fighting, having to dig and draw things out situation. So I'm very intentional with what I do. I'm very intentional with the words I speak. I'm very intentional with the work that I choose to lean into. And so a little bit about me. Thank you. First of all, thank you all for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for everything that's transpired in your life. Maybe it's awesome. Maybe it's shitty. All of the culmination of things. God is all things, right? The universe is all things. So that has brought you to this moment right now. And the amount of ancestors, there are about 4,000 ancestors that each of you have in the past 400 years that have culminated to bring you into this space right now. So you're all magic. And I'm so grateful for everything that's brought you to this moment right now. The cosmos has brought us all together to have this conversation. And that's the gratitude space I live in. So what I do, I've been a registered nurse. First of all, I've been a registered nurse for 30 years. I practiced in New York City for 25 of those 30 years in a clinical setting. 23 of those years I worked in emergency room. And I watched the in and outs of trauma and drama. I learned the nervous system. I'm a body geek. I'm an emotion geek. I love to dive into the psyche. I really am in love with the human organism. And I fell into a really, really tremendous place of self-loathing. When I was born 23 months after my older brother. And I asked my mother one day, how come we're so close in age? And she said, well, you're the surprise baby. We didn't plan for you. And I took that as I was a mistake. And so my whole life, I put myself in this position of wanting to prove myself to my mother of being worthy. And so I was in a shame space that was created partially by me. I guess all of it was created by me and with influence from things around me that I drew in. And so, I hold responsibility for all the things that have transpired with me and participation and co-creation of these things. And so what I did was I learned to hide anything that I thought was out of my mother's grace, that would be out of my mother's approval. And so I learned to lie. And I lied about everything, y'all. I lied about everything that you could possibly imagine. I lied to everyone and all the time because there couldn't be a paper trail to get back to my mother so that she could ever find out about my grades in school. I used to forge her signature on my report cards. I used to lie to my father about my mother, to my sister about my brother, my father about my mother. Like all this was just this cacophony of lies. And it put a lot of tension on my body, and my body got worn down and worn down and worn down. And the only safe place that I had was when I graduated from nursing school. I could work at the hospital, and I was away from everything else, and I could really focus on following my Hippocratic oath of do no harm. And so I felt like I was doing no harm. I was helping people until I watched the medical industry start to really turn into a corporate machine and start pushing medications really hard, Lipitor and all of these statins and other medications. Then the vaccine situation came in with the flu vaccines, and I've been watching this for the past 30 years. I've been watching this in the industry, and I started to get disenfranchised. And so I was giving people medications I knew they didn't need and wasn't benefiting them. I was sending them off to procedures that I knew was not functional for them. I was sending them home with discharge instructions that were half-assed, and I knew I wasn't helping. I was creating repeat customers. And so I was very disenfranchised with what was going on with the medical industry. And I started to fall into really funky places in my health. And I felt like I was lying in the one place that I had safety, working at the hospital, helping people. And so I kept saying, I got to get out of here. I got to get out of here, until I eventually broke my back at the hospital. I fractured L5, S1, herniated a disc, couldn't walk for 3 months. I lost my job. All my coaching clients were gone. I was a personal trainer. All that went out the window. I couldn't do anything. And my wife, Cole, who was also my business partner at the time, we were friends. We were running fitness challenges. And she said to me, I think I see how much you're about people and how much you want to shift things and how much you want to grow in these spaces. I think you should come for a ceremony. And I was like, what's that? And she was like, well, and I had never smoked weed. I had never done anything, right? I smoked weed the first time when I was 36. And I'm 51 this December coming up, by the way, just to give you a gauge of where I am. And so I said, well, what's that? And she's like, well, you go into this circle and you take these plants and you go into the psychedelic realm and it kind of pulls things together for you. I was like, oh, you want me to do some drugs with some heavy white people? I'm not doing that shit. And so I said, I trust this woman more than I trusted anybody in my life. And I went into a sassafras, very light sassafras space, and I was frightened. I was scared. It was a horrifyingly terrifying experience, and the terror was me actually letting go of all those lies, all of those things. And as I let go of that, there was an ease in my body and in my back, and all of these things changed in my body, and I started to let go, and I started to find other. And then I found psilocybin after that. And after that, psilocybin changed my life. The way it tied everything together for me, the way it pulled all the strings together, and all of the concepts that I had been dwelling on, and all of these things started to tie together. And I was able to show people how to navigate life and navigate emotion and navigate untruth and navigate all these things. And all of these things that I thought were horrors were actually gifts that brought me this space of being able to navigate life. And so I explored with psilocybin over a period of 2 years. I was journeying once a month for 2 years straight, and it pulled everything together in my life. And it showed me the pathway out of the hospital system and into a space where I was sovereign and helping people and supporting people in some really amazing spaces. And then I moved away from journeying so much, and I got into microdosing. And microdosing provided me an environment to be outside of a space of being altered and being in a heavy journey space, and in being able to see the patterns that I had been following, see them right in front of me, see where I was leaning into it, and then beeline into another space and create new habits around those spaces. And so outside of being altered per se, I was in this space of recognition and had a lot of ability to focus. And I teamed that up with journaling. I teamed that up with having people around me reinforce and catch me in spaces. And that helped me to integrate all of the things that I was wanting to do. And so people started to ask me, how come you don't do journeys? How come you're not facilitating and all this stuff? And I was like, I'm not a facilitator. I don't do that. And so my partner and I got kind of wooed into doing some groups, and we started to have these really amazing results with people. And the results were longstanding. And so I brought some of my nursing stuff into my situation, and it was a lot of work on the front end, asking people questions and kind of doing an intake on a person beforehand. And so it kind of stirred the pot and brought things to the surface. And so as a person moved through in safety, they didn't have to get bombarded. They didn't have to go through all of these hardships and all of these things. Their trips weren't so wild. They weren't so, well, I mean, they not to say that people didn't have challenges, but people didn't have these experiences that were what people would call bad trips. And they would have these profound experiences in safety. And so I learned all of this stuff through my experiences, and it's what I bring to people now. And I teach people about integration and integrating experiences and integrating microdosing and how to actually guide people back into themselves, not tell them what to do. And so that's a little bit about me. Thank you for listening to the story of me. I really want to give y'all some context of where I'm coming from, because this was a very interesting journey. It's still an interesting journey for me, and I'm really, really excited to be at the top, at the head of starting this movement. Integration is not optional, because from the vantage point that I move from, integration is always happening. It's always happening, whether like it or not, whether you choose to happen or not. It's always happening. The option is how you're integrating and what you're integrating. You can do this from a space of awareness. It doesn't have to be just something happening to you. So, like Darnella was saying before, this intention is really, really important. Really, really, really important stuff. And so for me, intention is tremendously important, especially when you're integrating. So with that, I'd love to open up the floor to some talk about integration. What are y'all's integration practices? If anybody would like to share what integration practices they have, what integration situations are going on, and if they need support with integration, where to go, what to start with, how to move in these spaces. I'd love to share whatever I can share with y'all. And one of the things that my partner and I have done is my partner made this amazing guide that's downloadable, and it doesn't cost you anything. It's free, and it's a guide that really shows a lot of the process that we have around integration, and we're making this available because we want it accessible to everybody on the planet. And so we've already started to have it translated into Spanish, into Portuguese, into French and German, and I think Mandarin is next. So there's all these different languages and stuff that we're looking to have this available as psychedelic rollouts start happening. We also are interested in leaning into supporting people with cannabis and integrating cannabis, or integrating any experience for that matter. So I'd love to hear from y'all. I mean, feel free to raise your hand or come up, unmute your microphone, and share what integration is to you. When it comes to microdosing, are you integrating your microdosing experiences? Do you need support with integrating your microdose experiences? Do you need to know where to start or how to start? And I can pop the link to this in the chat, and y'all can download it if you feel so inclined. I know I wish I had this guide years ago. It would have made things a lot more streamlined for me. So anybody, class, anyone? Something integration?
Well, I mean, I could share something. I don't know about microdosing. I know that as far as macrodosing, I feel like I've often rushed back into the medicine when I haven't fully implemented, if that's the word, the advice that I was given, or the gentle love and suggestions that I was given. And I felt like I was doing like spiritual bypassing, and I wasn't sitting down with myself and working on myself to integrate what I received. And I've seen that with others too. I have seen people that I feel like are sometimes addicted to the plant medicine experience and checking out, if you will. And I don't mean to sound judgy with that. And so I worry about that sometimes. I think it's very important that that people don't always rush off to kind of vacate this plane. I think this plane can be hard, and this plane can be rough, and it can be tough, and we're going to leave these bodies, eventually. But I feel like the real work is here, and like the work is there too, but just like bringing it back to the physical, it feels like the work is here. And I don't want it to seem like gruesome work or terrible work or something. I think we're all blessed to be doing the work, But I always have to challenge myself about escapism, because I feel like anyone, I'm sure I, have ways that I escape, and it's not always healthy or serving me or serving the people that I care about. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. I appreciate you sharing that. And that's one of the things that we come across a lot in the work that we do is people do what we call journey hopping. They'll hop from journey to journey, experience to experience, because there's an escape situation. And the thing that I've found with most people that are escaping from spaces is they're looking to be connected to something, to some sort of feeling. And the feeling may be away from, they want to be connected to a feeling other than the one that they're connected to. And so that may be the only time that they've experienced that. And they don't know how to expand the feelings that they've had in psychedelic experiences. And this is where an awesome facilitator or awesome integration coach would come into play to be able to actually hone in on that and then support that person in what is it that you want, what is it that you are feeling in these ceremonies, in these situations, what are you experiencing, and how do we experience that in the 3D realm? How do you bring that back in and iron that into your body in a very neuroplastic space where your neuroplasticity is at a peak? How do you get your family to support you in that? How do you get your friends and the people around you? We call it life team with what we do. How do you build a life team of people around you to support you in creating those habits and expanding those feelings that you have? And it may not always be easy. This is a challenging space for some people to be able to do this, but this is part of integration. Integration is a form of wholeness. And if people are going back to the same environment after they have a tremendous opening in a psychedelic experience, they are neuroplastic to iron those old habits in even deeper. And so if they have old habits of escapism, and this is one of the things that I find with people who have been in escapist spaces and escape into journeys, is what else are they escaping in their life? And if they're escaping their home all the time, if they're looking to escape their home, or they're in a relationship where they feel trapped, if they're in a situation, like I've had a lot of people come to me and say, I have kids and I love my kids, but I don't want to be a parent. They feel trapped. And so they go and they escape in journeys. They go and they escape in microdosing, because it's the only thing that they can feel connected to that's outside of their situation. And so being able to kind of really do an intake on a person and really see where they are in that space and bring that to the surface and support them in that can help them integrate their own experience, help them with vulnerability and opening up and saying things to somebody that they might not be able to say it to. So that's a space for me in navigating that space of escapism and all of that. It's we can call it spiritual bypassing. It's when you bypass something, it doesn't mean you don't get to the destination. It just means you bypassed and moved around something. There are many roads to the same destination, and so calling spiritual bypassing judgy is, I don't think it's a judgy thing. I think it's an observation of a bypass, and it's bringing that bypass to a person's awareness. Hey, are you aware? This feels to me like bypassing. Does it feel like that or seem like that to you? So that's how I roll in that space. How's that land, Leo? Sweet. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate you. And thank you for putting this together. And thank you for rocking all this time, family. Really, really appreciate you. In your towel. So cute. I can't take it. Anybody else have anything they want to share about integration and microdose, and would love to hear your voice? See your face.
Could I ask a quick question? Like, what kinds of things, because I'm not sure of the language actually, like when you say integration, what are some of those activities that you would call integrating activities?
So integrating activity, that's an interesting term. I don't have integrating activities. So the way I work, I'll tell you the way I work. The way I work, I have a system that my partner and I have designed that is a foundational space that anybody can use to integrate their experiences. And the first thing is to do an intake. Right. And this is before your experience, to do an intake on yourself, which would be an inventory. Where am I? What am I doing? What are the things that I like? Am I in a relationship that I enjoy? Am I in a relationship with myself that I enjoy? Do I like the place that I live? All of these things. I can actually put a link to one of the intake forms that I use with my clients. That's pretty extensive. If you were to print it out, it's like 46 pages long. And on that form, it asks a bunch of questions that kind of stirs the pot and brings things up that you may not be aware of. Right? It may be outside of your awareness, something that you've buried in your psyche, something that you've buried, put out of your awareness. The first thing, if you want to call it an integration activity, is to create awareness. That's the number one thing, to create awareness of what you want to explore. Right? If you don't know things about yourself, oh man, I forgot all about that. I can't tell you how many times I've had somebody do my intake form, and then I get on a call with them to do an intake call with them, and they're like, man, I forgot about that injury, and I'm wondering why my hip's feeling this way all these years, and I've never resolved that anger that I had, that person that hit me with that bicycle, right? And so they're like, oh man, I didn't even realize this. And so the first thing would be creating awareness, right? Creating awareness of what's going on with you in your body, in your mind, right? Not just your brain, in your mind, in your spiritual self, right? In your constructs. Constructs would be your identity, your race, your religion, your gender, your ethnicity, your nationality, your sports fandom, whatever constructs you ascribe to, your identity as a partner in a relationship, as a father, a daughter, a son, whatever it is. How are those things in sync or out of sync? Right. And when you bring that stuff to awareness, it starts to kind of stir the pot. It starts to bring all the energetic stuff up from your body so that you can start experiencing the feelings and the emotions that you have around things that may be trapped in your body that you haven't been addressing, that have been subjected to old trauma patterns that have been buried and put away because it's been really inconvenient to address them. Does that make sense? And so that would be the number one thing to do, is to address your awareness space, to create awareness and create space around that awareness, and to articulate that awareness through verbiage, right? To speak that out loud and or write it down so that you can actually physically see it. It's one thing to hear something in your mind, right? Or to mentate something. And is another thing to physically express and bring it out of your body so that your body can do things. There was a thing that I used to do called the Naked Truth. It was a challenge I did for clients. And it was a 7-day challenge where I had them ask all of these questions and write down the answers, right? They would ask themselves the question, write down the answer, and then they would stand in front of the mirror and say the answers. And then I would have them do this by themselves. And then I would have them take all their clothes off and look in front of the mirror and say the answers and see what their body does. And 9 out of 10 times, there was always a physical reaction to certain things. And that's where people can't hide from themselves. They can't hide from the body truth. And so that awareness is a very, very big space. So bringing yourself into awareness, the number one space of integrating information that you may not be addressing. And so that's number one. The second thing would be to have an intention, right? Now that I have this information that I'm aware of, what do I want to know, do, be, understand, or experience as a result of, with these things or without these things? Okay. And so once you have that awareness of these things, what is my intention? What am I intending to explore with this? Right? If I'm going into a psychedelic space and I have all these things that I want to explore, it makes it easier for the whole process to happen because you have all this stuff floating around, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And so you've heard of set and setting, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So the process we have is 4 parts. It's intake, intention, in the space itself, and an integration, right? That whole process is our integration process. Intake, intention, in space, integration. So we talked about the intake process. You do an inventory on yourself, right? And the person you're working with does an inventory on you. You integrate those inventories together. Okay, that's okay. The second part is you have an intention based on those things. You explore what you want to know, do, be, understand, experience. The person you're working with explores what they want to know, do, be, understand, and support you in. That's integrated together, right? That's integration. Now, that information that you got from those first 2 parts is your set and setting, right? Based on that stuff, you can set up your setting to support you in that space. Maybe you're journeying about your kids. You make sure you have your pictures of your kids around somewhere for you to be able to refer to them, or maybe an object or whoopee or something like that. You create the setting, right? You go into mindset. That's what most psychedelic people talk about, mindset. And the way we work, we talk about mindset, body set, construct set, emotional set, and social set, right? And we've addressed all of that in the intake process. We've talked about your family, we've talked about your social situation, we've talked about your health and wellness, we've talked about all that. And so it's stirred up. And since you know me now through this process, you start to feel safe with me, safer than you would have if you didn't go through this process. So now that you're in the space of microdosing or in a macrodose space, where it doesn't make a difference if it's macro or microdose space, you have all this information about that you can address as things come up. And so once these things come up, once you're in a microdosing space and you move to the other side of that, integrating all of that into your day-to-day life. That includes what I do with my clients is we use this journaling process. And this journaling process is it's 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening. And there's a link. I believe I put it in the I'll put it in the here. It's in the chat. You can download it there. And it talks about it goes through 7 days, right? And it talks about chakras. It talks about doing an inventory and an intake on yourself in like the first 20 pages. And then it gets into the journaling. And the journaling goes into your intention. It goes into what we call a sovereignty score. It's a body tracking system. So you can see if there's any pain in your body. You can track all of the different things that are going on with you. You can track your intentions, everything as it shifts on a day-to-day basis. And then at the end of the week, there's a scoring, right? There's a check-in to see, okay, what does all this mean to you? And so you can go back and do a scan of the whole week. And then after a month of doing this process, you can see where you've actually shifted and what you want to do to integrate this. Do I need to talk to my wife or kids? Do I need to talk to my mom? Do I want to change my job? Is there something awesome about my life that I'm really looking to expand and I want to call people in and have my environment support me in creating a habit around this, a habit of joy, a habit of ease, a habit of freedom, whatever it is for you. Some people are into having habits of misery and they will create habits of misery. And it's all up to the individual, but the integration is always going on. How you integrate is an option. And so this is the thing that most people are not talking about right now. And this is a thing that I'm very passionate about, is that psychedelics are awesome. They're so awesome, but they're not the star of the show. You are the star of the show. You, the person taking psychedelics, you experiencing that, you are the star of the show in a process of lifelong integration. And the psychedelics are just one part of integration. Your life, your intake, your inventory, your awareness of yourself, what you intend on doing with yourself, how you do your thing in the transformational space, and then how you integrate that moving on. And a cycle just keeps repeating. You're integrating whether you realize it or not, right? And so you, yeah. So does that give you some tools?
Well, I think I got a much better grasp of what you're meaning here. And if you want, I could tell you exactly what I think my big breakthrough from my last big breakdown. I've had so many in my life, I've crashed my little boat into the rocks and been washed up on the shore and banged around by the big waves of life so many times now. Oh my God. But the last one was pretty incredibly devastating. I'm pretty sure I had COVID in 2019 before anybody knew what it was. And I was like, I don't even know what is going on. I think I'm dying. My house that I was working on, I had this acrylic additive in the plaster that I was using that poisoned my body so bad. And I was living in the house with, anyway, just crazy stuff. I had to retreat from my family home and move into my mother's trailer home, and that's about 20 minutes from where our farm is. And I was wrecked. I was a wreck and very depressed and alone and isolated. I mean, so isolated, uninsulated house, freezing cold, death's door, depressed, out of shape, twitching. My muscles are twitching. And I'm like, I'm about to die. Like, what do you do when you're alive and you're about to die? And I started microdosing. And suddenly I've got all this extra energy and I do cold plunges. Like, I'm like, what are some things? I started just doing healthier things that were really radical. Like, what is something extreme that might solve my nervous system issues? And I got one of those metal water tanks and put ice water in it. It was in the winter, so you really have to put ice too much in there. And I would jump in the mornings and then go for a walk, just like using the extra energy of the microdose to do things that I would never do in a super depressed state, because the microdose really will give you an elevated energy to pop you out of mental and physical depression, at least momentarily. You might, without integration, these things that you're talking about, you might dive back down into old behavior patterns. But if you can choose to do things that are going to have a boomerang of energy back, right? Like exercise, like getting in the sun, like taking cold plunges. But then, and I sort of got myself up to a level at that. And I'm like, God, how do I get higher? Like I want, and I really did confront my death. I thought I was dying. And I had to ask myself, like, what is it that I can do that will make me feel like, what is the best thing what makes me feel better than anything else that I don't have to use my body for? Because my body was just worn out. Like, I could take small walks. My neck was really unstable. So even walking would cause my legs to go numb because the vertebra would shift. I heard your story about your vertebra issues, about spine impingements. I bet you from that. But the real turnaround, the real thing that boosted me to the next level was when I really, and I was trying that gratitude thing. Like, I was like, oh, I'm so grateful for, at least I have a house and I've got a roof over my head. Oh, at least I'm eating. I'm so grateful. And I would try and do that because that's what they say to do. And I realized, like, this is just, I hate this. This is not working. I cannot feel grateful of stuff that in my life, like, I was not able, and psilocybin was making this really apparent. Like, you cannot be happy about the stuff that's good in your own life. Like, I'm too ashamed, I'm too broken to feel happiness about what's good for me. So I realized, like, I'm very happy when I compliment other people and when I boost other people up, and so instead of, I kind of flipped the gratitude thing, and I would wake up, eat the psychedelics, do the cold plunge, take the walk, and be really zoom in on my thing. And then I would call people up, and I had this idea. I was just going to call people randomly and tell them that I thanked them. And I was going to do thank calls, not prank calls. And so I just called people up, and I was like, hey man, I know you're working this crappy job. I'd call people at gas stations or cashiers, and I'd be like, hey, I'm really grateful that you're there today and you showed up, and I know life is hard. You're probably going through a crappy time because times are crappy, right? And people would cry with me. I mean, I would be crying on the phone with strangers, and making them feel so appreciated by surprise, like surprise appreciation here, and I really I felt that saved my life, that ability to connect with people and find them and touch people was a big part of my integration, because a lot of our lives are so isolated,
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
So I want to share something. I want to share something with you. From the start, you said after this, you had to ask yourself what makes you feel better. You did an intake on yourself.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Right. And then so you had an intention of wanting to feel better. right? And so you had an intention, and so you did the ice baths and the walks, and so you again put yourself into a transformational experience, and you started to integrate that by going on the walks and calling people and crying and sharing. So you're doing the process that I just said. It's not my process. This is just the process that I'm describing to people. You've done it already, and so this is the thing, family. Integration is not optional. It's happening, okay? And the awareness space of your integration and how you're integrating and being able to share with somebody else, I'm integrating, and this is the kind of support I want and need, and having a structure that you could just use as a skeleton and then lean into doing that over and over again. So it's not like, how did I do that? How did I do that? You have a framework for this. And so use the framework, family. You have the framework. You've done it already. Bravo, kudos, man. You've taken all putting things together and you've nailed it in an instant, right? And so
right on, cool. Yeah, it felt really revolutionary too. I'm so glad that you codified it, you put it in a system, and that's pretty amazing that you've because I wouldn't know how to repeat that for other people. I really wouldn't, and I think I could really use your system. And I really want to say, like, doing those calls while I'm on the of the mushrooms was significant. Like, there is that thing, the contact high, the contact, people can feel your vibration, and like, I was not able to do that with a straight face, like it really, really made a big difference. Like, I could call up people and transfer that mushroom vibration that I was getting the benefit of. And it just felt so good to give it away. So like, hey, let me touch you. It's like one of those science fiction movies. You can really do it, like you grab people and the energy just goes into them. And we can all do that on an ordinary level, but I'm hoping that that helped integrate other people, like my integration work and that level that I'd gotten up to, because it wasn't just the mushrooms like you're talking about. Like, it's me, like it's us. It's not just the mushroom is a catalyst and a helper, but it is definitely not it's not the complete magic. We're the magic, like you said. Anyway,
that's it. We are magic, and anything that you take in becomes you. And this is one of the things that's really important for me in exploring any kind of microdosing psychedelic expansion space. The food that I eat, it becomes this body. I'm utilizing the resources from the things I take in, right? When you put something in your mouth, the saliva production starts to disintegrate it. And the chewing starts to disintegrate it. It gets broken up into small parts. You swallow it, you bring it into your stomach, it absorbs into your body, and then your body takes the parts of it, integrates it into the body. Integration is always happening, family. And so we can say that it's something outside of us, but once we imbibe it, it becomes us. And then we bring it together. And then how do we work together with this substance that's in us? And it doesn't matter what substance it is. Once it's in there, it's in there. How do you work with it? And if you need to get it out or move it around or change it into something different, how do you do that? And that comes from having a strategy. Okay. And so having a strategy around things is really, really important. The state that you're in is always driven by a strategy. It's always driven by a strategy. There are no limits.
It's great stuff. You know what? I'm gonna mute out because I don't want to hog all the mic time here. But thank you. That was I got real clarification on what you're talking about, and I'm glad you're doing. I'm gonna mute myself there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for jumping in and asking and contributing to the situation and circumstance. Would love to hear from anybody else that has anything that they want to share or bring anything to the table.
What up, Ty?
Hey, what's up, Johnny? How you doing?
How you doing, man?
I'm awesome, family. What you got for me?
I just want to give you some flowers and thanks for I learned so much from you guys on Clubhouse. Like I'm a walking integration because of you guys. Everything, like everything. I never had a guided journey. I've always been done solo, but learning from you guys just by sitting in those rooms and listening, and then going into my work intentionally, just by following guidance, and then it's like you were there guiding me in a weird way. I was there solo with myself, but then just all the information that I received from all the panels, everything. I was listening to you guys religiously and taking everything. And I downloaded all your stuff, and I just want to say, thank you, because not only has it put me on the path to be the best version of myself that I can be. Like I said, I'm like through everything in life, everything I go through, my meditations, it made me a better listener, more active listener, an empathic listener, and just a better person and all. And it's from the work I've done with the mushrooms and the integration. And thanks to some information and from you guys on Clubhouse.
Thanks, Johnny. Man, I appreciate it. And thank you for the reflection, family. Thank you for always being astute and showing up and leaning into the stuff that we've brought for people to use. You are definitely a testament to the things that we do. So thank you, family. I appreciate you consuming all the things that you've consumed, and it didn't cost you nothing but paying attention, listening, and downloading. You know what I mean? And that's what I want, man. I want people to be able to have access to this stuff. So thank you, man. Thank you for supporting me. It means a lot to me that you are rendering these reflections to me as often as you possibly can, and keep them coming, because people consider me a leader in a lot of things, and I do question myself from time to time. So when things like that come around, brother, it means a lot to me. So thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you. It warms my heart and soul. Appreciate you. I've got some familiar faces in here that are lighting me up. John is here, Toby's here, like Paul Mark's here. Like there's some really awesome folks. Valeria is here, like Holly. Like there's so many people that are here that I know, and I'm grateful that y'all show up and that y'all believe in me and that you believe in yourself enough to come to something like this. So with that, I know my time is rolling towards the top of my hour, and Leo had posted in the chat.
Actually, sorry to interrupt, but because Ankara is caught up in Costa Rica without internet, you actually were on for another hour.
Solid goal. I can rock for another hour, so that's cool. I can do that. Thank you, Leo. And sending love to Ankara, man. Ankara is an amazing human being, amazing facilitator. He trains integration coaches as well. He's an amazing human being, and makes these ankhs. I'll see if I can find my ankh. It's not in here. Yeah, well, later. Anyway, Leo had posted in the chat, I would love to hear from you, Ta, on what you experience as far as what you observe in terms of trends of emotional healing work. So that's a pretty loaded question.
I think I meant more in terms of like, if you're someone dealing with a lot of people who are living in congested cities where there's a lot of EMFs and a lot of radiation, and just like maybe people are sometimes caught up in the gears of the city and city life. Because right now I'm in Maui, right? So it doesn't have the same like city life feel. But I'm just wondering, you're dealing with those people, so you're probably observing trends about behavior, about work, about sickness that people carry. You mentioned it in their bodies and how they walk with how they talk and how their body reflects their emotional state. But I was just wondering if you saw trends, like maybe you realize, and this seems obvious, but maybe you realize like, oh, people are putting materialism above, basic happiness, basic joy. And maybe just that you're seeing trends with what you're seeing. That's all.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And there's something that I'm seeing right now and like I've been to a few different cities. I've recently was in New York, and I'm seeing the same situation all over the place. And I'm noticing that people are in a space of emotional chaos, and not to call chaos a bad thing. Okay, I want to make sure that that's clear. And chaos is not a bad thing. There's a lot of emotion and stirred up emotions and things that are happening in people. And one of the things that I've found really frequently as of late, most of the calls that I'm getting from my colleagues, from my mother, my sister, from Cole, from all of the females, right? The people who were born with female bodies, I'm noticing that there's a lot of emotional chaos that's coming up to the surface, and there's this not knowing how to navigate it. And then the males around are not knowing how to navigate that chaos, that emotional space. And what I'm seeing as the world is shifting right now, particularly in the large cities, there's a shifting of the old dynamics around masculine energy, right? So just backtracking for a second, male bodies are designed, from my understanding of people, based on my studies and based on my experiences with people, male bodies are designed to harness and to navigate masculine energy more efficiently. Female bodies are designed to harness and to express feminine energy more efficiently. There's no one or the other that is better at it. There's a design situation. And so the patriarchal situation on our planet has stifled the feminine energy and its full expression in female bodies. Okay, not necessarily in male bodies. It's stifled it in female bodies. And so we have had this trend of females having to act the way they've been told to act by male bodies that have been hyper masculinized. And so as the world is shifting right now and things are being shaken up, as all these EMFs and all these signals and all these things are changing, as our political dynamics are changing, the feminine energy is starting to move through these female bodies in a more natural way. And nobody knows how to navigate it because we've been navigating it from this masculine lens for so long. And so there's this chaos of emotion, of full emotional expression that's starting to come to the surface, and the males don't know how to navigate it. And the females that I've experienced are having a lot of fright around it because they have this fullness in their emotions and they don't know how to navigate it because they've been taught to navigate one emotion at a time. You're either sad or you're happy or you're frustrated or you're anxious, one thing at a time, but we have many emotions at the same time. So this is one of the things that I've been seeing that people have been navigating. And I find that when people go into psychedelic experiences, they're able to really lean into a new way of navigating their emotions in body. And that's where I've witnessed women, females, not necessarily women, female bodies, right? And I'm talking about female sex, right? Born female, have been having some really amazing turnarounds in emotional spaces of being full in their emotions outside of a shame space, outside of a restrictive space, and being in their full power. So that's one of the things that I've been seeing as far as trends in big cities with people that I've been navigating things with. I haven't been seeing it so much in people who are in rural areas, who live out on ranches and stuff like that. Really had any contact with people that are in those spaces, so I can't speak for it. But speaking for the big city situations, this is the area I've been supporting people in, allowing these emotions to come to the surface so that they can actually move out and not be stifled anymore. So that's what I've been seeing. Leo. All right. So, anybody have any comments on that? Anybody want to bring in something on that? I'd love to hear your vantage point. If you've seen anything similar, if there's been any situation around psychedelics that have been supporting people in being in their full expression, I'd love to hear about it. And again, this is what I just shared was not a science-based fact or anything like that. This is my experience of what I've been witnessing going on and what I've been journaling on and keeping track on. Because I'm always tracking stuff that's going on around me. I'm always tracking my partner. I'm always tracking my mom and my sister and my daughter, and my whole team in my business is all female. So I see it all around me all the time. So that's just one of the things that I see. My male partners and friends all around me in life have been telling me that they've been having similar situations of witnessing these things, and they've been coming to me like, I don't know what to do, and I'm like, you got to let people be. So that's what I've been seeing on an emotional level.
Well, I had another question about the shame part you just mentioned. And I also wanted to let the moderators know that the head of MAPS Canada, Mark Hayden, is going to be joining in the next hour to share as well. So just wanted to keep an eye on him popping up. But you mentioned something about shame just now, and it just brought to mind, I had two people in the plant medicine community recently, people that I think are very, amazing, but they were shaming others, and I thought it was interesting. And I didn't want to like perpetuate like the shame by saying you're shaming people, but you don't want to be part of shame. And kind of like collectively, I don't think you want to be a person to shame people, but I think so easily we can slip into shame. And I just was wondering if you could just speak more about shame, because I think you're really astute in your observations about the power of shame and how debilitating it is.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And so shame is a huge space that I work in and I navigate, and Paul Mark's here, and Paul Mark works in shame as well. Shame, from my vantage point, is an emotional complex. It's not just one emotion. It's a complex of emotions that are the most effective human control device known in existence. Okay. If you want to control somebody, get them into a shame space, because when a person is shamed, when they believe that something is wrong, bad, broken, not enough, or too much about them, there's a potential of them being outcast, right? Wrong, bad, broken, not enough, too much. There's a potential of you being outcast. And when we are outcast from the herd, we die. Okay, that is the detriment of human existence. And working as a nurse in a hospital, the one thing that I saw that was extremely common in all of the people that came in with heart disease and these weird cancers and stuff is the shame complexes that they were living underneath. Okay? The one thing that tied these people together was loneliness. And loneliness is generated mostly by shame. Something is wrong with me. People won't want to be around with me. Something is bad about me. Something's broken. Something's not enough. I'm too much. These are shame complexes. And so these are things that are designed to keep people separated. And once somebody is separated, they're more easily controlled, right? Because they don't have the collective to support them. And so if the collective is stronger physically, financially, they have more resources than the individual, it can cause the individual to not have, especially if resources are pulled away from that individual because the collective is saying that there's something wrong with them, and then nobody wants to support them. Nobody wants to feed them. Nobody wants to house them. Look at our homeless situations in the world. Something's wrong with those people. Stay away from them. They smell bad. All of these things. This is shame stuff. And so when we come into situations like this in the realms around psychedelics, when we have the healing arts, and one sect of the healing arts is shaming another sect of the healing arts, there's a control mechanism in there somewhere. There's an oppressive dynamic. Okay. And whenever there's an oppressive dynamic, you can find the oppressive dynamic in one easy step. One. Right? One, oppression has one master and one master only, and that master is convenience. Convenience of the oppressor at the inconvenience of the oppressed. That's it. And so I can always find out if somebody is shaming something by finding out what the shame is conveniencing them with, and then I address where they're believing that there's a deficit, where they feel that they have to protect something, where they feel like something is off, that they need to oppress somebody else. And so the shame dynamic always falls under a space of oppression. And so I always look for where the oppressive circumstance is, where the oppressive situation is in that space. And so if somebody is saying that they believe something and they're trying to shut me up and they're trying to shame me and they're trying to put me out, it's because their idea space is probably threatened. And so if their idea space is threatened, they will try to shame me and get me to stifle myself and be quiet so that I can be outcast instead of them potentially being outcast. And so it's a very complex dynamic that has been built into our societies worldwide. It's an old, archaic system of shame. And the thing is, if a person gets angry, because shame triggers anger, it triggers abandonment wounds, it triggers the three core wounds, right? Abandonment, betrayal, and shame. And it triggers the other two abandonment wounds, betrayal and shame, betrayal and abandonment. And when those things come online, anger comes online, sadness comes online, frustration comes online, all of these emotions come online, and it overwhelms the nervous system. And when the nervous system gets overwhelmed, it can't act. And so instead of being in the shame space, we succumb to it. Okay, cool. I'll just shut up, because it's too much to bear all of that emotional stuff at the same time. It's overwhelming for the nervous system. And so people back down. And so this is part of what I see a lot in these spaces with the anger complexes, with the stuff that went down at Wonderland. Like, I don't know if y'all saw what was happening at Wonderland, but there was some really interesting stuff going on with people being taken out by security because of their belief structures and who they are. Yeah, there's stuff going on in the background with people not wanting things to move forward. So, I always look for the oppressive dynamic. I hope that answers your situation around shame, Leo. And if y'all want to talk about shame, we could talk about shame, because shame comes up in psychedelic spaces all the time. All the time. It's the one thing that is common amongst people, and it's the one that I think draws us in and connects a lot of the dots. Eric, you got something you want to share?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I saw your screen light up, so I thought you were saying something.
Nope.
Oh. Okay.
I remember having a pretty clear shameful experience while tripping once, though, if that helps with our conversation. Like when I was younger, we all were at a party, and like we took like blue ringer mushrooms and stuff. Mm-hmm. And then I just like imagined, that I like had like soiled myself, and I could smell it and everything. And like there's like girls around, I thought it was like I like was like glued to my chair because I like didn't want to face, that shame basically. And I stood up and then I touched the seat and everything was dry, and so like it's just like, I was worried for no reason, I don't know. So like it can really like pull that out of you, like, you know what I mean? So it was a crazy experience. Like, but I saw my other friend go through the same thing too. I saw him like freeze up, and then he stood up and went down. I was like, dude, we got to get out of this room that we're in or something, because I know what you just went through. He thought he pooped himself, and he did. Yeah.
And so therein lies the situation. If you did pee on yourself, would that be something for you to be ashamed of? So
I don't know.
So you're talking to a person who wet the bed until he was 14. I wet the bed until I was 14. And the way I stopped wetting the bed was I stopped going to sleep. Okay. And so that drove me into a space where I was so afraid. My brother told everybody at school that I wet the bed. Okay. Everybody. And so I did not want to go to high school with my brother telling people that I was wetting the bed. I would be outcast. I would be ashamed. Right. And so I hid. And so there are plenty of reasons why we shame people around excrement, right? The things that come out of our bodies are disgusting. It's what you ate was beautiful when you ate it, right? Before, I hope you weren't eating Twinkies, right? The things that we eat are usually beautiful. And then when we defecate and we urinate, we shame that, instead of being in a space of gratitude for our bodies being able to produce the waste product and then being able to give it back to the planet in some way, to be grateful to have toilets or whatever it is. And this is one of the spaces that I've navigated myself in psychedelic spaces, and I've supported other people. When something like that comes up, for me, it's important that you don't bypass it. Okay. Look into it. What's my relationship with urine, right? If something, there's never a thing that comes up in a psychedelic experience for me that's just like, nah, that doesn't make sense. This is stupid. Let me just forget it. No, what's my relation? And this is where I do an intake on myself. What's my relationship to urine, right? When I think back when I was a kid, did I ever have any shameful moments with that I need to navigate? What is my circumstance and situation? And so that's something that I would invite you to lean into.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Patty, what you got, family?
Well, it's so weird that this would come up, this whole idea of shame and bodily functions. But I have healed myself and kept myself in a healed state from ulcerative colitis, which is a autoimmune disease that has a lot of ties and connections to early childhood trauma. And when I was really afflicted with it from about 2011, 2010, I was diagnosed in 2012. It probably took 18 months of real suffering with fear, not knowing what was happening to my body. For those of you who don't know what ulcerative colitis is, it is a autoimmune disease where your body basically attacks your colon and causes loss of control of the bowels, blood and mucus in the bowels. It can get it's really gross. It's gross, and there's a lot of shame. And it got to the point where I was trapped in my house because I would try to do something as simple as taking my kids to the store, and I would lose control of my bowels at the store, and I would just be, covered in shit. And he's running to the bathroom and having to abandon my kids in the aisle. And then just getting to a place where it was just like, you know what? This isn't my fault. I'm not doing this on purpose. And so I healed it using psilocybin, microdosing and macrodosing psilocybin, because psilocybin attaches to the same receptors in your brain as the drug that pharmaceutical companies want to prescribe that suppress your immune system, and which have all kinds of crazy risks associated with them, like renal failure. Obviously, suppressing your immune system is not safe or healthy to do, so that's not good. And so they attach those same receptors without any of those side effects. And I turned to a ketogenic diet, took out all sugar, all grains, no fruit, no high sugar vegetables, all protein, all fat, and leafy greens, and put it into remission. And it has stayed there since 2017. But I just remember those moments, like being in the bathroom at the Target or the Safeway, in places where, people are like around food and just feeling just filthy. Our bodies are crazy things.
Thank you. Thank you for your vulnerability. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for feeling.
Just finding a space where I could tell people about that. And then finding so many other people are like, oh my God, yeah, like I've had, being in help groups and stuff like that on Facebook for the condition, people like, yeah, I put together a travel kit and I just never leave, what is the joke we always say, never trust a fart. Yeah, finding humor around it and letting go of that shame and just being like, yeah, bodies. This meat suit, it doesn't always work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. One of the things for me with stuff like this is making sure that I don't shame my shame, right? And all of the things that you've experienced and transpired that have brought you to this moment have probably inspired other people in this room. And so there's always value to something. We don't have to continue doing the same old things we used to do, shaming ourselves and stuff, to get to a point where we can support other people. And so I'm grateful for your experience. I'm grateful for your share. I'm grateful for your emotion, and it's welcome here. Thank you for that. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for taking care of yourself. Thank you for learning about yourself. Thank you. Because now you can show other people. Thank you for being here all day. You've been in this all day, supporting other people. It's an honor to be here and witness you in your full rawness and your expression. Thank you. Have you had an opportunity to thank yourself for being able to navigate all these things?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm the moderator from 8:15 to 9:15. I've been sitting here wondering, like, what am I gonna say? I'm such a student. I'm just like this little baby in my mind, like I feel like a little kid walking through life most days, and I'm so grateful for my ability to tap back into that because I didn't have a childhood,
Yeah.
So I'm so grateful to be able to see the world through a sense of wonder and play and to regain that and reclaim it and not be a little adult walking around all the time. It's okay to be childlike.
How often do you learn from your children?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
So I invite you into a space of seeing yourself, the child of you that you perceive as this little kid. What could somebody possibly learn from you? What do you learn from your children? I learn from my daughter and my grandkids all the time.
Yeah.
I'm constantly a student of life. And so I take the things that I learn and I apply them in real time. And that's what you're doing, family. So I'm inviting you to be mindful of shaming your childlike situation or whatever you consider that. Okay. That's weird. Coming up again, right? And see how insidious it's insidious. And it's very, very easy to put yourself back into a shame space. And this is the work around microdosing. This is the work around psychedelics. This is the work around you just expanding yourself as an individual, is being able to recognize the little insidious things that you put yourself down. Oh yeah, I'm the moderator. What am I going to do? I don't know anything. I'm this baby. Yeah. The fountain of youth for me is understanding that young is new. Right. And so when we do our best to go back to looking like a child, that's old. As we progress, we are getting new, consistently new. You're consistently learning. You're consistently young. And the younger you stay, the younger your organism functions as. Ask Eric, right?
Yeah.
Right? Ask Eric, okay? Eric's 80, right? Like, ask him about this, right? If you look at my if you go on my Instagram and you look, there's a side-by-side picture of me from when I was 38 and 48. And my 38 picture looks 10 years older or 10 years more aged than my 48 picture, because I've learned that me being in my newness and me being able to trip through things fortifies my organism. That's part of my explorations with this stuff. You're perfect the way you are, family. And everything that you've experienced has taught you something that you can teach other people with. And you're teaching other people here now. Take a look at the chat and when you get a moment and look at how many people you've inspired with your story.
Yeah.
Take a look. Everything that you are, everything that you've experienced has brought you to a space to be able to teach people just by you being alive. That's it. That's all you need. You're perfect just the way you are in your imperfection. That's my vantage point. And I dare anybody to challenge that. Right? You're perfect. Thank you. And if you're having ideas of time being drawn out and all of that stuff, I'm inviting you to let go. Processes come as processes come. Yeah, I know. Processes come as they come. And in any container that I'm in, when a person's emotions come up, then we navigate it right there. That's it. Period. You're important. And if you haven't had anybody tell you that in the past, I'm telling you now, you're important and you're valuable and you're worthy of being paid attention to and loved on right now. What are you experiencing right now?
Gratitude.
sadness. Because it's really easy to dip, you know? It's easy to dip in to dark places. For me. And I fight so hard to tame those demons that were really born out of a lot of shame and a lot of fear growing up the way that I did. And I've just never been more determined to just slay that beast. You know, sometimes it feels like you're trying to like fight a dragon with a noodle, you know? This goddamn sword won't stand up.
Yeah, that's something I come across a lot in this work is slaying demons and dragons and stuff.
Yeah. There's this really beautiful piece of artwork that I found years ago, like probably 10 or 12 years ago. And it's a little girl and she's a little fairy and she's so waifish and she's kneeling and there's this dragon with these teeth and they're just dripping and waiting to kind of devour her. And she's just going, and I've just always looked at that as a reminder, like, you're not going to slay that dragon. You've got to love that dragon.
That's right. That's right. What if you could give that dragon a hug? What does that dragon need?
Human souls. Just kidding.
How? But how does that dragon need to eat human souls, or does it need to be hugged by a human soul?
It needs the love of human souls.
That's right. And so it needs a microdose or a macrodose so that it can change the way it thinks. Right?
Right.
And so this
can be pretty scary.
This is the thing. Yeah, I know. And scary isn't always a terrible thing. These things were
that scary thing saved me.
Right. And so slaying something that saved you is counterintuitive.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I love when
and also maybe even counterproductive, because why would I slay something that literally saved my life?
Why would you? What would drive you to do that?
I don't know. This concept of like ego death is fascinating to me.
It is a fascinating space.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things around that, and I'd love to hear from anybody in the room. How are you feeling right now, Patty?
I'm okay. I'm solid. Yeah, I'm
good?
solid. Yeah, I'm
Thank
good.
you. How about we all take a couple of breaths? Yeah. Nice deep breath. Again, in. And one more deep breath in, y'all. Thank you. Yeah, we can always take it back to the breath. Mm-hmm.
Thank both of you. This was a most wonderful dialogue. I mean, this was a special part of this 24 hours, let me say.
Thank you, family. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. This is a huge part of my work, man. The words that move through me tend to evoke emotion, and then that's what needs to be navigated in the moment. And so this is one of the things when I'm working with people in journeys or whatever, sometimes the closing circle situation can last 6 hours. So we leave that open for things like this to happen, because everybody's emotions are designed to come out when they're designed to come out. It's not an inconvenient space. And so this is something that I just want to invite all of you into, the idea that the idea that your emotions are inconvenient is a shame space. There's something wrong with your emotions. And so they should be stifled and held in for somebody else's convenience, for time constraints or the constraints of the world or whatever else. Your emotions were designed to happen when they were designed to happen, and not at any other time. And so the ideas that your emotions need to be stifled are an idea of convenience. And that is a convenience that causes dis-ease in the organism. And that dis-ease can wreak havoc in your environment and everything around you. And so building a strategy to have your environment support you emotionally is a huge part of integration work. And it's a huge part of what I teach my people. It's a huge part of what I've taught myself and what I'm still working on. And you're in no way, shape, or form looking at anybody who's a perfect specimen of emotional navigation here. So I'm not even looking to boast in that direction. I know some navigational tips and tricks that I've amassed, and I want to share with people so that we can all be easy together, so that we can all be vulnerable together, so that when I'm telling somebody that I shit on myself, they're not laughing at me, calling me disgusting. They're like, how can I help you? How can I support you? Do you need a pair of jeans? What do you need right now? Right. And this is a space of support that I'm looking to create in this world, is us being integrated together. So we're not beating each other up for our emotions. Our emotions are supposed to be the way they are. And I don't like to use the word supposed to. Your emotions are designed to be the way they are, because they are the way they are. They're telling you something. And if we stifle them and bury them, it becomes another sequence of ignoring ourselves in traumatic circumstance that we have to unravel. So we have to go back to another journey or do more microdosing and all these other things. So I just really want to thank you all for participating and holding the container and the space for this amazing human being, Patty, who's been here all day supporting other people all day long. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate you. And thank you for the words, Eric. And thank you, Leo, for putting this together. I've watched you work fervently and tirelessly to tie all this together and reach out to me and get me to send in graphics and all of this stuff. I appreciate you, family. I really, really do. I love your hustle, Leo Russell. I really, really do. And with that, y'all, any other things? Anybody else want to talk or bring anything to the table? Any navigation spaces? Leo, does that kind of sew things in with the whole shame complex thing for you?
Yeah, I'm covered, man. That covered that subject really deeply. I'm wondering if Mark from MAPS has joined us. I know we just had an iPhone join us. We are waiting to have Mark from MAPS Canada speak. And then Darren McCrae is a Colville tribal member, and he's had like 20,000 views on his YouTube of his video showing himself healing himself with psilocybin for Parkinson's, like controlling his tremors. He's going to hop on, I think, any minute now, but maybe we could just kind of kill time getting to know some of the folks who haven't introduced themselves.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. How about it? Where you at, Katie? I'm calling you out. Calling you in.
Okay. So my name's Katie. My friend Annie introduced me. She sent me this link video. Annie Bogular, I'm not sure. She does a lot of work around somatics and psychedelics. And ever since I tuned in a little over an hour ago, it's been really epic. All the conversations and gems have been really resonant. Literally every single conversation and story. So yeah, my name's Katie. I just wanted to say hi. And I wanted to circle back to the masculine feminine thing if we have time, if there's space for it. But other than that,
you're here.
Okay, cool. But Patty, thank you for sharing too. I really resonate with so much. One thing I did want to ask, when you're talking about just in the city spaces where the feminine has the space to sort of be all of those emotions, and if you have those like heart-centered, you're on psychedelics and you have really good conversations and it's heart-centered, and open, and then when you're not on psychedelics, say it's a little bit more closed. Like, how do you navigate that integration, like with other people, like say relations, like say with men, for example, if in those spaces it's very easy to communicate and be in the heart, and then say not on psychedelics, it's a little bit more closed off. I don't know if that question makes sense, but like, how do you keep it at that same like level, it like where it's not, so where it doesn't shut down or anything like that for both parties, if that makes sense.
That makes plenty of sense. It's a great question. And so the thing is, right? I mean, I remember we were talking about oppression a few minutes ago. Okay. And so if there has been a reason, right, a reason, a logic created around you holding in your expression of love or your expression of connection or whatever, there's a reason in that space. And remember, when you're in psychedelics, your default mode gets dismantled, right? And so your default pattern of activity gets dismantled, and so the apprehensions and stuff that have been built into your organism get released, and so you have this license to be in that space. If you go back to the same type of environments that provide that, you can close back up again. And so the thing is, once you get into that space and you recognize that you're in that space, can you hone in on the feeling? Can you see where it is in your body, right? Can you hone in on the feeling? Can you recreate the feeling? And then can you expand it and hold it for a period of time? Right. And so this can be in microdosing. This can be just, there's a shortcut to it in microdosing, but you can do this outside of microdosing as well. It's being able to track, okay, cool. I remember that heart open feeling. Let me see if I can conjure it. And let me see if I can hold it for 5 minutes and just be in this awesome space. Right. And then you anchor it to something. Maybe you anchor it to a song, or you anchor it to a smell or a scent or an essential oil. And you're like, oh my gosh, every time I smell this essential oil, my heart opens up. Because it's a reminder, it's a physiological anchor that you put actually into your nervous system. Does this make sense? Okay. And so what you do is then you can walk around with an essential oil and just keep pulling it under your nose. And then that expands you into that. And you don't have to keep going back to actively think and conjure. Your body will bring you back into it. And so that provides an environment that reminds you of the safety. There's an anchor point to it, and you actually get your nervous system to tune into that space of being safe. All right. If you're in that space and you're open, you're probably feeling safe. Yeah. Am I approximating? Okay, cool. So you're probably feeling safe. What are the feelings of safe? What are the visceral physical sensations? Okay, not just the emotional component, the visceral physical sensations. Do I feel a tingling in my toes when this happens? Can I breathe more expansively? Do my shoulders go back? What's the posture that's involved in that? Can I recreate that postural situation? And can I anchor it to something? Can I anchor it to a song? Can I anchor it to music? Can I anchor it to twirling my hair? Whatever you choose to anchor it to, you can anchor it to that. And being in a microdosing space is a prime place to create that habit form in a shorter period of time than just doing it over and over again, right? And so being able to track yourself, like, I'm not sure if you were here when I told everybody about the tracking system that I have that doesn't cost you anything. You can just download it. Right? I'll put another link of it in the chat. But I have an integration guide, and you can actually be like, look, my intention is to have my heart open, and you can and there's like these little things that you can track every day to see if you're doing things. And so you can track and you can see if I went for 5 minutes today with my heart open, and tomorrow I'm going to go for 6 minutes. That's my intention, and then have my heart open for 6 minutes, and then I tell somebody else, hey, listen, if you see me starting to shut down, I want you to say something. Right? If I'm at a party and you see me start to shut down, I want you to come over and I want you to tell me to get out my essential oils and open my heart and pull my shoulders back. That's when you bring your environment in to help you integrate that situation. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, it's so beautiful because, like, literally, the exact situation I'm talking about, like, that was my intention. It was like to be in my heart, open my heart. And then I had a friend who would, remind me when, like, my intention wasn't lining up with my body language and, what I was saying and my thoughts. So yeah. And I love the essential oils in the song. So yeah, I appreciate that feedback so much. Yeah. And your book and stuff you shared. I'm really grateful to use it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for asking, and thank you for unmuting your microphone and saying hi. I appreciate it. And thank you for also bringing your question to the surface. Thank you. Way to go, family. Get what you need out of life. Let's do it. Who else? Who else wants to share? Thank you. Are you complete for now, Katie? Okay, cool. Anybody else want to share? Anybody else want to unmute and say their name? Bring themselves to the table. Share your love with us, please. Someone, anyone. Darren, are you sharing?
I'll go ahead.
All right, go for it.
Was that for me or someone else? I thought I heard a second voice.
Go for it, Toby.
All right, just saying hello. Toby is my name. Nice to meet you all. Really appreciated the feedback and the questions so far. I don't necessarily have a particular issue to address. This is more of a hello. I am currently, I'm actually a psychedelic informed coach in training at the moment. I've been working with Ta, and just, man, it's really opened my world into understanding myself and this whole space of the power of psychedelics, of course. Myself being new to this, it's humbling, it's powerful. Of course, I've got some issues that I'm working through myself and learning the ropes as I go, but I'm just happy to be here. So grateful for Ta. Thank you for facilitating this evening, but also for all the work that you've done in coming up with the concepts that you're teaching people and how powerful they are. Yeah, I'll leave it there. I know there's other people that want to jump in, but just hello again and thank you. Grateful to be here.
Thank you, family. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Toby actually took some of the concepts that I taught him, and he guided me through a space on one of our integration calls for our coaches the other day. He's a pretty fantastic coach. Don't let that whole shy thing fool you.
I had a good teacher. I had a really good teacher.
Awesome coach. So yeah, thank you. Who else wants to share? Oh, Mark's here. Mark Hayden. What's going on, family?
Hi, Mark.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Ta.
Hey. Good to see you, family.
I was told you wanted to talk, and I jumped in. Let's have a conversation.
Let's do it.
What do you want to talk about?
Whatever's on the plate. Leo's happy to see you.
Yeah. But do you want me to just describe what I'm up to these days?
Yeah, talk about it, fam.
Sure.
What's going on with you and the organizations and all the things?
Well, I'm currently working for multiple organizations, and I'm always publishing on the topic of psychedelics. And let me start with that one. I think that's kind of a cool thing. All researchers believe, at least maybe not all, now that I've been talking to a few of them, but it's commonly believed that psychedelics and schizophrenia are a really bad combination. And it was interesting. I was approached by a man with schizophrenia who was microdosing with psychedelics to manage his voices. Essentially, when he didn't microdose, his voices that he had that yelled at him from the walls and ceiling around him were nasty, judgmental, hostile, and aggressive. And when he microdosed with either LSD or psilocybin, the voices changed and they became loving, supportive, compassionate, and encouraging him to work hard. And so it was fascinating to me. I was so intrigued because I'd never heard that. I'd never heard anybody describe that. I interviewed him about 4 or 5 times and wrote up his autobiography and stuck it on the Maps Canada website. I don't know if it's still there, but I can make it available if somebody wants to see the details of the story. But I decided to dig into the literature and ask myself the question, has this experience ever been documented by anybody? Because I've never heard about it. This is the mystery in history. So as I started digging, like, as you probably know, between 1950 and 1967, a lot of researchers and clinicians gave psychedelics, mostly LSD, to a lot of different people, including people with schizophrenia. And they wrote about it a lot. And I dug, and my first dig was any paper that had ever been published with LSD in the title. And then I had to eliminate lumpy skin disease, lysosomal storage disorder, and long, slow distance training. And I wound up with about 2,600 papers. And so I dug through those 26 and 2,600 and actually found a lot of people commenting on what their experience was giving LSD, mostly, but some other psychedelics, to people with schizophrenia. And it took me a long time to sort out those papers into sort of piles, and then what would I conclude? And what I got, the first cut was large dosages were destabilizing, but small dosages seem to be helpful for some people. And it's interesting. I was kind of writing this up and putting all the quotes from all the different papers on my computer screen and just staring at it, trying to say, does this make sense? And my partner, my wife, who's a psychiatrist, looked at what I was doing and said, do you know what you're doing? And I said, no, help me to understand this pile of quotes that I can't. And she said, it's actually very clear. And then she observed that schizophrenia has two manifestations. If you read about it in the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, that defines schizophrenia, there's two ways it manifests. One is the positive symptoms, the delusions and hallucinations. The other is the negative symptoms, which is the social withdrawal, the disconnection from others, and the inability to experience pleasure. And she said, what you're observing there is always about the negative symptoms. So what I concluded was, and she said she as a psychiatrist can't treat the negative symptoms. She can treat the positive symptoms, but she can't treat the negative symptoms. So my conclusion after a massive amount of work kind of comes down to one sentence, which is LSD and other psychedelics in small dosages can, I believe, be useful for people with schizophrenia to help them manage the negative symptoms of schizophrenia. That was a lot of work for one sentence, but that's the one sentence.
Thank you, Mark, man. Yeah, this has been a topic of discussion, man. Like there's been a huge fear space around people with leaning into psychedelics in schizophrenic spaces. And I have a friend named Kitty Sipple that actually did her first experience with me there. This was maybe almost 10 years ago. And now she does, she has this talk called The Gates to Madness. I'll see if I can find it and I'll post it in the chat. But she talks about, being on the borders of all of these different situations, and the psychedelics have actually helped her to actually hone things in. It's fantastic talk. And I'm seeing this more and more with people who are in spaces of schizophrenia, of multiple personality circumstances, and all of these different things that have been able to actually hone things in and be in the positive space, in the space that's the joyous space, and that gets to expand. So thank you for bringing that to life, family.
Well, let me give you just a few examples that were in the literature that actually were kind of impactful for me. Some were just sort of clinical reports. We gave it to this person, this is what happened. Often those clinical reports were with people with catatonia. Like, catatonia means you don't say anything, you don't move, you're sitting in the corner of a psychiatric hospital, immobile, with no words coming out of your mouth. That's a pretty severe problem. And they were giving LSD to these folks. And what they found is people with catatonia would actually start talking, but they wouldn't just start talking. They would start talking about their issues. It wasn't just random, it was like what they were thinking and why they got there and how to actually manage what was going on for them. There was another example where it was published in 1956, actually, and it was a psychiatric hospital in the United States that had a social group for people with schizophrenia. And so they get them together every single day. And then they decided to break them into two groups and give one LSD in a low dose, and one group got a placebo. And what they found is the placebo folks did what they usually did, which was they either sat there in silence and said nothing, or they would talk, but they would never talk in reference to what anybody else was saying. These were pretty significantly disturbed people with schizophrenia. They were kind of out there. So they didn't have the ability to connect with each other in the context of a conversation. They would just talk, but there was no reference to anybody else's conversation. The folks they gave LSD to had two changes. One is the people who weren't talking started to talk, which was pretty cool. And then they started to have a conversation. They would talk about something together. They would start to reference each other's content in their conversation. So that was actually pretty cool to read that. Yeah.
So awesome, man. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it.
Do you want to know what else I'm up to?
I want to know what you're up to.
Okay. There's have you had a discussion on the show yet about MEAI?
We have not to my knowledge.
So MEAI is 5-methoxy-2-aminoindane, and there's been a company that's formed around this particular molecule. It's called Clear Mind Medicine. Shall I talk about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So let me just dive in and just describe the experience of this molecule. So if you put it, let me, before I do that, I'll talk about the group. It's part of the aminoindane group of molecules. And the aminoindane group of molecules are best described as stale MDMA that's lost its luster, and there's lots of them. But the 5-methoxy-2-aminoindane has this kind of remarkable anti-addictive quality. Let me describe it to you. So if you take 80 milligrams and you pour it in a glass, stir it in a glass and drink it, it feels like one beer. If you take another 80 milligrams and you put it in a glass and stir it and drink it, it feels like 2 beers. If you take another 80 milligrams and put it in glass and drink it, it feels like about 60 milligrams of MDMA. So 60 milligrams of MDMA is a very, very light dose of MDMA. It's not, you don't love it. It's not fantastic. It's not wonderful, but you like it. It's positive. You feel safe and warm and fuzzy and connected to somebody. If MDMA is I love you, MEAI is kind of like you. It's not dramatic. Now, it's important that it not be dramatic, but it's a positive experience. And if you do the next 80 milligrams and you drink it, the best description of that I've ever come up with is you've just finished eating 2 pieces of chocolate-covered goopy cheesecake. And somebody puts a third piece of cheesecake in front of you and hands you a fork. You just stare at the cheesecake and you go, oh my God, you can't imagine touching the cheesecake. So think about that moment. You're staring at this third piece of cheesecake and you can't touch it. But why? You're not so sedated, you're lying on the floor. You're not so stimulated, you're hanging off the ceiling. You're not so violently ill, you're kneeling in front of the toilet. You can't touch the cheesecake because you're satiated. You're completely and absolutely done with cheesecake. So MEI gives you this satiation experience after the MDMA-like experience. So if you think about, I used to work in the addiction services. What we have very good anecdotal evidence now is that if you give it to somebody who is out of control with their drinking, they stop drinking. So for all those people that said 1 beer is too many for me and 30 is too few, you could, in theory, go to that person and say, how many beers do you want to drink? And if they say, I want to drink 4, you could dose them so they have the experience of complete satiation at the end of 4 beers. And we've done a few rounds of anecdotal that and with people, and we have observed in rats. Did you know that you can make an alcoholic rat? Well, you can. Amazing. Alcoholic rats stop drinking when you give them MEI. People stop drinking when you give them MEI, even if they are wild alcoholics that completely want to dive into the bottle and drink it to the bottom. So it's pretty cool. And so I'm familiar with this molecule. So I decided to jump on board. And the big question is, what title should I have? And there are 2 titles that we're debating. One is the Vice President of Business Development, and the other is Chief Psychedelic Officer. And we don't know. I mean, because partly we want to appeal to the psychedelic community because it's kind of a cool thing that feels a bit like a psychedelic, but we also want to appeal to mainstream. We want to appeal to addiction physicians who just want to help people to stop drinking. So there's 2 kind of ways of thinking about it, and we're not exactly sure what title I'm going to have, but right now it's Vice President of Business Development.
Yeah. Congrats.
Well, it's a cool molecule, actually.
That's awesome.
Is this available to alcoholics right now?
No, the Clear Mind Medicine is the name of the company, and they're going through the clinical trial research process. And in order to turn a molecule into a medicine, you need to go through preclinical toxicology with the rats, and then you have to do stage 1 with safety in people, and then you have to do stage 2 and then stage 3. they're actually just moving into the people process, and they want to do it through the FDA in the States, because if you can bag the FDA, you can bag anybody.
Yeah.
But so no, it's not available currently.
Fabulous, though, because we absolutely need to deal with addiction. Most importantly, I think the opioid, if we don't get a handle on that, we're going downhill fast. 115,000 overdose deaths, fentanyl being so popular now.
Yes. So I don't have an intuitive sense that it would actually work for opiate addicts. I know, well, we have good anecdotal evidence that it works for humans with alcohol use disorder. I kind of have a hunch it will work for crack cocaine because it's a very compulsive kind of behavior. We believe it works for food, eating disorders, binge eating. But opiate addicts, it's not about binging. It's like that one shot and then you're dead. So I suspect it actually wouldn't work for opiates.
No, I wasn't suggesting. I was just suggesting that with this for alcoholism, with ibogaine for opioid.
Yeah. Bingo. Yes.
Yeah.
We need to put these into our systems.
May I weigh a little bit of science into what Mark just said?
Sure. And then Patty, I can see you. You're next.
So serotonin looks at bursts of dopamine and gives you a wide lens view in terms of the timeline of how well your life is going. Dopamine is telling you how well very short-term action is going, and a lot of those together will tell you how well your life is going. Now, that means that serotonin agonists are really good for making the brain feel that it has higher levels of serotonin and everything's okay. However, opiates, the majority of people that use opiates use it to stop pain. So you can have a lot of serotonin, and yet which tells you your life is going okay, and yet feel pain in a certain moment, even extreme pain. One does not conflict the other. They do not negate the other. They don't negate each other. There are situations where your life's going fine, but you cut yourself, you hurt yourself, you're in pain. That's why people seek out opiates. And that's why the serotonergic addiction mitigators, Mark, like the one you described, don't replace and don't work for the opiate epidemic.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Patty, comments, please.
I just, when I was younger, one of the things that I did that was kind of impulsive and crazy was that I got involved in selling and over consuming for about a year MDMA. And I was taking it in my home with the same handful of people every weekend, and I was functioning at a very high level. I had 3 jobs. I had finished college, but I was taking, I'm so embarrassed. I was taking like between 10 and 12 hits a weekend for about a year.
Wow.
And I was really processing a lot of stuff. I really was. We were talking about things that were really painful. And I felt like in this weird space, I was doing a lot of work. And I'm wondering where you think where does MDMA fall in the spectrum of, because it's not a plant, it's and I went to a talk in San Francisco at the School of Integrated Studies, listened to Ralph Metzger talk
and he referred to us as a psychedelic. And that was the first time it dawned on me that I was doing work. And so I'm just curious if you could speak on that a little bit.
Sure. So it's interesting that you still had an effect after that period of time, because many people, they stop responding in any kind of positive way. If you take that much MDMA, it seems to have very self-limiting properties. There is a limit to the amount of MDMA you can do, and your brain will actually stop responding in the way that it has originally, and you can never get that back. So you can wait years and then try it again, and you don't have the same positive empathogenic experience. So if you think about all psychedelics, there's many different ways of lumping psychedelics together. So but there's the tryptamines and the phenethylamines, but the way I like to lump psychedelics is in three groups. Is the classics, which are LSD, psilocybin, DMT, and mescaline. And then there's the empathogens, which is MDMA, methylene-deoxymethamphetamine, MDA, which is methylene-deoxyamphetamine, and 3-MMC, which is 3-methylmethcathinone. And they're all different. So the classics we're linked together. People often ask me, what's the difference between the different classics, LSD and psilocybin and mescaline, et cetera? And the answer is, what's the difference between grapefruits and oranges and lemons and limes? You recognize grapefruits and oranges and lemons and limes as all being citrus fruits, but how do you describe the difference between them? Well, it's actually really hard to do. And the same is true for the classic psychedelics. They feel like they have the same flavor, but they're a little different, other than, LSD lasts longer than psilocybin because it's a smaller molecule. But with the empathogens are also classified under the world of psychedelics. And you took methylene-deoxymethamphetamine, and you took it frequently and a lot. The outcome of that, generally speaking, the psychedelics are relatively non-toxic. So what I hear you saying is you ran out of time, you eventually just finished. It was the time for you to stop doing that had come, and you learned some experiences from that. And hopefully there were lessons learned from that. And personally, I recommend people do psychedelics a lot less frequently.
Mark, let me just correct you. Psilocybin works for a shorter time because of dephosphorylation. There are more dephosphorylase enzymes in the brain than there are the enzymes that break up LSD.
We could debate that, actually. This comes from a talk at the last MAPS conference. Let's have a wonderful debate here. That the reason why LSD is so strong and lasts a lot longer is because it's a tiny little molecule and drops to the bottom of the receptor site. And so it's harder to access. So that's why it lasts longer. So we maybe should say, why does LSD last longer, as opposed to why does psilocybin act for a shorter period of time?
Okay, that's a good counter. I want to react to the word work that Patty said. I ran into it in this book, Benny Shannon's Antipodes of the Mind, where Benny went and to the Amazon and sat with the Quechua people for 3 years to write that book. And in all the descriptions, their ayahuasca journeys are called work in their language. Just saying.
Yes.
Thanks, fellas. I appreciate. I love this. I would love to continue going on, but the time for my moderation is moving beyond. And Leo, I want to bring Paul Mark onto the stage, because Paul Mark's going to be. I believe it's your time, isn't it, Paul Mark? Yes. It's time for Paul Mark.
It is, and you are more than welcome to hang out with me
later.
I'm gonna go and pee and come back. And I just wanted to introduce Paul Mark, bring Paul Mark to the stage. But I wanted to thank you all so much. And we also have Darren McRae that Leo would like to introduce himself. I'm not sure if you can fit that into your opening, Paul Mark. But I just wanted to thank you all for having me. I wanted to thank you, Leo, for having me as a part of this, and thank you all for really participating and diving into this space with me, for welcoming me here, for listening to my voice and my experience and all of these things. Thank you for believing in me. I appreciate you. And thank you for believing in yourselves. And with that, I would like to take 3 breaths as I turn it over to Paul Mark. If you join me, that would be amazing, so that I can round out this container. You ready? Nice exhale. Inhale 1. And exhale. And inhale 2. And exhale. And inhale 1. That makes 3. Thanks, y'all. Peace. Paul Mark, it's on you, baby.
Thank you so much, Ta. And as we say in our rooms and to each other all the time, I love all of you. And I'm still very green. So I'm Paul Mark. I usually am very green. And I am a psychodoula. I have been changing the wording around that a bit because I am spiritually informed, sexually informed, and psychedelic informed. And so I create spaces for people to completely love and accept themselves without guilt or shame. Ta and I do a lot of work with the shame aspect of things. And I have actually created different products to help people accept all of those things that they have judged negatively about themselves. Because it truly is, you have to love yourself enough to love somebody else. And so in the psychedelics, I have seen where, and actually, I started out as a just say no person. I had a older brother who was in college when I was born. And so he jokes and says that I probably had a contact high for the first 5 years of my life because he was always smoking marijuana. And I think about it, and I was like anti until I was 22. I was very anti-alcohol or anything, like no smoking, no taking of drugs. I barely took a pill. And, or actually I did take some antibiotics, but I fought it tooth and nail. And I will definitely say that for me, when I got into the healing arts and I saw that some people were using it to self-medicate. And then I got curious, and that's what I do. One of the things about the self-acceptance journey is instead of judging it, get curious, ask about it. So I went deep and I started learning more about myself spiritually, learning more about the spiritual aspects of what was going on, learning that it could be ceremonial, learning that it didn't have to be detrimental. And I like to be in that space of not necessarily judging, just saying, okay, this is what's here. At what point is it beneficial? And I don't look for at what point is it harmful. I look for what point is it beneficial. And when the benefit is there, I'm like, okay, thank you. And I stop there. So that's about me. I know that Darren was, I can go a little bit deeper. I love to talk. So I know that Darren wanted to go ahead and share. So I'm going to turn it over to him right now. Are you ready, Darren? Are you there?
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, welcome. Thank you
you.
for coming on.
Yeah, so Leo got a hold of me just, I guess, earlier, but I just saw her message. She wanted me to come on and talk to you guys. So I'm going to let you know who I am and what's up with me. And right off the bat, I'm going to start by this. There was a man that has ruined my credibility in the marijuana movement. And this man is a realtor. He was helping me sell my marijuana retail license. I was going to give him 50 grand, and he was going to hook me up with these other realtor. That other realtor said my realtor said he wouldn't introduce me to that other realtor unless I gave that realtor 50,000 as well. So that's why I split with him. So, and this man trashed my name out there big time. So right off the bat, High Times made me Freedom Fighter of the Month, October 2005. This is my 20th year fighting for plant medicine. I opened up the first medical marijuana dispensary in Eastern Washington and stood alone for 5 years until I got raided. They took me for 36 grand, 5 pounds of pot, and another 8-9 pounds on my plants. I went to jail, got back out. I was only in over the weekend. I got back out. I opened up in a church this time. Everybody saw I wasn't getting raided, so everybody popped up. So that's how it got started, and that's who I am. So, and I'm a climate activist, and my observations were just published by the Department of Interior, by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And that report is called The Status of Tribes and Climate Change. My observations begin on page 60. I'm one of 90 federally recognized tribal members that see stuff out in the environment other people can't see. And that talks about it there. And I'm backed up by that from WSU, UW, Intertribal Timber Council, Society of Western Foresters, all those guys. And then that's talking about the what's out there with the trees. And I'm going to mention this to you guys because this involves you guys. So, and I'm off topic just a moment here. Are you okay with that? Just so staying so here's the deal. Pre-industrial revolution, our CO2 sat at 280 parts per million. 260 years later, we're up at 420. If you research what does elevated levels of CO2 do to vegetation, it will tell you it makes it grow at an accelerated rate. But to be able to sustain themselves using that type of energy to grow that way, they need additional nutrients and water. If it's not there, they'll destroy their root system. And so that's where I'm at with the trees. And with the insects, I was put on the front page of the Sunday newspaper, and they titled that article, "The Bottom is Just Dropped Out." I noticed all the insects disappear around the night lights in 2019. In 2020, I had to take pictures, truck driver, Pennsylvania, Missouri, Michigan, Alabama, all the way across the nation. And to back up what I'm saying, National Geographic put out an article in 2020, and there's insects all over the cover. Caption says you're going to miss these. And the article state we lost 70% of our insects from 1990 to 2016, where in 26 years, we lost 70%. Following that timeline, we're down at least another 10%. And I can go on and on about this. But let me get back to why Leo asked me to be part of here. So, again, this is my 20th year fighting for plant medicine. And yeah, so here goes. And right off the bat, this will be some more credibility for me. In 2004, I did the closing ceremony at Seattle Hemp Fest. I'm a cedar flute player. And Vivian asked me if I'd help create some native flavor. I said, I'll bring in a teepee. He said, if you do that, we'll use your teepee as a main attraction at the end of the park. And I'll open up the rest of the park. We're only using half of Myrtle Edwards Park right now. So I came in, I built 3 teepees, 18 feet tall out of hemp cloth. And there'd never been a teepee made out of hemp cloth before. Barbara with Environmental Textiles donated that hemp cloth to me. I sent it to Montana, got some teepees made, and my teepees opened up the other half of Myrtle Edwards Park. That's a year high time, made me Freedom Fighter of the Month. But so I'm just backing up my credibility in the movement. And so in 2015, New Year's, 2014-15, I was down at my club and I brought the guys that were working for me at my dispensary some mushrooms. And I say it's a club because you had to have authorization to get in there, and you had to sign to get into my club. So, and Stitch and Johanna was the one suggested helping. I didn't suggest, but supported me a bit in opening my club, Spokanibus, too. Want to give a shout out to those two. And so my breathing earlier that December, I was sitting there by myself and my breathing stopped. I couldn't take a breath. I couldn't make a noise. Luckily I took enough drugs in my lifetime where I knew I just had to chill myself out. So I just chilled out and I was able to start breathing again. I went to emergency room. And there's a black screen here. You guys still with me? And so I went to emergency room and they gave me a round of steroids. And I was down to the last 2 or 3 in a pack on those steroids. And my breathing stopped again for the second time. Are you guys still there? I just got a black screen.
We're here.
We're here.
All right, just
I'm here. I was eating.
Right on.
I didn't want to be rude and eat my food in front of you there, but I'm here.
Far out. So I was down to the last 2 or 3 in the pack, and my breathing was about ready to stop again for the 3rd time. They just used 2 rounds of steroids on me. I was checking out with my other health problems. I was done. I couldn't breathe. And so I took the guys who worked for me some mushrooms to my club, and we all ate shrooms. And 25 minutes later, I had one of the biggest lifts I've ever had. And I sat down, and within 25 minutes, I took one of the biggest breaths I've ever taken. And I woke up the next morning, I couldn't breathe. My breathing was about ready to stop again. And so I ate some more shrooms, and sure enough, it opened my lungs again. But that's when I noticed that it stopped my tremors. I've had tremors my whole life. And you guys that have heard me speak before gonna notice you don't hear that in my voice anymore. And you can go back and look at High Times introducing me, doing an interview with me at my teepees, or High Times introducing me on the main stage, or different deals out there all over. I've had a tremor super bad in my voice, and I get shaky still when I don't eat because I've got hypoglycemia, right? So I try to eat. And so
And how many views has your video taking the mushrooms and showing the effects for your Parkinson's? How many views have you racked up?
Facebook and YouTube they kind of blocked me a little bit because I was getting so many. I was getting like 1,500 a day in all of the ones, and then it stopped sharp. And I was out there a lot of them. I still get a few, but I'm up over 35,000, almost 36 on that. So I could use some help getting that back out there and reposting that if you guys would. And that's called Before and After Eating Magic Mushrooms for My Tremors. And so
Darren, was there a difference in the marijuana versus the mushrooms? Do you want to talk about that?
Let me tell you guys how, let me finish a little bit here if you don't mind. So my tremors were to the point where my wife fed me every meal for 6 months. I've had tremors my entire life, and they just got worse and worse and worse until I, at that point, when I first ate those shrooms, I was down to, I've got Parkinson's. So I was down to only being able to get 1 or 2 sentences out before I had to ask you what I was saying. My weight had gone down about 60 pounds. About 2 weeks before I discovered this helps my shrooms, excuse me, I was putting conditioner in my hair over my sink, and I opened my eyes. I've got another project I'm doing that is too far out that you guys, I'm not even going to mention it to you, but that's why I haven't that's why I haven't cut my hair. And so it is, and that's a story we won't go into. But so my hair continued to fall out every day, and then when I ate those shrooms, my hair stopped falling out, and it has come back ever since then. And I can show you the pictures. I'm happy to show you. They're way, way, way back there. And I didn't even notice I was losing my hair. And even if you go check out that video before and after eating magic mushrooms, look at my hairline in that video, and then look at it as it is today. And there's a problem. And Leo wanted me to kind of tie that in with the environmental stuff that I was doing. I wasn't spending any time out in the woods because I couldn't breathe. I was in bad shape. And I'm a member of the Cava Confederated Tribes. We got 1.4 million acres in eastern Washington state. We're in the top timber tribe in the nation. And I grew up mostly on the Spokane Indian Reservation, which are across the Columbia River from each other. And so right below Canada. And so I've been involved with all different types of forestry, and I know my indigenous ways, and I grew pot with elevated levels of CO2 for over 5 years. And so I started getting out in the woods after that. And I looked at this pine tree, and the tip of the pine trees were turning up. And so I went over there and I grabbed a pine needle and I pulled that needle apart, and it pulled apart way too easy. So I grabbed 8 of them. I put that 8 in a bunch, and I pulled that whole bunch a 1/4 inch at a time from one end to the other. And what is wrong with that is Indian country has been weaving with pine needles forever, 1 needle at a time. If I can pull 8 of them apart that effortlessly, a person wouldn't have been able to weave with just one. When they're dry, I reach down, I scrape up a pile of needles with my hands, a big pile, and I start scrunching them, and I'll turn them to powder. Or I'll take 1,000 of them and I'll rip them all apart at one time. Which is in that video that I made. That was shoot, I can't remember the word. That video, they took my information, transcribed it into that report by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and that video is called "Observed Evidence of a Changing Forest."
Darren?
Yep.
I'm just a little bit concerned because we wanted other folks to be speaking soon, and I'm just.
You bet.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can go see what I'm doing right there. I notice insects disappear around the night lights. There's no insects walking around your house right now in the winter. I've got maybe 2 or 3 mosquito bites last year, and on. So but I've got an incredible relationship with Christ too, and I believe Christ has lifted the veil from my eyes to be able to see these things. But I do believe that these shrooms, when I first started taking shrooms, I ate an 1/8. And next day I ate an 1/8. For the next 6 months, I ate 3 grams every 5 hours for 6 months. I would get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to take a piss. I'd eat another 3 grams because I couldn't wipe myself.
So what was this 3 grams dried? Or
just a second, man. Let me keep going. I got to catch my breath here. It's kind of a hard situation for me. So I got to eat another 3 grams at 5 o'clock to even be able to wipe my ass. And so I ate those 3 grams every 3 hours for 6 months, and my source died down. So I got another one, but I wasn't able to eat as many. But I ate 1.5 grams every 5 hours for probably 5, 6 years. And now I'm down to about 1 gram every 5 hours or so. And it's been since New Year's, October 2015. So I don't think there's anybody out there that got the experience that I do with mushrooms.
Thank you, Darren.
Mm-hmm. And so I could always use another source. I've got most of my knowledge that I've been able to ascertain have been with shrooms. I haven't really got I've been able to get a little LSD here, and it seemed to work very well. And but I could use some help getting some of this other. Any questions?
So, as I was asking, was that fresh or dried when you were eating that many?
Yeah, dried.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Just wanted to be very clear when people talk about the weight and what they're taking. Was there a particular type?
Yeah, I started out mostly with, they're all Cabenzis, I guess. When I first started out, I didn't really have a connection. This guy came in with a plastic spoon, and it had mushrooms, a black type mushroom that was almost kind of, it was a complete paste, but it was really, really chopped up on there. And there was a gram of some wild stuff. I never experienced that, if you guys ever have. But yeah, it's the ones that I found the most potent cabenzis out there that I found are the blue minis.
Mm.
And they're the good ones right there.
That's interesting. I've worked with blue meanies for neuropathy many times.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
here and say that I worked with a fellow who was known as Patient D. It was the initial of his first name, and he had fabulous good fortune to discover that ibogaine, microdosing ibogaine.
Right on.
So he gave a dramatic example. He said there were three things that ibogaine reversed for him, the symptoms he reversed. He said the first thing was that he could not button his shirt. His wife, he could not cut his dinner and put the fork in his mouth. His wife did that. Yeah. And lastly, I'll save the last one. But what he did was he showed that he could then button and unbutton his shirt. He took a fork and a knife and cut up a vegetable and ate it. And then he said the most important for him was he could smile. Well, obviously, you know that with Parkinson's, the face freezes and you can't smile, you can't frown, you can't express joy or anger. It's solid. But he said he woke up one morning and he looked in the mirror and he was smiling, and he smiled all day. So ibogaine can be taken in microdoses and accomplish just what you've found, that these things have terrific neuroregenerative powers. And I hope that we can get the Parkinson's people interested in doing some ibogaine research or funding it. I mean, so we'll see.
Right on. So you speak about that kind of a frown, stoic kind of look like that. I did, before I ate these mushrooms, I did DMT once. That's the only time I have. I haven't, it changed my life. Don't think I've frowned since. And that was probably about 2013 or so.
Mm-hmm. Good for you, Darren.
That is excellent.
Mm-hmm.
I have a client that's dealing with that, and she's afraid to try different things, but I've been trying to introduce it to her and just drip on her a little bit, let her know that this is something that might be available, and she knows that I work with them. So yeah. That's a wonderful story, and it's a good success story.
And this is embarrassing to say. What I'm going to tell you guys right now is embarrassing to say. I have never told anybody but my wife. Right? I was having some erection problems. And this fixed that even better than I could even imagine.
That is beautiful.
So it's brought my hair back. I'm able to speak now. I carry on a conversation. You guys saw all the things I just spoke to you about. There's a list of things, and probably more I'm not even talking about. I forgot to mention. Any other questions?
So does anybody else want to share something?
I was just going to share that that there is, I don't know that it's productive to go into like a long talk about environmental issues, but oftentimes I feel like people just don't get that there is a huge correlation between environmental awareness and people who have had plant medicine experiences. And that I think the research will eventually show that a lot of people that feel very connected to the environment and care a great deal about this planet and about her survival are often people who have had mystical or plant medicine experiences at some point in their lives. And so oftentimes I think environmentalists are trying to hit their heads against the wall, or they aren't trying, but they do, because they're feeling frustrated that no one seems that interested in saving the environment. And they see the devastation all around and they get really depressed about it because they can see that we're just in a very fragile state. And I just kind of feel like that it would be beautiful to have the environmental movement kind of wake up about how if people took these medicines, they probably would care more and feel more connected.
I think that there's also something else to consider, and it's that people who are in power not taking those people seriously because they may be under the influence of something. And I would like to see more care and consideration in that space as well.
Yeah, I really do that. It opens your eyes. And I can see 7 things wrong with the pine needles, and nobody in tribal, state, federal colleges can see it until I show them. And when I show them, they publish it. But one of the things is I noticed the color has changed as well. They're losing their tint. And that's something, colors are something that people that are people that are elevated on shrooms I think can see that more if they're looking. The branches, look around. When you guys are over there now, all the branches of the trees are going straight up. Walk out of your place wherever you guys are at and look at your trees, and those branches are going straight up. There's only been one area of people talking the way I'm talking. The U.S. Forestry Service out of Idaho did a story with Creme 2 News. You can find that. It's called 16 million acres of dead trees. What they're claiming, there's a swath coming from Montana into Idaho that's dead but don't look dead. There's no insects, no more than normal dead foliage, dead tops. A pro can look in there and they can't see anything wrong with it. What they're attributing that to is an invasive species called blight rust. And they'll tell you it moves underground at a slow rate. I'm here to say it's impossible for disease to travel 16 million acres through the forest at a slow rate and not show a rate of decline. That first tree affected needs to look different than the last. If they don't, their theory is wrong. And mine holds up in every direction. I'm backed up by forestry at WSU, forestry at the University of Washington, and on and on and on. But another one of those things wrong with the pine needles is they've lost their cuticle, that waxy substance that goes over the leaves and needles. It's shiny, so they're a lot more dull looking right now because that cuticle is gone. Now I don't got letters behind my name, and so how can I, and I don't got a lab, how can I say that with such confidence? I can say that cuticle is gone because if I could pull 8 of them apart like that and I can turn them to powder, there's no waxy substance on those. And that's another thing. When a person's elevated, you'll be able to see when you're looking at those trees. And this just isn't a rural thing. This is an urban thing. This is every tree. I got a partner that's an environmentalist for Fort Belknap tribe. And that tribe is on the border of Montana, North Dakota, Montana, North Dakota. And he said the plants are seeding out 4 or 5 weeks early. When that happens, they go dormant. They don't grow that extra 5 weeks for the animals to have something to eat. And I can walk out there in the woods and show you all kinds of medicines and foods that I've known growing up that have changed or not even there anymore.
So then we all need to look out for the environment, not just the trees, but the animals as well.
Right. Yep. And if you guys would promote that mushroom video before and after eating magic mushrooms for my tremors, you guys can push that. I think it's good for the movement.
Definitely. It's been shared in the chat, and I look forward to watching it and sharing it. I do know some people that definitely could benefit from that. So thank you for that share.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we talked about this. This is for microdosing, and there's so many different things that you can microdose. Has anybody had any?
I feel like the real work is here, and like the work is there too, but just like bringing it back to the physical, it feels like the work is here.
That it's legal
and I don't want it to seem like
Bruce to share.
Why would you assume that?
That's what I say. I'm assuming that
like anyone, I'm sure I have ways that I escape, and it's not always healthy or serving me or serving the people that I care about.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Really benefits from.
I appreciate you sharing that. And that's one of the things that we come across a lot.
From
the work that we do is
LSD,
people do what we call journey hopping.
To me,
they'll hop from journey to journey,
very much
to
still
experience
in the mushroom
there's an escape
family. You know, it's a fungi
and the thing
derived
that I've found with most people that
and for whatever reason,
that
that
people don't always rush off to kind of vacate this plane. I think this plane can be hard, and this plane can be rough, and it can be tough, and we're going to leave these bodies, eventually. But
we get these.
It's like the standard issue enlightenment. Like anyone, I'm sure, I have ways that I escape.
Escaping from spaces
love is the meaning of it all, and it's just
to something, to some
there's your
sort of
basic
feeling.
enlightenment.
And the feeling may be
LSD was the
away
first
from.
one.
They want to be connected to a feeling other than the one that they're connected to.
Later,
so
that
may be the only time that they've experienced
that I grow. The problem
and they don't know how to expand the
that it is
feelings that
illegal,
they've had
and you can't source something
psychedelic experiences.
that is
And this is where an awesome
natural,
facilitator or awesome
in the
integration
future, I would
coach
really
will
like
come into
to
play
grow
to
out
be able to actually
fields of
hone in on that
ergot
and then support that
and
person.
be able to
in
find
what
a
is it that
handy,
you want? What is
helpful
it that you are
chemistry
feeling
buddy that
in
could produce a little gourmet batch.
Situations? What are you
Just
experiencing? And how do we
just for the
experience
friends
that in
and
the 3D
family or
realm?
whatever. But
How do you bring that back in and iron that into
I
your body
I
in a
think it's
very
a pretty amazing
neuroplastic space?
thing.
Where
And
your
from what I
neuroplasticity
understand,
is at a
and
peak.
I know we have some
How do you get
chemistry people
your
here,
family to
it
support
binds
you
into
in
the
that? How do you get
dopamine
your friends
receptor.
and
It
the
just
people
seems
around you? We call it life
very
team.
laser-like.
How do you build a life
and
team
very
of people
sharp
around
and
you
focused.
to
So I
support
will
you
use
in
sometimes the
creating those
LSD during the
habits,
day
expanding
to
those
get
escaping
tasks
from
done and be
spaces
very
as they're
efficient
looking
with
to
my
be.
thinking. And then at night, microdosing of the mushroom helps warm things up and soften things so that, family time and being with, in a more relaxed and casual environment. And, but man, the LSD really does help
Connected
with
to something, to some sort of
accomplishing
feeling. And the feeling
focused tasks.
So my question,
Anybody,
are you
class,
doing
anyone?
this every day?
Something integration.
No days off?
I mean, I could share
No,
something.
many days off, and very.
I don't know about
Sometimes with
microdosing. I know
many
that as far
days
as
off, not even a
macrodosing,
regime. It'll be more if
Escaping from
there's
spaces
something
is they're
to
looking to be
accomplish, or if
connected
they're
to something,
you know
to some
there's
sort of feeling.
even a heavy
Escaping
work
from
day
spaces is they're
out
looking
in the
to be
garden
connected
or whatever,
to
you know, just
something, to some sort of feeling
for the
that we come across
energizing
a lot.
aspect of
And the
it.
work that we
But
do
no,
is
not
people
every
do
day at
what we
all.
call
No.
journey
Make
hopping. They'll hop from
maximum
journey
3
to journey,
days
experience
in
to
a row,
experience,
and then
because there's an escape
typically
situation.
heavier breaks.
And the thing
You
that
know,
I've found with
like
most
you know,
people that
not
are
just 3 days
escaping
off,
from
4 days off. I
spaces is they're looking.
might wait a while. And honestly, it gives you a feedback. It's like that with psychedelics. You know, the more you do, the less you want to do a lot. You know, I'll find myself staying away for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You know, might be.
Well, that's interesting because there are so many people who are thinking.
Thank you.
If a little bit
Likewise.
works, and
I look forward
especially
to
as a
you
microdose,
continuing
that
and
they should be
picking up
doing
the
it every
torch
day.
and running with it. I know
always
you're going to
say
do
honor
beautiful things.
your
You're
days
awesome.
off.
And you are located at
But there are those people who
topcold.com.
just
That's your
have that
website?
if a little bit is great, more is better. And so I definitely want people who are sharing to acknowledge the days off rather than just a dose, because so many people are looking at the dose and not explaining.
Okay. Just a little bit,
No,
so they can hear you a little bit better.
Days off are extremely important. I think
Just a little bit, so they can hear you a little bit better.
A good regime for me would be 3 4
Just
days
a little
in a row.
bit, so they can hear you a little
max,
bit better.
usually 3. And that's I feel it more than I schedule it, if that makes sense. You know, it's an intuition, and it's not appealing to me. It really. I don't know. Like, you know, if you lift weights, you know, you can't keep just repping that same weight. You
when I'm working with coaching, when I work with my coaches that I train, when I work with the clients that I work with, when I'm navigating things with my daughter, everything is stop and let's breathe together. Because as much as microdoses and psilocybin and LSD and MDMA are all medicine, we are
microdose salvia,
and for
and
the
salvia
medicine to
works
be
on such a
aligned
different
is a very, very
set of
important
receptors.
space.
I think it's the
We are made of mostly
an
water.
opioid receptor,
And
the
when
kappa opioid, or I think that's it. I can't remember.
And so,
But,
we were
with
arrested
the salvia,
and driven in a paddy
what
wagon or
is
police
the,
cars down to the Arlington
ingestion?
County
How is it
courthouse.
used?
A
Well,
judge signed
the way I have microdosed
summonses for all
salvia
of us, and then we were released.
is smoking it. You know, just smoking a
my
very
sense is that,
unextracted, what do you
this
call it?
is going to be
Unenhanced
I'm
leaf.
going out in the winter.
Just the raw
I had
leaf.
backed all sorts of things to
And
equal rights,
I made myself a
relations
water
between
bomb
the U.S. and the Soviet Union
out of a milk jug. This was years ago.
fighting
I think I was
climate
30.
change. Haven't made
and
much
I just recently
headway or
discovered,
been
because you can inhale enough and you get to a nice
Absolutely.
low
Thank
level.
you so very much. Well, you know, the
and it's so
medicines,
different than what people are doing. Like if you go to the head shop with the salvia,
you know,
you'll buy this 40
timelines and
times,
parallel universes and the multiverse.
60 times
and
extract,
of course, when,
and it's just a
when
mind-blowing
utilizing the
experience, and it's
medicine,
very
the brain
uncomfortable and
just
frightening.
works different.
I mean,
Connections
the
are made,
macrodoses on salvia,
and we
I've
do
never
get
felt like
access
I
to
was in front of
information.
alien gods. They were just laughing
I
at my
had some
petty
very
human
profound, and if I
existence.
could
You know, it's just
piggyback
like, oh, you stupid fool.
on what you
I mean,
said,
really, like laughed
Eric,
at by the cosmic beings. that are just-
psilocybin and healing grief. I
felt
want to
horrible,
specifically speak to that
but-
for a moment if we
but
can, and
the
I would love to hear
microdose
from anyone on the
of
line,
salvia is
whether
it's one of the
microdosing or
most
doing full-blown
soothing,
ceremony.
soft, warm,
Psilocybin
fuzzy
and healing
things
grief.
that you
Psilocybin
can do, but
was
it really
very
takes a
instrumental
very heavy
in
respect
Journey to
towards
Worthy.
this-
That was part of my
the-
community.
the-
2021.
The small. You have to be
And it was,
satisfied with
1
the
year
small
ago on
dose,
Friday,
and a lot of
and
people just are not.
I was summoned.
There's
my favorite place
with
to
salvia,
do plant medicine.
you know, there's also the.
I remember I
the
had
char.
come and I had
You
asked
can-
the
you can
psilocybin.
chew
For me,
it.
it was like little
And-
tiny
Correct.
bits of
Yeah.
berries,
Have
like
it.
their energy
And
was like
that's-
frosty.
I've never
is a
done
real
that. I've not done the tea
Thank you.
or the.
Is there anything else
the
that you
quid
would like
method, I
to
think they call it
share
quid.
with
Yes.
around that?
Chaw.
I
I call it
not
chaw,
tried
but
that.
yeah.
and-
Thanks. I'll do
yeah,
a
the chaw,
follow up.
like when you're
Yes.
chewing tobacco.
I've been
Exactly.
working ever since on making
You know,
our
I'm in
home
Texas, so
into
with
a
everything
place
that
that,
that you chew is
I
chaw.
actually-
So
eventually to will to
Yeah.
interest in Seattle.
I
Keep
feel
promoting.
inclined to
Can you talk
interject
to me
here
about that,
because
Eric?
of everything
Yeah,
I've ever done to
I
expand my
can.
mind,
that big
after
dose
my
of
sweetheart
salvia
of,
that you gave me to
almost
smoke.
20 years died.
Like, I don't know if
last
it was just perfectly
October
administered. Ray was
2020.
so careful with
Um,
my experience smoking
I had a
salvia, but
friend
that was the most
call
beautiful
me
thing
up
that
and
ever happened to
say,
me.
you have been in
Most
that house for
beautiful
2
thing
weeks
that ever
and
happened to me. It wasn't
died.
scary at all.
Let's
I mean, it was
get you out of
scary
there.
because I
And,
died.
and he
But
suggested that
it
maybe
was
we
was
take some 5-MeO DMT.
to this day I can remember every
And,
second of that experience.
I jumped at the chance.
It was so profound.
I like getting caught in the cosmic happy machine and destroyed and put back together too.
And
You get just like twisted
cooking
up,
out
and
a
you
beautiful
definitely
place of
you
nature,
disintegrate
so
and then
important to
reintegrate
me
so
and to healing.
quickly. It is pretty fascinating, but I prefer if I'm going to do the blast off, I prefer DMT.
When we
I've not tried 5-MeO,
wept
but I really do
uncontrollably.
like
Can you talk to me
the
about that, Eric?
strong
I
DMT. But
can.
and to tell you
I
the
don't
truth,
know.
microdosing DMT, I like
It
microdosing
seemed like an
all
eternity,
things.
but I think it wasn't much longer.
You know what? There should be another saying, like all
when
things
we
in
took it,
moderation, maybe all
I
things
wept
in like
uncontrollably
small
for-
quantitation. I don't know. Like there's
it seemed like an
the micro
eternity, but I think it wasn't much longer than 5 minutes. But I wept like
it's such
I'd
a
never
key,
wept
especially
before
for
in
my
life.
old self, man. When
And
I was
then
in my
it
younger
stopped.
years, I was
Just-
going to do mega doses all the time. I
It was
ready
like
to go.
something
It would
went
be
through my
heavy
system
doses
and changed the
very
chemistry
frequently,
because it stopped.
and
And all of a
and I guess
sudden,
there's a time
I was
and a
playing a
place
game of Tetris.
for all that.
Only
But as an older person
instead
who
of
wants
just
to maintain
sort of geometric shapes,
a regular
blocks coming
use
down,
of
they were
psychedelics
ideas
and still function,
about Holly House.
the
what I was
microdoses
going
certainly
do
to me are
memory of my sweetheart.
it's such an odd thing that
And
it was like a discovery.
It
like, oh,
seriously
take
was
less.
like collating
You know, like,
ideas, many of which
don't
I
have
remembered
to-
and then
as people are
acted on.
talking about microdosing,
But,
I do
wow.
want to
Yeah.
stress
So,
or to
that was
reinforce
something in
that
terms
the
of what
microdose
when we
is
took it,
subperceptual.
I wept
So if you're
uncontrollably
getting
for-
into a lift, or if you're getting into visuals, you're actually
I-
now in a
when we
threshold.
took it,
So it's
correct.
something
So
that
important
is
to me and to healing.
sub-perceptual. And a lot of people think micro just means a smaller dose, but it's going to vary from person to person. And I know where my threshold is, and each person is going to have to find out where their threshold is. And it's going to change from batch to batch and from substance to substance. And so I want people to really
It really
be
is not the
in
context
that,
ideally that anyone would
in
ever
the
approach.
safe and the
So
safety
even
and
if
the
someone
respect
is
for
microdosing,
the different molecules
always to,
that we
I
are
believe, and just in my humble.
that we are
Patty, you're saying
hoping
yes, you have.
to get beneficial
Tell me about
results
that.
from.
Can you tell anybody else,
And
Patty? You're saying yes,
I'm
you
really
have.
careful
The
about
medicine
the
has
words I
spoke to you
use
as well.
around that.
Okay, very
because,
good. Anybody else on the line
again,
that has
there are
literally
so
heard
many
the voice
people
of the
that
medicine
we're
and been given
seeing
direction
now
by the
who
medicine
are
that
just,
has helped them in their life,
saying
including
that
yes.
they did 3
Has anybody been
grams
given
and that
specific
was
direction that they
a
followed, and as a
microdose?
result, their
No,
life
that
got
is
better?
not.
I honestly
Wisdom,
don't even
yeah.
consider a
Tell me about that. Can anybody else, Patty? You're saying yes, you
a
have.
quarter gram
chance.
is
kind of,
is the larger
and
end of
it seriously was like collating ideas.
Yeah, and with the LSD, it's really so dependent on the batch
Beautifully
of what you're getting. But you know, I have not hallucinated on LSD since I was 18 years old. So I had not taken enough to have visual disturbances.
I wept uncontrollably.
And I like it that way. I would, you know, maybe one day.
It seemed like
we'll
an
venture
eternity,
forth.
but I think it wasn't much longer than 5 minutes. But I wept
Well, you
like
know,
I'd never
when
wept
it comes
before in
to
my life.
the microdose and when I'm looking at people, it's for self-discovery.
Something went through my system
I
and
look at
changed the
microdoses
chemistry
as being
because it
habit
stopped.
changing or habit forming.
And all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
exactly.
I was playing a game
reintegrating,
of Tetris.
and I look at a larger
Only
dose as being
instead of
confrontational.
just sort
So
of
what is
geometric
it
shapes,
that
blocks coming
you
down.
have that you
They were
that you need
ideas
to address
about
and,
Holly House, what
you
I
know,
was going
so
to
if
do
there's
in memory
something
of
deep
my
and I
sweetheart.
don't believe in a bad
And
trip.
it
You know,
it
people talk
seriously
about
was
that,
like
and
collating
honestly,
ideas, many of which I
what we
remembered
call a bad
and
trip
then
is just
acted on.
seeing something
But,
that you
Wow.
thought you had pressed down,
yeah.
seeing
So,
something about yourself that
that
you weren't
was
ready to
something
see.
in terms of
It
what
doesn't
I
necessarily
felt,
mean
but
it's bad.
it took it.
Well, until
I
you
wept
get thrown
uncontrollably
into a
for,
police car,
I don't
taken
know,
into the
it
Well,
seemed
yeah,
like an
but
eternity, but I think it
that's
wasn't much
that
longer than
is
5 minutes.
an external thing, and yes, that
well, it can
that
be a
can
bad trip.
happen.
It can be a bad trip.
But yeah, so but when we're talking
when
about
we
just
took
the
it,
substance
I
in a
Correct.
in a
and
controlled space,
it
and
seriously was like
I do
collating
want to be
ideas, many
very
of which was
conscientious of that,
and
because when you know it's not really a
beautifully
joking
placed
matter,
nature, and
you know,
nature is so important
and
to
integration
healing,
is
to healing.
always happening, and so many people go into it novices that are looking for the ego death. And
when we took
that
it,
terminology
I
does not
wept
work for me,
uncontrollably
because
for,
spiritually,
I
the
don't know,
ego is your friend.
it
You
seemed
need
like
to
an
keep your
eternity,
ego
but I think
together.
it wasn't
That
much longer
is
than 5 minutes,
what
but
keeps
I
you
wept like
here
I'd never
in
wept
this
before in my
incarnation.
life.
And
And then
so,
it
if there
stopped.
is a
Just,
disintegration
it
and
was
a
like
reintegration,
something went through
that
my
is
system and
excellent.
changed
But
the
the
chemistry
idea of
because it
dying
stopped.
before you die and
And all
stuff,
of a sudden,
it's poetic,
I was
but it's
playing a
not
game of
exactly
Tetris.
accurate.
Only
And I like the
instead of
idea
just
of
sort
just
of
saying
geometric
this
shapes,
is
blocks
particular,
coming
you know,
down,
this is
they were
specifically what
ideas
I'm doing. And
about
it's
Holly
not
House,
that
what I was going to
if
do
you
in
go
memory
into
of
something
my
looking for the ego
sweetheart.
death, the ego is
Beautifully
going to
placed
try to
nature, and
protect
nature
itself,
is
and
so
it's going to
important
make
to
things
me
harder.
and to healing.
I have not,
And
you know, sat with anybody who's had a bad
something
trip,
went through my system
because
and
I do a
changed
lot of
the
preparation
chemistry
before
because it stopped.
and integration
And all of
after.
a sudden,
And it's the
What?
I was
preparation
playing a
before
game.
that gets them ready for something like
I had a
that.
friend
And again,
call me
now
up and
we're
say,
talking about
"You have been in that house
being
for
in the
2 weeks since
microdosing
Holly died.
space. And when
Let's
a
get
person
you
is
out of there."
microdosing,
And
there are those
beautifully
things
placed
that
nature,
come up
nature is so
that they've
important
been
to
pressing
me and to
down.
healing.
So whatever
and,
has been suppressed or repressed will bubble up
something went through my
eventually.
system and
You think
changed
in the
chemistry
microdosing
because it stopped.
Yes, and
Something
environment, you'll
went through
have
my
those.
system and changed the
yes,
chemistry
it happens in
because it stopped.
microdosing,
I think
and
it
it
wasn't much
happens
longer
more
than 5
gently in
minutes, but I
microdosing.
wept like I'd never wept before in my
In
life. And then it
in a
stopped.
larger dose,
Just
as I said before, it's
it
more
was like
confrontational. So
something
it'll
went
just
through my
pop up.
system and
But
changed
in
the
the
chemistry
microdosing space,
because it
it'll
stopped.
be like, oh, something's
I
coming up here.
when we took it,
And you'll
I
see
wept
things,
uncontrollably for
and you
I don't
can
know.
you can take
It
more
seemed like
control
an
over it,
eternity,
you know,
but I
because
thought
Yeah,
it wasn't much
you
longer
can
than 5
gently
minutes,
work.
but I wept
You can
like I'd
gently
never
work
wept
with that
before in my
shadow
life.
instead of it coming
And
and
then
trying
it
to
stopped.
eat you.
It just
right.
it was like
And I do a lot of
something
work
went
in
through
the
my system
shadow work
and
space,
changed the chemistry
and
because it stopped.
I actually prefer mirror
And
work.
all of a sudden,
Shadow work
I was playing
is,
a game of
has a bit
Tetris.
of a negative connotation.
Only
There's
instead of
the dark
just
shadow.
sort
There's
of
also the
geometric
golden
shapes,
shadow that most
blocks coming
people
down,
who claim
they
to
were
do shadow work
ideas
don't know about.
Holly
And
House, what I
the
was going
golden
to
shadow
do
is those
in
things that
memory
you
of
don't feel
my sweetheart.
worthy of. So there
I-
are those things
when we
that,
took
that
it,
people, you know,
I
the
wept
compliments that people give you
uncontrollably
that you don't
for,
feel worthy of
I don't
receiving.
know,
That's part
it
of your
seemed like
golden
an
shadow.
eternity, but I think it
And
wasn't much
so,
longer than 5 minutes,
what
but I
I
wept
do
like I'd
is
never
mirror
wept
work,
before in
and
my
I
life.
actually have created
And
a
then
whole deck
it
for that.
stopped.
But it's the idea, like
It was
Tom
like
was talking about
something went through my system
earlier,
and changed the
doing
chemistry
the naked
because it
acceptance,
stopped.
and it is,
And all
you know,
of a
mirror work
sudden,
is best done
I was playing
where
a game
you're
of
standing,
Tetris.
you know, naked in front
Only
of a mirror, and you're looking
instead
at
of
things,
just
and you
sort
can
of geometric shapes,
confront
blocks
those
coming
things
down,
that
they
you've
were
judged about
ideas
yourself,
about
and
Holly House,
apologize,
what I
make
was going to
amends
do in memory
for
of
judging
my
it negatively,
sweetheart.
and then give it some love.
And it
And it is really
seriously was like
transformational work
collating
when you can do
ideas,
that.
many of which I remembered
And so
and then
I've done
acted on.
some some small get-togethers where we've done that. I've done one-on-one sessions, and it really does help,
I don't know,
to be able to
it
do
seemed
that.
like an
And you'd be
eternity, but I think
amazed
it
at
wasn't
some
much
of the
longer than 5
things
minutes,
that
but I wept
you
like I'd
look
never wept
at
before in my life.
and you have judged.
And then
You know, it
it
could be
stopped.
that
It just,
that scar from
it
when you
was
were
like
little, or
something
the
went through my
birthmark,
system
or
and
something like
changed
that,
the chemistry
or you know,
because
or
it
a stretch
stopped.
mark, or
And
something like
all
that.
of a sudden,
Um,
I was
you
playing
know,
a
a
game
little
of
extra
Tetris.
weight or something like
Only
that.
instead of
and
just
to
sort
look
of
at it
geometric
and to
shapes,
just
blocks
give it
coming
some
down,
love,
they were
because
ideas
it's had so many negative
about Holly
things
House, what I
said
was going
about
to
it,
do
or so many
in
negative
memory
thoughts
of
sent
my
its way.
sweetheart.
And it
Wow.
is important,
it,
you know,
it
again, I'm
seriously
trying to
was like
create
collating
spaces for
ideas,
people
many of
to
which I remembered
completely
and
love and
then
accept themselves without
acted
guilt
on.
or shame. And so
But
it does take
I,
noticing
when
what it
we
is
took
that
it,
you judge
I
and
wept
then making
uncontrollably for,
amends.
I don't know,
Yeah,
it
I
seemed
like
like
that.
an
I
eternity,
think
but I think it wasn't much longer
when
than 5
we
minutes, but I
use,
wept like
I'll
I'd never
finish
wept
this
before in
sentence
my
up, and then I
life.
want to back off
And
and
then it
make sure
stopped.
to let
Just,
other folks talk here. But
it was like something went
I
through
think a
my
lot of
system
times I
and
use
changed the chemistry because it
words that I
stopped.
really don't have. Like when I say
And
shadow
all of a
work,
sudden,
basically I'm
I was
just
playing a
referring to
game of
anything
Tetris,
that's negative that's popping
only
up, any resistance that
instead
you're
of
hitting. And
just
that's kind of
sort
what
of
that's my,
geometric shapes,
I have not
blocks coming
refined
down,
and
they
defined
were ideas
what those
about
negative
Holly House, what I was
impediments
going to
are
do
to letting
in
go,
memory
feeling
of my
free, and getting
sweetheart.
into those open spaces where we're happy and flowing. I just see it as
seriously was like
resistance.
collating ideas,
But
many of
I'm
which I
really so
remembered
happy
and
that we
then
get together as
acted on.
groups now and
But
have these
I,
interactions
when
where
we
we
took
can
it,
define
I wept
these terms
uncontrollably
in the
for, I don't
in
know,
the
it seemed like an eternity, but I think it wasn't
sober
much longer than
spaces
5
that we
minutes, but I
exist
wept
into,
like I'd never wept
and
before
it's
in my
really
life.
helping
If you guys would promote
to meet
the
all of you
promote
and
that
hear these inputs
mushroom video before and after
the
eating
filter of the words
mushrooms
is
or
one of my love
mushrooms.
words so much.
You guys can push that. It's
But anyway, I'm
it's good
going
for the
to mute my
movement.
mic, and I hope to hear from so many more of you.
Definitely. It's been shared in the chat, and we look forward to watching it.
So thank you so much for that share.
I do
And
know
if
some
anybody
people
else
that
wants
definitely
to come
could
up
benefit
and
share from
or
that.
if anyone else
So
has
thank
a
you,
question
around
the mirror work or
Absolutely. Thank you
microdosing
for the
or integration and
opportunity.
preparation.
So we talked about this. This is for microdosing, and there's so many different things that you can.
Well, I'll just say, can you talk more about that integration and preparation? What is that?
I feel like the real work is here, and like the work is there too, but just like bringing it back to the physical, it feels like the work is here. And I don't want it to seem like
master, and I came to this from the spiritual aspect. I am a channel. I work.
That's what I say.
Some people are
assuming
I do all this stuff. Have ways that I escape, and it's not
I worked with crystals,
definitely really benefits from
body work and self-talk, all of those things. So what I noticed was when it came down to it, and people were talking about doing different things. At first, I was anti everything, and I was like, "No, we're not going to do that." And I know ways to get into that love everybody, and we're all one energy. I know how to get there without any extra substances. And there are some people who feel like they need the substance. And when I was living in the Austin area, I was getting a lot of people who were going in and asking for too much, too quick. You know, and so I do something I do with empath mentoring. And when people say, "Oh well, I don't think I have any clairs," I want them all open. Well, that's like taking a shower in Niagara Falls. And so you just don't do that. You know, you don't water your flowers with with a power washer. You know that sort of thing. And what happens is they open up a whole lot of things, and then they aren't quite sure how to do that, how to navigate that. And what I realized was I was getting a lot of people in my space that were opening up doors that they didn't quite know what was behind them and what to do with it once they had. And I had done some study. My minor is in sexual psychology, and so I was able to do the therapy part, but I was not clinical, and so I started doing the energy work and doing coaching along with that. And through that, I became the person, the doula that was helping people integrate what they were facing when they went on a journey. And then I went on my own journey so that I completely understand what was going on. And so that I would understand the language. One of the things about me, I am a Gemini, and communication is everything. And so there are so many things that come as a new language, and I like to find out what each person's language is so that I can speak to them in a way that they can understand and that I can understand them. And in the spiritual realms, we talk about creating an agreed upon language so that we can get communication from the spirit realm and from other things around us, and how we integrate with nature, and how we integrate with our pets and with each other. There are several nonverbal ways that we all communicate, and it's in that energy that connects us all. So the preparation truly is going in and figuring out if there's anything that is suppressed that might be scary. And once we've gone through that and we've talked about it in a sober space, then it's easier to deal with when it comes up in the journey space. And after the journey space, there are a lot of places or a lot of people who will take a journey, and some shaman who will offer a journey. But then other than the hour or two the next morning, you're on your own. And there's a lot of extra, you're very pliable. The neurons are open, and you're just sent home to deal with it by yourself. And so to be in that space where a person can come to you and talk about what they're seeing and how they're feeling. And Todd and Cole, who are friends of mine, will talk a lot about the journey and how it feels in your body and how it feels in your emotions. And I'm reading your energy and seeing what's going on in your energy. And I have some shortcuts that I can help a person get through. They like to actually let a person get to their own answers, and I'm learning that. But there are times where I just really want to, I can go in and just be like, "Have you thought about this?" And I don't give people answers, but I do bring up possibilities to explore. And so when I'm working on with people and I'm working with that sort of energy, it's for me a lot like shoe shopping. You don't just walk into a store and pick up any pair of shoes and walk out. You have to find the ones that are appropriate for what it is you're doing. You don't run a marathon in spike heels. You could, but it's not really appropriate, And for me, it's about trying things on and seeing what works. And Todd loves this thing that I got from my stagecraft instructor, and it was always you have to know your tools so that you know the most appropriate tool. He would say the right tool. I get out of the right and wrong, because that's very black and white, and there are degrees of appropriateness. There are degrees of right. There is no one right answer. There are many ways to get to a destination, and it's not that one is most right. Now, one may be faster, one may be more direct, but it doesn't mean that anything else is wrong. And so I definitely do I stress that whenever I talk to people, and there are a lot of people who get into that black or white, right or wrong, and I really want us to be a little bit more fluid in that. The human brain is all about the categories, and it does take things down to good or bad, right or wrong, happy, sad, whatever, and there are varying degrees. And so I want us to be more open to the nuances of what is there. So yeah, and when it comes to getting back to those people who are facilitating journeys and then not doing ongoing integration, that was a place where I found myself naturally coming in and helping people. There were people who were going around and who were just coming to me and saying, okay, so this is what's going on. And as Ta says, and I completely agree, integration is always happening. So when you put that shirt on, you had to integrate the feel of the material on your body. And one of the things, from massage school, one of the things I learned is that, the human brain will shut things off. And so when you have, and it happens also with muscles, when you have a muscle that does not work or is in pain, your brain will shut it off. Your brain will just be like, okay, we have others that can do kind of that, and then shut it down. And then when you start doing a muscle that only, or start doing an exercise that only that muscle can do, your brain goes through the Filodex eventually and says, okay, these muscles aren't doing this as efficiently as they could. Didn't we have somebody that did that really well? And then it brings that muscle back on. And so the same thing happens with integration. And so you have created ways of being that, avoid things or navigate around those things that were uncomfortable. But when you do a journey, you uncover those things that may be uncomfortable. And then your brain is like, okay, how do we deal with this? And maybe it was something that you didn't understand when it happened, but now in hindsight, you can look back, And so it's good to have a person that you can talk to and really balance that stuff out. So that's how the preparation and the integration work. And I will say that preparation is as important as the journey, and integration is always happening. So it is the most important. Any questions on that? Questions, comments?
Well, I'm still here. I guess I can throw one out if someone's coming in. I'm really curious how that looks. I mean, okay, so how do you structure beforehand the trip? The trip? Do you meet in person and you talk? You have a counseling session, and then afterwards, do you do a call thing? Is it in a call format or emails, or is it an in-person session?
Yes. That's exactly it can look different ways. And so when people ask, how does that look? It's customized for each person, just like a dose is customized for each person. And I don't believe in the blanket statement. So I'm not looking for one thing that's going to work, that I can put on autopilot. It's very customized. It's highly customized. And so some people are better with writing. So it may be an email check-in, or it may be text check-ins. Some people are better with phone calls. Some people like video. Some people don't. I actually prefer a phone call, but I know that some people like video. And I've noticed that, like, even when people are, there is a desire for people to go for a video call because they're looking to see what judgments are going to come across my face. They're looking to see what's happening. And so sometimes if I know that that's their personality, I will push for a phone consultation. So that way they are more present and that they're not looking to please me, because that does happen as well.
So I have one more question regarding your procedures. So when it comes to the microdose, what are the ranges on your microdoses? And when you do the larger confrontational doses, as you were calling them, what are the dose ranges? What's the lowest? Well, I guess given what you've already said, you probably will do a range from there too. But so what would be the upper end for your dosage? Like how far will you take it as far as dosing goes?
So my rule with that is never cue it if you can't do it. So I would never go higher than what I've done in a sitting. And I definitely don't start with a higher dose. And I won't give out a number because I don't want to set that expectation for people.
Okay.
It is something that, when I'm talking to a person, when I'm getting to know them, I find out what is going to be right for them. And then, we talk about what would be appropriate.
It's really hard to talk about dosages in terms of grams anymore because of these new strains that are of cubensis that are so potent. It's not your old B plus and golden teacher 5 grams anymore. They're just so much more potent. Some of these newer strains. So it's even hard to talk about it unless you're talking about milligrams psilocybin.
So what is important as far as that's concerned is having a relationship with a particular substance, whatever it is. And so if you decide to work with mushrooms, I say get a big batch and make sure it's dried, grind it together so that you have a reliable dosage. And then you're going to find out what your dose is for that batch. It's going to change when you run out of that batch. And so for people who are finding the fruit and just nibbling on a cap or a stem, that's the grams is going to be unreliable because there's different potency in different parts of even one fruit, let alone from fruit to fruit. So that is one of those things that, it's important to do the safety. And there are no skips. You don't get to skip those things. You have to really create the relationship with whatever it is you're doing and know what it is that you're working with. There are so many people who come to me for integration and I ask them, what did you take and how much? And a lot of them don't know. A lot of them just said, well, I have some shrooms. All right. I have no idea what happens. So then I have to ask, what did you feel in your body? What did you feel, and what did you feel emotionally? There are so many things that go into figuring out how to integrate what happened in that journey. And so it's really important, and I stress to create a relationship with whatever substance you are hoping to microdose or hoping to use for a larger dose. And, it can be something where, if I'm doing ayahuasca, I know my shaman and I go to the same person every single time because I know what they're doing, So I just have found that out. And I'm like that with pretty much everything in my life. If there's something that I've enjoyed, I'm going to go back to that same space. And so, there are a lot of times when I talk about creating the environment, the set and setting, and it's like you think about who you want at your party and who you can rely on to do different things. So you don't ask the person that does not cook to bring the main course. You just don't do it. You put them on plates and cups or something like that, let them bring chips. And I think it's important to look at those things as you're trying to figure out what sort of things you're going to be doing. And because I do the spiritual, there are certain deities, certain angels that I call in that are specific to me. And so I make sure that that the space is very safe, as opposed to just randomly opening up and having, just a willy-nilly sort of situation where it's everybody come and everybody hang out. I don't do that, and that is about boundaries. It's also about personal safety. And if you are a yes person, if you're a people pleaser, then I'm going to say deal with that before you start getting into other doses, because that can put you in a dangerous situation. And there are so many people who will, if you get to the place, consent is freely given and completely revocable. And so if you're with a person, with a shaman, and something does not feel right, you can stop that at any point in time. And that's the safety thing that's coming out there. And don't feel obligated. Don't worry about it if you're going to hurt somebody's feelings. It's all about taking care of you, putting your mask on first. And so when people ask, what do you do? I do a lot of things, and I'm going to customize what I do to you. And so how I show up for you depends on how you show up to me.
So what kind of space would you, where is the actual physical environment that you work in mostly?
I can work in a person's space, or I can work in my own space. So it depends.
Like in a home though, like usually in a home setting, in an apartment or a house, never outside. Do you ever go, into the wilderness?
I don't always do outside, because there are so many different variables out there.
Mm-hmm.
And so if a person is, say for instance, mosquitoes love me. So if I'm doing something out in the wild and mosquitoes are there, my entire journey is going to be about me swatting mosquitoes rather than me just enjoying the experience, And so I will definitely take those things into consideration. And yes, it sounds very romantic, but there are safety concerns with where you decide to do what you do. And so I will definitely talk to a person who wants to do something like that, and and we'll discuss that. That there are some things that just don't sound safe, and so I won't tell them not to do it, but I will talk to them about the safety precautions that may need to be in place. And of course, if I'm working with them for integration, they've already been through the journey. So obviously they survived if they're talking to me. But if it's the preparation thing, then I'm going to talk to them about where they're going to be and what they're going to do and how they're going to ingest. And I may give them some pointers on, it's depending on what they've chosen. I may give pointers on how to make it more palatable, at what time of day to start, that sort of thing. And it's not a guarantee that I would necessarily be there with them. That's a different price point. But yeah, I let them know. And I'm there to make sure that they check all the boxes on the list before they're going in. So it really is that preparation, getting them ready for it. And then afterward, being there to talk about what has gone on. And then I will do weekly calls after that to, just to see, okay, what's come up this week? How are we feeling? What have you noticed in your body? Hey, Patty, I see you nodding a lot.
Yeah, I just have a lot of respect for the way that you practice. Just a lot of what you're saying, that responsibility that you take for people and their mental health safety following, these experiences, because that's where sometimes the real, work happens, is not necessarily during the journey. It's how you come out of it and process after, and then in subsequent journeys. And are you even ready for your next journey? Did you fully address the stuff that came up for you? I know for me, that's something that, I'm very good at sweeping things under the rug. I'm very good at dissociating. These are the things that I have. These are tools that I have used since, they're like pacifiers for me. It's like some people might remember like a little blanket or a little toy or something like that. And I just remember the inner workings of my mind. There's this really beautiful, sad song that Fiona Apple wrote called, I can't remember the title of it, but she talks about it's how calm it is under the waves in the blue of her own oblivion. And swimming in the depths of her own inner workings of her mind, and where that is the only peaceful place that she can find, because when she comes out, she's faced with the reality of what her body has been through and what was taken from her and what she's experienced. And so it's at one, as a Pisces, it's very easy for me to be super flighty and just like I can daydream all day long. I don't need music, I don't need input, I don't need anything. You can just give me a pen and a paper and I'll sit and just doodle away and be perfectly happy in that little mental bubble. But that's also very dangerous because it's not a stable place, and I'm not dealing with things, and I'm dissociating. And, sometimes the medicine can take you into those spaces, and what you see or what you deal with can be too heavy, too hard. And you just go, I'll just do another journey and move away from it, And so, those follow-up appointments, I'm sure that's the key. And I just am nodding in respect and reverence for what you're doing. It's great work.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate hearing that. And I've put a couple of links in there. My link tree is up there, and that's how you can reach out to me. And before that, I have the link to my decks, and you can definitely see the Mirror Affirmations deck. That is really, really helpful in starting your self-acceptance journey. And one of the things that I did, and a lot of people, I got the idea from Carolyn Miss, who did her archetype cards. And I have some extras in there that are blank so that you can customize. So if there is an affirmation that really works for you, or is something that you want to work on, you can add that as well. And maybe my affirmations have sparked something in you that you would like to customize for yourself. And they are business card size, so they really are made to be put in a place where you see them often. So I would put them, on the side of the mirror, or, sometimes on the fridge, next on the door frame, so you see them. And it's important to read them, and so that you know what they say. But sometimes as you're sitting around, you may just catch them out the corner of your eye, and you won't read them, but your mind gets that. And that's how affirmations work. It's changing the tape, changing the video, the projection that is in your head. And it's like the microdosing. So I'm microdosing affirmations for people.
That's really cool. You're gonna see me step out of line of camera. My little boy needs me, but Paul, you're awesome. This is great.
Thank you. And it's Paul Mark. It's all one
Paul
word.
Mark. Oh, it's one whole word. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. It's hard to know sometimes on these Paul Mark.
Yes. So anybody else? We've got some time here. I would love to hear from some people or to see if there's any question. There was a question in the chat about, let's see, what was it? We're talking about death and rebirth. Oh, okay. So because I work in the spiritual realm, there is the idea of not necessarily possession, but attachments. And attachments are something that can happen with disembodied spirits, or I don't necessarily call them all demons. Again, I don't have that cosmology that things are out to get me. So that's just where it is. I'm in a space of love, not a space of fear. So what happens though is with an attachment, when you are very open, and I've had to deal with this as a channel because I choose to be open so that the higher beings can come through me and can work through me. So I have done a lot of boundary work, and it's important to have strong boundaries. And so for me, when I go into that space, I'm saying my vibration are higher. And I am not allowing anything of lower vibration to connect to me. And that also happens with people. When people are carrying a lower vibration, my body will just reject that. And so I definitely am allowing myself to bring in those things that raise my vibration, or those things that are higher than my vibration. And I don't necessarily worry about the lower stuff or an attack, so to speak. That's just not in my cosmology. However, I will say that if you are a person that is open, or a person that may be maybe depressed, or may just be feeling low, maybe it's interesting when we were talking about alcohol earlier. I use the HALT. If you're hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, and that is one of those things. If you're feeling any of those things, then your vibration is low, and so you do want to make sure that you don't get into these spaces when that vibration is around. So raise your vibration before you get into an elevated state, because you're actually getting into a neuroplastic state. Because there are some beings, energetic beings, that are so far from the light that we look like the light to them. And so, depression can actually bring you down, and an attachment can cause depression. And there's a whole lot of talk around that. This is a microdosing space, so I'm not going to go deeply into that. But I will say that I do a lot of area cleansing, and I do set up a space where the area is cleansed. So I'm using things like Palo Santo. I'm using things like Florida water, or agua de Florida. I'm using things like, I don't really do sage that much anymore. I actually go to selenite instead. It's a stone that specifically clears energy. And I have that all around. So I'm creating a higher space, and I'm creating a space with the selenite that will actually disperse and transmute that energy so that you are in an elevated space, elevated vibrationally, not just elevated mentally or emotionally. I saw somebody pop in.
Do you mind telling us a little bit about your journey, like what brought you to this work and like your journey of becoming a healer or?
That's a long road. So I was born a healer. My mother was off of birth control pills because she was getting ready to have a hysterectomy because there were tumors and things were not really going well. And her doctor said, well, we can't do the surgery right now because you're pregnant. And she's like, I'm what? Because she was older. And what's really funny is her telling the story of being older. She was 41. Now people are having their first child at, 46 and 47, but if you go back to the 70s, that might, and they still consider anything after 35 a geriatric pregnancy. So at that time, they were saying, well, chances are you won't carry it to term. 9 months later, here I come. Actually, 9 months and 10 days because I was late. So, and it was really interesting that she hadn't given birth in 21 years when I came about. So we would go back and forth with her saying that I was born late and I always was going to be late. And I would say, well, it's your uterus's fault. And she's like, well, it was old, So we had that little banter about that. But the thing that was interesting about it was that she was able to keep her uterus. And later on, when I was like 30, she actually had a cyst removed from one of her ovaries. But everything, when they did the ultrasound, they were looking at the images and they asked her if she had tumors removed. And you'd have to know my mother's sense of humor, but she's like, it's the tumor that drove me here. And so the idea that there were marked places, and I actually still have the films from that. There were marked places where it looked like a surgeon had gone in and cut tumors out, 3 of them, as a matter of fact. And I was in there being a healer and redecorating. So when I was born, there was, and the healing arts and spirituality has been in my life, in my family for a long time. And I'm actually descendant from a Cherokee medicine woman. So it was prophesied that I would have whatever gifts came with the family. And because I was the youngest, that there was the reasoning that I came in. So I started getting premonitions at an early age, and I learned how to deal with it. So there's that. Fast forward, I actually went to massage school, and I was working on people, and people really, really liked it. And I was in trigger point class, and I again had an instructor that was a horse whisperer, so she was very sensitive to the energies that were going on. And she called me out, and she was like, the person in this part of the room that's doing that's throwing all the energy around, please stop it. And then she got a little bit closer, and it's like, the person in this part of the room. And I was like, okay, I'm just doing my thing. And she came up to me and she's like, Paul Mark. I was like, yeah. And she's like, what are you doing? And I said, well, I'm doing trigger point. She's like, no, you're doing energy work. And I was like, you can see that? Because I just thought everybody did it, And so she was the one who introduced me to my first Reiki instructor, and then the rest was history. But on the other side, I was always the just say no person. So I was the designated driver for my friends that wanted to experiment. So be it alcohol, drugs, whatever, I was the sober one. And so I started being the sitter for all of those people. And I dated quite a few people who grew their own. And it was interesting that people would come to me and just automatically assume that I knew how to get, whatever. And I'd be like, what makes you think, oh, wait, I do know. And so it was always there for me, and it was always part of my life. And so I realized that, spiritually, when something just keeps coming up, then that's your calling. And so I leaned into it instead of running away from it, because I tried running away from my premonitions and I knew that it didn't work. I just needed to lean in. So I leaned in and I got educated, and that's where I am. So that's how I got here. I've been doing a lot of work. And again, it was about self-acceptance and about your self-talk. And the way I get to the self-acceptance is through self-discovery, then the accepting of what you discovered, and then the ongoing self-care. And what happened was I realized that these substances are great for self-discovery for those people that are just are a little bit more hard-headed, those people that are resistant to doing a deep dive. This is kind of a shortcut. Not a shortcut that I would, tell everybody just to use as a blanket statement, but there definitely are ways that people can use this as a tool for self-discovery. And then we continue on with whatever is going on. So I've gotten out of the just say no, and I'm into the just say maybe, and because I've worked with cuddle camps and that sort of thing, consent is very important. And so anything less than an emphatic yes is a no, and a maybe is a no with a no with some conditions. And so if you're a maybe, then say no, and then think about under what conditions can I become a yes. And I think that is the most important thing, to really, if you're in, and I know my human design, I'm a manifesting generator, Manjin, and all generators have that sacral authority. So I'm very strong with the or And so if there is an then I'm like, okay, why is there an And because of my channel abilities, I would pick up on what people are saying. And I realized that sometimes, although I can read a person's energy, their mind is not always in congress with their heart. And so they may say something where logically it makes sense to them, but it's not what they're feeling emotionally. And so because I can be in that space where I can walk both sides, then that makes me the person that people come to. Before I was doing this as my livelihood, I was doing it for free because people just came to me. And I figured, okay, well, since it is fun and since it is something that I enjoy doing, I may as well make money doing it. So that's how I became more of a psychodoula, and that's how I became the self-acceptance psychodoula. Any more questions? I'm sure that there's got to be some comments there. I'm seeing some faces.
I think it's really cool.
Thank you, Austin. I like that you look very green right now. So I love
I actually did that for you. I was thinking, and I had a question actually. Why do you like green so much?
So thank you for asking that. I feel very seen. So green for me is growth and balance. So some people, automatically think, oh, it's it's about money. I'm not money motivated. Yeah, I'm okay with money, and it's great. It gives me lots of choices. But really, green is for growth and balance, and it's also the heart chakra. So in my house, my bedroom is a heart chakra. So it's lime green or spring green on most of the walls, and then I have an ensuite, and my ensuite bathroom is pink. So I've got the heart chakra and the high heart in my bedroom. And so I've been working with that for a long time. And I even switched high schools because the colors were green and white. And I was like, and I refused to go to a high school where the colors were going to be red, white, and blue. I definitely was not I've made friends with red because I realized that if I don't have red around me, then I might not be as grounded as I need to be. And again, I do a lot of chakra work too. So I have a deck based on chakra affirmations. But I used to look at red as the anti-green, and I was like, no, I love green. And so green and purple are my colors. And of course, the chakras that I deal with are the heart and the crown. So there it is. So
Nice, thank you. I knew there was.
Thanks for asking that.
Of course.
Does anybody else have questions of me specifically? And I'm open to a lot of stuff because I'm known on Clubhouse, and if you go to my link tree, which I put in the chat, you can find me on Clubhouse, and I'm in spaces where I'm talking about spirituality, sexuality, and psilocybin. So if there's anything that we want to address in the next 15 minutes or so.
I'd really like to know where you're located. I think I missed the early introduction. Are you still in Austin? I heard Austin, Texas. Are you still in Austin, Texas?
I am in Texas. I'm actually in the DFW area. So if you ever fly into Dallas-Fort Worth, the international airport, I am less than 15 minutes away from there. So that's where I am. So if you would like to fly in, we could definitely do something. Or if you like to fly me out, that's cool too, because I like to travel.
Well, that is an extremely possible possibility. Like, I'd really like to in the future put together some things and have a Congress. I love that you use that word Congress. Like nobody uses that word enough. Like we need more Congress in our world.
It's interesting. I have a love of words because my favorite aunt. So in my family, my mother's birthday is 5 days before mine. My favorite aunt's birthday is the day after my mother's, and my favorite uncle, I was born on his birthday. So we have beat the fool out of May, and so May 31st is my day, and I've always, like I said, I've always gone to the communication, and writing was a strong suit of mine. And my favorite aunt was the person that would do, she lived in Park Forest, which is just south of Chicago. And she would do the Times crossword puzzle every day in green felt pen. Never a mistake. So, yeah. So there's a lot of cleverness in my family. And I will say that I have a brother that is highly intelligent. and I have a cousin that is in Mensa. So we like to play with our words. And one of the first rooms I did on Clubhouse was I had a spiritual masturbation club, and one of the days was Wednesdays was words that feel good in your mouth. And I just love a double entendre. I love an obscure reference that really turns me on. And I really like an aha moment. So as a coach, it's great to get people to their aha moment. I used to teach people Pilates on the Reformer. And that's another thing where, again, I'm responsible for their safety on this heavy machine, but I'm also helping them to find those muscles that have been turned off because they haven't been used correctly. And when those muscles tighten up, and anybody who's done Pilates will realize that when your core muscles turn on, there is an aha moment. It's like there is a click that you can almost hear. And we celebrated that in my classes. We really had a great time with that. So ahas are my joy, my jam. So love green, love an aha, love key lime pie.
Yeah, I think those aha moments are exactly why I like psychedelics so much. I mean, you really just extend the aha. It really is very much like it can be the aha graduating and erupting into a eureka where you're running down the streets, literally. But at its best, just that simple act of conversing with someone and just running into so many ahas, so many just the realizations, little insights, realizations, ahas. It is so much. It is so tremendously fun to grow in that way, like that when those neurons are, seeking and winding into new territory. Oh my gosh. Anyway.
And thank you so much for saying conversing. Oh, so many people don't know that word.
Really? Well, it's a rarely found art form now. Like,
yes. Well, I will blame Beyonce and unfortunately Candy Burris for writing conversating. That is not an actual word. Conversing is the proper word.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was this. I could have used it incorrectly too. I can use a lot of. I don't know why I speak correctly. That's from being. I was raised by some parents who went to college and learned how to do what they do, and I'm just mimicking. I got it downloaded. I never read a book.
So I learned how to write, and I was around educators. So I learned the proper words, and I also learned pronunciation. So that was definitely a big thing. And then when I went into theater, I learned how to project, which I can be loud. Right. I usually am not, but I can be.
Oh, I bet you could. You're super powerful. I can, I bet that's why people really probably enjoy working with you, because it's safe to be around someone who's powerful and in command and in control and steady. It's a wonderful thing. I'm feeling it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yay.
So do you have anybody else that wants to chime in? Hi.
Hi, Paul Mark. My name is Lovely, and I've really enjoyed listening to you and all that you've had to share. I definitely feel like that we're mothers from, or we're not mothers from another mother, something like that. Anyway, I wanted to ask if you've done, I don't know if I heard this or not, but I wasn't always like right at my computer. Do you do also like theater work with psilocybin and people, like to facilitate some type of healing modality?
That is a possibility. So, and
Because that's
again,
actually,
go
that
ahead.
sounds like a lot of fun to me. And there is some, you know, some research around it, like Basil van der Kolk and stuff like that. Some like theater and psychedelics. I don't know if they're meant to go together, but I like them going together. It's
Well,
much more fun to play dress up.
It really is about the imagination and
Right.
the
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
universe. The language of the universe really is the same as the language of improvisation. It's this and
And yeah.
the language of the human brain is this or.
Right.
so-
But it's not and.
Yeah.
And. Yes, and.
Yes. And so the universe gets this and the universe
Right.
does not understand our concept of a negative. It's
Not.
like, I want this, not that. So
Right.
the universe hears, I want this
Okay.
and that. Okay. You know, and what I've talked about
And if you're
is,
super magical.
yeah. And
Right.
so there is a thing, you know, whenever I'm doing my empath mentoring, I remind people of the law of invocation. And that is something that came with our free will. And basically it is what you think about, you bring about. And so the idea, like I don't question people's religious convictions or that sort of thing. I don't really question people's truths because there is the event, which is the fact, and that is definitely testable. But the truth is the story of your perception of the fact. And so your truth is going to be your truth. And I'm not here to convince you that your truth is different. Now, I may ask you, is there a possibility that something else happened? You know, but I've worked with so many people and so many mentors who have done entire programs about reprogramming how people think. And one of the things is that we make assumptions based on, you know, how we're feeling. And it has nothing to do with anything that a person says. So if a person thinks something about me, I'm like, feel free to ask me. I will give you the honest truth. You know, I will give you my truth. And there are going to be some people who, you know, are afraid to ask. And it's like, well, if you don't want my truth, then go ahead and assume. That doesn't mean that it's going to be correct or accurate.
Right. Exactly. I like what you said about knowing your truth. Honestly, like my perception of the experience, whatever experience it is skewed already from, and I feel like it's already like a secondhand, you know, story already, you know. So I love that psilocybin has helped me to honor my truth, to listen to my intuition, to know my voice, the voice of my love and my truth within me. Because I feel like the society at large, what I learned is like my voice was not the most important voice to listen to. It didn't matter what I thought or felt, you know, and that I was some kind of, you know, brazen bitch or cunt or something, you know. Actually, my name is Lovely Cunt. So if I stood up for my truth, because well, then I kind of went the opposite way. So I was like, oh, okay, so it's not right. So now I'm gonna have to really stand up for it. And I had to like exert my aggression and dominance over every situation, you know, and I like had the skewed perception of what truth was because of my experience in the past. And then psilocybin, I started microdosing psilocybin and some truth started opening up to me. I started recognizing my own voice, you know, and being able to open. I did some mentor work with, you know, I had some mentors do some, you know, like throat chakra work so I could open my mouth when I needed to, because I tended to go, you know, one way or the other, like people pleasing all the way up till you piss me off and then I'm gutting you, you know. so it was like this, it was terrible. And I feel like psilocybin has brought me back into that. But I also did like contact improv, dance. I did improv, like theater type working, music, really just trying to like, really know what I want without it being blocked by my perception of what I thought that the world was. Psilocybin has helped me do that. I really feel like it has. And I eat like a little tiny bit, and I could work, I can do everything that I need to do. And it kind of helps me just kind of like just even out. I don't have to be on any, prescriptions from the doctor, which there's always these side effects. And being a healer too, an empath myself. Well, my mom was a healer too. But so it comes naturally. I was always soaking up people's energy and shit. Psilocybin has helped like teach me how to know my face, like not the old Facebook, but my personal space. Is that, I think Eric was writing a note on a piece of board.
And I will say, and this is getting back to the empath mentoring, there is something that I say often: option over obligation. So
oh yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that.
So
yeah.
Do what you choose to do because it feels good, not because somebody else thinks you should, And
right.
so if you feel obligation, that's when if I feel obligation, that's when my no comes out.
Right. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that word. That's wise words.
Yes. Option over
not
obligation. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I love that. That's so powerful for me because for a long time, I'm just learning how to do this, and it's taken me a long time to get here. And I'm so thankful to finally be here. And I wanted to thank all of you again for being here and interacting. And it might look like I'm not, participating, but I'm soaking in it over here on this side though, for sure. I just have, my little puppy jumping on me, and smoking weed and stuff like that. So I didn't notice any of you doing that. So I was like, I better not smoke weed on the video.
Well, I microdose, but I usually do it right before bed. And I microdose. I'll be completely transparent. I will do penis envy, and I'm microdosing for neuropathy. So I know that my dose, I'm in a microdose if I stay under 0.2 grams. If I go over that, I'm in a threshold dose. And so I have it in chocolates. And so if I take a chocolate and I'm feeling, if I feel the pins and needles, I can take the chocolate, or I can do a gummy. I do not like the THC, and I'm doing Delta 8. I don't do that because it's harder to control. But I will do that and then go lay down. And because of my ability to meditate, I can send myself into a dream state. And then, I'm doing other things. So that is one of those things that I've talked to. That's another one of the customizable things, is that if a person wants to do microdosing, the question is, do you want to do it in the morning or do you want to do it in the evening? And it depends on how present you want to be and what you want to get out of it. So that is also another consideration. Everything I do is fully customized to each person. So, yeah. So yeah, the Delta 8 sneaks up on you, and especially if it's in an edible, and a gummy, you think, oh, well, it tastes good, so I'll eat a whole one. And then you realize, oh no, I probably shouldn't have eaten a whole one. I actually had something happen to me in June, which was a little funny. And I decided I was going on a plane trip, and I hadn't been on a plane in a while. So I decided I was going to have half a dose. And I did that at the time that I thought it was going to kick in when I got on the plane. And the plane was delayed. So I'm in the airport when it kicks on, and all the lights are really bright. I'm with a friend of mine, and she's asking me, she's like, well, since we have time, what do you want to do? And she's giving me all these things. And I was like, okay, I'm going to need you to ask me a yes or no question because I cannot handle all of these choices right now. And she's like, what's going on? And then I'm like, I'm gonna need you to calm down. and she's like, what's going on? What's going on with you? I was like, okay, I'm in the middle of a dose. And I was ready to just get down. But, of course, had things been on time, I would have been seated and it would have been great. But knowing that it's like, okay, next time, don't do it. Just don't dose when you're getting on a plane, because you never know. And there are some things that are outside of your control, and you don't have a setting that is conducive to you being so neuroplastic. So I probably would have gone a different route had I realized that. But I was, my whole thing was, can I make it through the airport? So yes, that was a thing that happened. And, again, I was doing it thinking that I'll be seated and I can force myself to sleep. I'll get a better sleep and then wake up when the plane lands and do whatever, because it was a really, really late flight. And we were planning on doing some things the next morning and getting up early. And so, yeah, I got through TSA. But yeah, I've heard of people having things like that. And yeah, that would not be good. Michael said, they had a friend who passed out in line for TSA. So yeah, yeah, we don't want that happening. So be very conscientious. And there are many different things that you can microdose on. When it comes to an edible with the THC, that is not as controllable as the mushrooms are for me. So I know what I can deal with, and I know what I can play with, and I know what I cannot play with. So that is just a little cautionary tale. And again, because I am more of a mentor, I prefer to fail loudly and publicly so people can learn from the lesson. And so if a person can see what I've done and take that lesson, that's great. If a person needs to go through it themselves and have that lesson, then more power to them. Again, completely customizable. So who else? Thank you, Lovely, for bringing your energy here and for sharing your story. That's absolutely a joy. Thank you so much. And do we have anybody else?
I had a quick question.
Hi, Zach.
Hi. Yeah, I've enjoyed listening to you. And when you're talking to Lovely, I remember you saying something about how you like to microdose before you go to bed. Do you find that it's a nice kind of like sleep aid and like relaxing? Because I use edibles a lot to try to relax before going to bed. And so I was wondering if you could emphasize a little bit more on that.
So yes, it is very relaxing, and it gets me into more of a meditative state. And if you have a tough time sleeping, have you tried placing yourself into a dream to get to sleep?
Not really. No, I don't think I have tried that. I mean, for me,
Okay.
usually it's just trying to like, calm my mind and relax and not overthink things. And then usually I kind of just, drift to sleep. But
Okay, so let me ask you this. If I tell you, think of an apple, what do you see? How does it show up for you?
Usually I just think of like a classic kind of red apple,
Mhm.
like kind of just like in my mind, just like kind of just there.
Is it three-dimensional?
Yeah.
Can you bite it?
Yeah. I
Can
mean,
you taste it?
yeah, I can imagine what it would taste like.
Okay. So
So you're basically, so I'm guessing you're saying like basically kind of dream in your head about
yes,
what you could do with the apple, like what it looks like, what it tastes like, what it feels like.
right. And the reason that I'm asking those is because some people are not visual thinkers. And so if you're visual, then you can set yourself a setting and
Yeah.
just get into the feeling of it. So creating a memory. So do you meditate at all?
I wouldn't say I meditate in like the traditional sense, but I do stretching before I go to bed every night, mostly for
Okay.
just, feeling better, stretching out my back and my arms. But usually when I do that, it's also a time for me to like relax my mind. So it's not really
Okay.
like, I wouldn't say it's traditionally meditating, but it's definitely meditative.
So instead of trying to relax your mind because you might have a mind that doesn't like to be turned off, what you can do is you can give it something to do. So create yourself a space. So you may have heard of go to your happy place.
Yeah.
So what does that look like?
I mean, if you're asking literally, that can mean a lot of things. I really enjoy traveling, and I like to like reminisce on places that I have been before and places that I want to go. And then maybe even some like nostalgic memories from my past. Those are
Okay.
usually the things I think about probably the most, and when it comes to my happy place.
So can you set yourself into one of those places?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it would be like getting your body, like putting your physical body into a relaxed position, not necessarily a relaxed state, but then switching your imagination on and thinking about where you would like to be and placing yourself there. And so what happens with the mushrooms is that when you take that, when you ingest that, you're more neuroplastic. And so you're able to really feel things. So you can just think of anything. It can be like I'm seeing people talking about different flavors and things. And so if you were to imagine what it would be like to build the ultimate ice cream sundae.
Yeah.
And to, in your mind's eye, create that. And the next thing you know, you're in an ice cream parlor and you're off into an own little adventure.
Yeah.
And so that is something that can help anyone who has trouble getting to sleep. And it's the reason why I asked those questions at first was to see if you had a visual mind, because there are some people, and no judgments, there are some people that are more auditory, so that they need to hear something like that. But for you,
I'm
I would
definitely
say
visual.
yeah.
Definitely.
So I would say start with that and see where that takes you. And then, if you want to switch instead of the THC, which may give you a little bit more of a monkey mind, you can actually take a small dose of a mushroom and learn how to just relax. And you won't need it ongoing. So maybe 3 or 4 days just to get into the habit, and then your brain will know exactly what to do.
Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea. And like you're kind of like giving me some ideas, because I usually always sleep with ocean music, mainly because like it drowns out noise. Like I live in outside downtown Seattle, and there's a lot of noise. And so I usually have ocean music playing to drown out noise, but I love the beach. And so I can imagine, the sound of the water, but then also like having the dream idea in my head of like being at a beach.
Yeah, imagine walking by the shore and seeing
Yeah.
the waves coming in.
Yeah.
You
Imagining
already
what my
have
feet
that.
feel like in the sand and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's great. Yeah. I definitely, with me, I do have a mind that doesn't shut off. And so I find that for me, definitely distracting myself and thinking about something that isn't, going to keep me up is definitely probably what's probably best suited for me.
So when people ask about meditation, they have this idea of it's supposed to look a certain way. And again, it's customizable. And I ask what sort of mind a person has. And I ask questions to figure out what type of mind they have. And then for the active mind, you don't try to shut it down. You give it something to do.
Yeah.
And so it's like, if you have a hyperactive child, you give them something to do rather than trying to tell them to sit still.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's a great way to put it. So I appreciate that.
You are so welcome. And you can definitely reach out to me if you're on Instagram. I'm Archangel Paulmark. If you spell it correctly, you will find me.
Could you put it in the chat at all, or maybe somebody has?
I will do that. So my link tree is in the chat, but I will go ahead and do this now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Where did you say you were at, Paul? Are you in Texas or are you here in Seattle?
I am in Texas.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm in the Dallas area. I'm in Arlington, so I'm right by the Cowboys Stadium.
Okay.
And the Rangers and everything. So if you want to come, I can show you the cool stuff in the
Actually, I want to visit. I'm gonna go to Texas. I'm planning on going there actually. So like Austin, Texas, because I want to visit there before I think about moving. I've been thinking about moving.
Are you thinking about moving here?
To Austin? Yeah.
Oh, to Austin. Okay.
Yeah.
So Austin is about 3 hours south of me.
Oh,
But,
okay.
Austin's nice. Austin's very expensive.
Yeah, so is Seattle though.
So if you have a vehicle, Austin is navigatable because
that's true.
You're probably going to have to be on the outskirts of the city.
Yeah.
Unless you want to pay really top dollar or have several.
How much are we talking? I'm just kidding. We don't have to talk about that right now on this stream, but
So I will tell you that a 1 bed, 1 bath was $1,350.
That's honestly like Seattle.
Yeah.
I honestly pay more. I pay more
price.
than that, and I don't even have a 1 bedroom.
And that's and that's on the outskirts. If you go in, it goes up from
Oh,
okay. I thought you meant in Austin. I was like, wait, that's
okay.
what I pay, and I don't even have a 1 bedroom.
Austin is pretty much full. Like everybody has roommates and stuff. It's chock full. So there's still some area around the Dallas area, and of course Houston is just like has a whole lot. But and there's a lot of availability in San Antonio, which is an hour south of Austin as well. But if you just then you still have access to Austin. So, but reach out to me. We can talk about that stuff. I see that we have our next person coming up. It's almost my time. And that's my time, everybody.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I really enjoyed this. So, and I hope to hear from some of you again. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You're amazing.
So who's coming up?
That was great. That was so great. Thank you.
Lindsay should be joining us. Because it's 9:15 there. So
well, it's 8 8:15 California time. Was that
Oh,
my
shoot. Sorry, you're next. My apologies.
I'm okay. As soon as we start to get down to the wire, I'm one of those like, oh, why did I agree to do this? I get so shy.
Oh, Patty, you're next. Yay. Well, welcome.
I think, unless there's confusion with Lindsay, Leo.
No, I'm confused. So
It's okay. Wow.
You actually had the list in the chat a little bit ago.
Yeah.
So,
It is. So, well, I guess no confusion. I'll be here. Hi, Lindsay. Well, I am Patty Lanier. I also go by Patricia Lanier on social media. I'm a California licensed cultivator alongside Ray Lanier. You guys might see him. He's wearing a red t-shirt. We're kind of hanging out here together. I'll throw my Instagram and my Facebook and our farm name, Noble Gardens, down in the chat in a minute here. So you guys can reach out to me to ask anything about cannabis cultivation or mushroom growing techniques. Ray and I offer education surrounding those topics pretty openly to the public. We have a Facebook group called Mushroom Growing, where you can talk about all gourmet edible mushrooms there and talk about cultivation techniques. Right now, to protect the sovereignty of our group, we actually don't discuss psilocybin there, but a mushroom is a mushroom, as it turns out. So, I'm here in this space kind of as a bit of an amateur in comparison with everyone else that it has been holding space for us here. And so, I don't liken myself a healer. I don't liken myself anything mystical or magical. I'm just kind of a trippy chick who has, come through a lot of crazy trauma. And, I'm just struggling as a spiritual being in this weird flesh suit that I seem to occupy for this lifetime that I'm here right now. And I'm just here to hold space with you guys. And, we've heard from so many amazing voices, Eric, Leo, Austin, Paul was amazing. Zach, who just shared a little bit. We've heard from Yuri. We heard from Ta. It was great. But there's a lot of folks I'm noticing that are present who haven't really shared anything. And, I think one of the things that I always like to do as a group facilitator, I've done a lot of group exercise and I've done a lot of health related talks and things. One thing I always really like to do is just, if you feel comfortable with it, if you don't, I won't force the issue, but I really love hearing everyone say their name, tell me where you're from, and then maybe you can take like 30 seconds or 1 minute or longer if you feel so inclined, or we can come back around to you if you feel like you want to share a longer story. But I'd love to hear how you've come into the world of psychedelics and plant medicines. And I would love that if we could all just share that real quick. So I'll start. I'm Patty. I'm a mother. I'm a personal trainer, group exercise instructor, nutrition exercise enthusiast, who just really deeply believes that people are good and we just need to slow down. And I kind of wish, in spite of the fact that we have this magical thing happening as a result of the Industrial Revolution, I really have a tendency to reject technology. I really wish we could all just slow down and run around naked in the woods for a little while and just get in touch with that very primal part of ourselves, because I feel like that's what we are missing. So with that said, I'm not sure what exact order, so I'm just going to go down my screen and call out to people. I see Leo, not Leo, Russell,
Leo who's wearing the blue vest with the cool glasses, I see you're chewing. Would you would you like me to skip over you for the time being, or are you okay between bites to tell us who you are and say something?
Hi, my name's Leo. I live in Seattle. I'm a big fan of Terrence McKenna, and he always said, find your community, and that's why I'm here. I'm looking for my community, but I'm just, I guess my relationship with the mushroom goes back till, I'm 53 now. It goes back to when I was in high school, and I'm just interested in mega doses and learning about myself. And I just, I try to find the others at these kind of places. I've done a little attendance of this Seattle psychedelic community, but it seems that everybody's always talking about healing and healing and healing. And I'm just not interested in healing. I don't have any issues. I don't come to the mushroom with issues. And I'm just curious, and I want to learn more about nature. And I just feel like I'm alone in this, these psychedelic communities, because I never hear of anything but this healing talk. So that's what I'd like to say.
Sometimes you don't realize you needed healing until you're healed.
Well, I think that's really cool. I wish more people seem to feel that way. That's really beautiful, actually, that you're coming to this space wanting to psychonaut and explore the inner workings of your mind, but not from a place of pain. I mean, that's really profound, actually.
Well, I want to interject. You found me. I'm into it, as Terrence would say, for the funny ideas, like the odd. I really enjoy the fairyland downloads and the amazing visions. And it's not, to me, healing is about building a platform to open yourself up to the amazing, like heal so that you can enjoy the game. But anyway, you're not alone. You're not alone.
I was about to say, I could probably interject too. I've only done mushrooms a few times. I'm mostly in the movement from a activist and freedom standpoint, like advocating for the legalization of psilocybin, mainly just because, people should have the ability to do it. So I'm kind of coming at it from that perspective. Not really obviously I know that I can probably have some spiritual awakening or some healing benefit from it. But for me, it was mostly just, I want people to have the right to do this. Like this idea that you can go to jail for using psilocybin or mushrooms or psychedelics is ridiculous. So for me, I'm kind of coming at it from, it should be legal. It should be accessible for everybody who's an adult. So I'm kind of in the same boat. My reasoning for being in this movement, it's a little bit different than most people that I've met.
Definitely.
That's really awesome. See, there you go, Leo. You're not alone. Eric?
Okay. Gosh, you got me right in the middle of writing a note to one of the people here. But
sorry.
I'll come to here. So I became a psychonaut in 1965 when acid was legal for another 3 years. I had a favorite bar. I was a graduate student, a first-year graduate student at the University of Washington, planning on becoming a James Joyce Scholar. Thank God I never did. I have had a far more interesting and involved life than if I had gone into academia. But a gal took a shine to me. We were playing pool, and she asked me if I'd like to come home and listen to a new Beatles album and have some acid. So it was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And I've never looked back. I've become a serious psychonaut. I'm an activist. I earned my activist appellation by getting arrested at DEA headquarters in May. And I'm very interested in gaining access for end-of-life people. You can turn somebody from an absolute wreck, anxious, depressed, existential fear, into somebody who's accepting of their death, tranquil, and even joyful at the prospect with a single dose of psilocybin. And the DEA is blocking that. And to conclude, I want to spend a good part of the rest of my life making these sacraments and medicines legal.
I love that. I love everything that you've had to share so far today, Eric. I'm really, really glad that I'm getting the opportunity to meet so many amazing people. And yes,
you will.
Yes,
okay.
Yeah. Leo, do you want to tell us about this?
Sure.
Leo is our esteemed organizer of this whole thing.
So we're going to do another event in December that's just women leading, but it's for all genders, but it's shining a light on women in the movement, their stories, their problems, their sorrows, their joys, all that stuff. So I just want to give a heads up to everyone to keep an eye out for a 24-hour event with women leading that I'm very excited about. Well, I'm just grateful to be in the movement. I've had my own ups and downs, and I've had a lot of hardship, I feel like, in leadership, and there are days that I really don't want to do it, to be honest. But I have the support of my husband, Sean, who's on this Zoom call, and I have the support of a lot of volunteers. I have a lot of social anxiety and have a chronic disease that really makes moving difficult sometimes. Like, I'm not in a wheelchair or anything, but it's just difficult. So I feel like sometimes the introverted side of me makes it harder for me to be in the limelight, and I really struggle with that. But I try to bring social anxiety out of the closet, and just whenever I do any kind of leadership where I'm not able to hide behind the people that are helping, and I have to step up, I always try to just stay really authentic with saying my heart is so touched by this whole 24-hour event. And, I've cried, and I've sat, and I've thought, and I've been struck by language during today's talk and 24-hour event. And it's overwhelming. For me, it feels really beautiful because we're recording this and we can share this. And I feel like it'll touch a lot of people's lives. And, I always had these very big aspirations, right? I always want tons of money for my organization. And I want to be making movies and documenting all these people in the psychedelic movement and document the psychedelic movement. But I feel like this does that. I don't have to always have these expectations for myself that it's this perfect movie that's out on Netflix. But for me, this is as good as any Netflix movie I've ever watched.
Recording stopped.
Oh, better get it recorded.
Recording in progress.
But I'm good. I'm whole. I just appreciate everyone. And I appreciate the people that aren't here. I appreciate the people in the future that are going to listen to this and be affected and hear something that we didn't hear today that one of us missed, something that maybe they were meant to hear. But there's been magical things that people have shared. For me, it's like a real alchemy, and I'm just grateful to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Leo. So Michael Weiss. You'll have to unmute yourself. Oh, there you go. You got it.
There we go. So I am stoked to be sitting in on this and seeing Ray and Patty sitting here. Thanks for the invite, guys. Where do I start with those two? They are responsible for changing so many people's lives, including mine. So long ago, I actually started cultivating mushrooms in 1995, but didn't really get into the science and bulk aspect of it and gourmet aspect of it, medicinal aspect of it and stuff until coming across a lot of groups in Facebook, and theirs was definitely one of them. It's awesome to stumble into a conversation about mushrooms as well, given that mushrooms are my life and breath, essentially. They're my hobby, my career, my passion. Most of my day, in one way, shape, or form, has to do with mushrooms, be it developing strains or extracting stuff or hunting wild, fresh goods to sell to wholesalers or chefs, or teaching people wild identification, cultivation, whatever. They are my life, and they've definitely changed it. They've taught me a lot. They taught me about punctuality. They taught me about the social realm more. They taught me about so many other aspects of science, because they're just tied into every other field out there, essentially. They taught me a lot about myself as well. I think I had my first experience with psychedelics when I was a young teenager, and it definitely gave me a window into that, how did I say it earlier, that chat room that most people live in of everyone's stories, seeing that and what was really happening. But I'm grateful for all of you showing up tonight and creating this and keeping this thing rolling for 24 hours and letting me have the soapbox for a couple of minutes here. So many things I wanted to chime in on, but I try not to, again, dominate the soapbox when people start talking about mushrooms, because it's my whole day. It's my whole life. But if anybody has any questions to do with any of it, please feel free to hit me up anytime.
Yeah. Michael's a real wealth of information. I've turned to him numerous times to talk about all different aspects of medicinal mushrooms and dosing, and which ones are actually safe to take on a daily regimen. Even, you don't want to dose yourself with chaga mushroom, just endlessly, and stimulate your immune system that way. That might not be the healthiest thing for someone like me with an autoimmune disorder. That's actually not healthy. It's the opposite of healthy. So Michael is really, really a wealth of information in that regard. You guys should definitely hit him up to chat. He's a fascinating brain to pick apart.
Yeah, if you're going to do the chaga tea only once a week.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Al Wheeler, hi. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. Can you unmute yourself? I don't think I have that power. There you go.
Hey, I'm unmuted now. Hey. Hi, I'm Al Wheeler. I live in Puyallup, Washington. And I moved up here in 2017 from Oklahoma. And my wife and I targeted this area because of its progressive values. And we were just so oppressed with the Midwest. And most of you know. So kind of had a hard time making connections up here. I'm an attorney by trade, and so I've had to be very careful on the professional level. But my background, way back in the late 60s and 70s, I did do a lot of psychedelics back then. And so I'm familiar with it from that respect, and haven't partaken of it in not until about 2010. And I'm a musician also, so I was kind of eased back into it a little bit back in the mid 2000s. But I'm very encouraged by the new psychedelic renaissance that seems to be coming about. But I'm also concerned that big business and industry is going to trample is going to come in and trample this and just, people who are just wanting a psychedelic trip and they're not respecting it from a medicinal standpoint. They're not respecting the value of it. And it's, I want to help the indigenous people protect their heritage and allow, there's been some success and inroads from a legal standpoint over the past decade or two with, the decision with letting the I don't know the name of it, but there's an Indian tribe that wanted to use ayahuasca in their ceremonies, and they actually won the right to do that. And I want to help. I want to help from a legal standpoint. I want to see if I can help protect it from being appropriated inappropriately. And I also have a personal, interest in it because I've been self-dosing marijuana for depression, but I've recently been told I've got a cataract and it clouds my cataract. So I'm needing to, I want to ease into some self-dosing, reconnect. I want to reconnect with myself and the universe. And I want to find those pathways that the original Indians found.
There's a school here in Northern California, in Garberville, called the Center for Sacred Studies. And that school, their goal is to preserve and protect and educate practitioners on the indigenous ceremony, given whatever type of plant we may be discussing. So Salvia divinorum, for instance, may have one, type of ceremony or several based on, different villages. Ayahuasca is going to have another. You've got the San Pedro cactus and peyote. So, there's a lot of work going on surrounding that. So that's actually a school that I've considered going to the ministry program there and actually becoming a minister of that particular church. So that might be something that you might look into. It's not in your area, but it as much data, I'm sure, as you can collect is probably going to be helpful for you there.
I appreciate that. I live up in the Puyallup area, which is south of Seattle, as most of you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I've really been kind of sidetracked since 2017, moving up here. Really sidetracked trying to make money, and have been having a very difficult time getting established up here, and then the pandemic derailed everything. Yep. So I'm just now reaching out. Found this meeting through the Ethno Society of Washington.
Yep.
And because I thought it had a good mission, I wanted to find out more in it. And I'm so delighted to hear all these stories. And I'm not the kind of person that just, wears their personal stuff on their shirt sleeve to a bunch of strangers. But there's some deep level that I feel like that I'm already connected with everyone here. There's just something in that. It's outside of that default mode network, right? That we get the default mode network turned off and we can reconnect a lot of other ways. And I think there's some magic in the magic mushrooms, right? That's a reason why it's called that.
There's a reason
that's
that
all I'm going to say right now. Okay.
There's a reason that mycelium and the internet, when you look at the internet from a satellite, when you look at outer space, when you look at the human eye, when you look at brain synapses and neurology, it all looks the same. It's a repeating pattern, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ray, do you want to tell us who you are and how you came to be a psychonaut?
There. God, it's so hard to unmute. I'm always trying to hit the microphone on my picture screen. And then anyway, it's a little confusing. No, I really don't want to go into I don't know how I would stop if I started telling all of it, but I will say, as far as psychedelic,
I was worried about that.
yeah, I'm not, well, don't be. Oh gosh, now I'm even more worried about I really cannot remember exactly when it was that I broke out of the confines of the just say no stigma. I mean, I think I was a straight edge skinhead punk when I was a kid, with the Minor Threat band was on loop in my headphones, my little Walkman, and I was very much a victim of the drug war and the brainwashedness of, you know, like, and I do remember the thing that really scared me to death about doing any kind of drugs. So smoking marijuana would cause me to go grow breasts. That was what they told us. You know, you're going to grow boobs if you smoke pot, and nothing else really scared me. You know, you could go to jail. You could do, you know, it's going to ruin your health. You know, you'll lose brain cells. I didn't care about any of that. But once they said, and you know, you can grow boobs, I was terrified. I was never going to smoke pot. Never smoked pot. Something changed in high school, and I'm not sure what it was, but I started reading about all the Native American use of peyote. I think I was living in used bookstores, and I came across some Timothy Leary books, like Exopolitics or Exopsychology. I can't remember which one it was, but it went through the circuitry of the brain, you know, and the different drugs that could activate the different circuits. And I'd always been extremely spiritual. You know, my father was a monastic. He had left home at 15 to become a monk. And there were always trips to the monasteries for me as a kid, which was kind of strange. You know, most kids go camping with their dads. I would go and stay in monastic retreats with pops and that kind of thing. And so I was always geared for spiritual experience. And there was that. And I remember the first time I did mushrooms, I ended up in a magnolia tree with a friend of mine and looking out over the cityscape of Atlanta, Georgia, from our sort of suburban / rural, because Atlanta is a very treed city and it was very rural, like, even though it's really near the city, and just having just the most amazing experience up in that tree, looking out over the city with all the lights and just the flood of positive, amazing emotions and connectivity. And then that just started the whole ball rolling, really. And from there, many experiences, some much more profound than that first one. And I knew that I had to eat those things. So in 1986 or 7, I think it was, I started growing mushrooms. There was absolutely no information other than Terrence McKenna's and his brother's book written under the name Austin O'Eric, I think it was. And I just, you know, I started growing mushrooms in quart mason jars and fruiting them in there, which, you know, this is it's a terrible technique, but at the time it was great because it worked. I had enough fuel to fuel my exploration, and you know, and from there it was on. You know, I had all that I needed. I mean, it doesn't take too many successful quart jar grows to have enough to go. Michael's saying we all started with the PF Tech. This was even before the PF Tech. The PF Tech came along. Those PF Techs, that was revolutionary.
You're dating yourself.
No, I actually dated and I married you. But anyway, so that was really it for me with psychedelic consciousness and sort of a lifelong passion for growing mushrooms and a real connectivity to mushrooms. Now I'm pretty much imbued and meshed in the global mushroom community, which is really, to me, just the best place to access a social network that you can get into in this day and age. Maybe that will change in the future. I don't see how that would be. But anyway, there it is. And I'm going to stop talking now and let other people, we've got so many more to go. And thank you guys.
I know, I bit off a lot. I scrolled down and went, oh, gosh.
Yeah, we got
a lot of people.
A bunch of folks.
Austin, tell us who you are and where you are. And
I'm Austin. I'm in Seattle. I guess I'll make it quick because I suppose I have in about an hour. So I could introduce myself in more detail then. But I just kind of just like to do mushrooms a lot, and then I saw like the mushroom microdose event, and then I went there, and then I believe everything, like Zach was saying earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but I just believe in that it should be free and everything, so I really support the cause, and everything here like resonates with me, so I just like, I'm really into it. So yeah, let someone else introduce themselves because I'll talk more later.
Nice. Hi, Lindsay. I think you're the next moderator, right? Okay. Yeah, my time, I don't know exactly what the times are. I thought they were 8:15 to 9:15, and then I didn't start till 8:30. So if you want me to stop right at 9:15 because you've got other commitments and things, I totally will.
Oh, no, it's all good. You can have the full hour. I'll be here. Yeah, I'll keep it brief too. And it's so cool you live in Garberville because that's literally where my whole like world of plants opened up when I went there to trim for the very first time.
Oh my God.
And
you were a trim plant?
Yeah, to Garberville. That's literally where my whole journey started, was like working outside in the gardens and these 10-foot trees, being like just out of high school and like, oh my gosh, they're this big. And then just sort of like, okay, there's a lot more to this, right? And then that's where my first like herbalism program came in. So now I'm a clinical holistic herbalist. I'm in forest therapy school as well. So a lot with the plant spirits and in both like the medicinal and magical realms. So I'm here for the fairies, but I also believe in science. So yeah, I'll keep it short and just happy to be here with you all.
Oh, well, I'm glad to bring up all those memories for you. We're actually in Lake County, and Garberville's just like right over the pass for us. But,
Okay.
that's as much a part of our little, that's just a stone throw away. So, there's all these really beautiful places tucked away in Northern California to explore. And yeah, it's a really cool place. I'm really glad we found it. I grew up in the city. Down in Oakland, and became a country kid growing up here, or moving and bringing our kids up here to grow up, and so glad we did it. It's really, really cool.
Amazing.
Yeah. Annie Buller, you want to tell us about yourself? Hi there.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm happy to be here. I am also moderating, so I'll keep it short, but I'll be on like super early tomorrow morning, 6:15 a.m. Please join me if you want. Yeah, so I grew up in Georgia, and then when I moved to California when I was 19, I was like, oh, my mind was blown. Like, wow, you could like be weird and be yourself, and it's okay. And I went to school. My 4-year degree is in ecology and environmental biology. And by the time I was finishing college, I was living in like a hippie commune, basically, with like 15 people on a couple acres. And just as soon as I was done with college, just like dove headfirst and to like all this stuff. Pharmawaska, all the substances, including like Vipassana, and taking time to just be introspective and cleanse my body of college, I feel like, and academia around like nature, science. And I'm so very much integrating now all of that. I've studied with Starhawk. I have my permaculture. I've done a lot of like permaculture and regenerative farming over the last decade, and use psychedelics a lot around chronic pain. I have an extra vertebrae in my spine. I have I've fractured my spine when I was a teenager. So I've definitely used these medicines to help cope with my chronic pain. And I work full time as a somatic coach now. So I've kind of like through my own healing of with not only with my spinal injuries, but like emotional, relational stuff, kind of come full circle. And I'm very much exploring merging the nervous system somatic studies with the ecological orientation. So that's very much like why I'm doing this sort of work, and very grateful to be connected with more and more community around this all the time. So very grateful to be here and see all of you and meet all of you here.
Oh man, I'm not normally such an early riser, but I'm going to get up to learn more about what you do. It sounds really fascinating.
I'm going to try to also get up early to do that.
Hey. Can the world trust a bunch of trippy trippers to be
I want to mention one more thing. I'm in Psychedelics Today Vital program, which is like one of the most comprehensive psychedelic programs that exists to my understanding, because I've been like following all these trainings and stuff. So if anybody's curious about Psychedelics Today, their program or anything, I'm in it right now. And it's the first time they're doing it. It's a 12-month program. So
wow, that's awesome. Can you put information about that, or send it to me private, or put it in with the group for everybody? I'd love to learn more about that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mike EA with the super cool lighted ceiling. What's up with that, man? You got a cool space.
Oh, this is I'm an empty nester, and this is my daughter's old room. So it's where I host for guests doing
Nice.
single person one-on-one psilocybin journeys. And when I have them or suggest that they go introverted and go in, I also have a fire pit outside set up for when they want to go extrovert, because sometimes it gets a little too heavy in. I just kind of hang out in the periphery. Need water? You good? And so I personally really don't believe in guiding unless somebody's stuck in a dark loop, and then I'll just use misdirection and go, hey, look at this, breathe on that. Let's change the music and go over here, and everything you don't want to do when somebody's deep in, right? And so I hope you don't mind I talk about this. I've been clean and sober 33 years, and at 29 years sober, I hit a wall in 12-step programs. And some of you've heard me talk about this earlier, where it wasn't addressing trauma as I had. And the 12-step program, what's called an inventory. And I kept having the same shit come up, like, this isn't your defects, this is trauma. And so I started doing the ACA work, and then I found that mushrooms work very good for showing you your stuff. And I try to help people have that experience in a safe place. So I usually start off with an interview, because I don't want somebody who hasn't done any work coming unraveled in my home.
Yep.
So, and since I'm not doing it for money, I'm not working on a scarcity model. Where I need to get X amount of people to make X amount of money to make it happen. I get to choose who gets to flip out in my house, right? And so I usually tell people about a parachute plan. And that means if things get shitty or crazy for you, this is what we're going to do. And so they know that ahead of time, that they're more likely to ride it out. And I go, that's where your pearls are, because that's where your inner resistance is trying to protect that trauma. And that's why you're seeing all that shit. And if you can press through, that's where you get your pearls. That's where you get your breakthroughs. But if it gets too much, we can abort. But let's not do that if we can. And just so when people know that there is a net beneath them on the tightrope, they're more likely to do more acrobatics. They'll push on a little further. They feel safe.
Absolutely.
And so just knowing that helps. And then I help people integrate what I can. I don't interpret anything. I think that's hubris to interpret somebody else's inner psychic workings. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of David J. Brown. He wrote a book called Dreaming Wide Awake, Shamanic Dreaming. And he teaches people how to astral travel and stuff like that. But anyways, he talks about, I got a dream dictionary, and he laughed. He said, that's ridiculous. And he says, everybody has their own dream archetypal imagery. It's unique to the person. And it's the same with journeys. So I've had journeys that I've had to integrate 3 and 4 times before I really got to what they meant. So I always try to tell people, just hold on loosely to what you think that means. Just hold on loosely, because it might shift for you later on.
Mm-hmm.
And if you let me, I will talk for another 20 minutes.
Well, that's why we're all here, you know. I mean, we were that's why I did this, because I felt like, you know, sometimes you have to have somebody come point at you and say, hey, I want to hear.
It drives me crazy though that people call teonanacatl plant medicine. They breathe air, man. They breathe oxygen.
They breathe oxygen. That's right.
That's right.
Yeah,
they're more animals than plants.
That's yes, exactly. Yeah, they're very.
I have a little
more
altar
like
to
us.
Maria over here.
Yeah,
to Maria Sabina. I light candles for her every time.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Oh, let me show you my new tattoo. I don't know if you can see it.
Okay. Oh, I think Leo just started sharing the
Can you
screen,
see
so I'm
that?
not sure if everybody else can see.
Oh, well, never
tattoo.
mind.
Sorry about that.
I got this cave glyph from
Sorry, can he do that again? I
see the cave
apologize.
glyph right here. This, do you remember this?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool.
It's
That's
11,000-year-old cave glyph from Africa.
Yeah,
The first they called it the bee shaman.
Uh-huh.
I'm really excited about that one.
That's a nice piece. That's beautiful. That's great. Thank you, Mike. Leo, I'm sorry. Hi again. And let's see. Doc, are you going to share your screen with us and show us something there? Or I think Leo's going to.
I think Leo wanted to show some
there you are.
news pieces about me.
One was an article, Doxy, the godfather of legal highs. I test everything on myself. And another one was Doxy's picture. Sorry. Just give me a second, guys.
There you go. Scroll up. Yep.
Scroll up. Oh,
Yeah.
there's the picture. So we click on this.
Yeah.
And then you see, can you talk for a minute about who you are and what you are? You're like the bad boy of the psychedelic world.
The media tries to paint a balanced picture, so they want to show the good and the bad to make it interesting. I don't live my life as anybody who says to themselves, "Oh, I'm partly bad." You know what? No, I have children. They go to school. I have a wife, and we pay taxes and parking tickets too. There's nothing super villain about me. I think that the fact that maybe I've the chart behind me, right, is the full map of the metabolic pathways known to science in the cell. That kind of scares people a little bit, and that I have a PhD in mathematics and can explain how cognition works at the molecular level. So they feel intimidated, but there's no. It's in the end, I don't really think there's anything as bad to lucidity. and as much publicity. I mean, I've had like two full feature films made about me, and 4 shows on the BBC, and I every single major newspaper. You saw 2 of them, but and it's like, what does being famous feel like? It doesn't feel like anything. It just feels not. Most people I meet, I've never heard of Doxy, even though I've been all over the press, all over the world. So, but you know, what I really want to show you is what occupies my day to day, which is solving the problem. Oh, by the way, after reading Shulgin's books, I decided to do what Sasha did, but not in the same families. So I expanded to aryl cyclohexamines and to piperidines, piperazines, and maybe a few other aminoindanes, of course. And until today, I've probably tried about 230 different compounds, and about 190 of them were my inventions that I did the literature search first and made sure that nobody had ever created those molecules. But some of them have sold for, you know, millions and millions of doses, and some didn't. But I've realized that there's a serious dependence and availability problem. You know, there's only 200 pharmaceutical companies in the world. Big pharma, when everybody talks about big pharma, that's 200 companies. That's so how many people take pharmaceuticals from the 7.5 billion people on Earth? How many? Let's say 2 billion. Just, you know, the lowest estimate you can think of, 2 billion. That's 10 million people for every one company. Now, a company, even a company like Pfizer, even a company like Merck, cannot keep up with the rate of new needs that 10 million people have. The ratio is just, it's untenable. And the reason is that the bar is so high for all kinds of reasons. There's economic reasons. Big pharma wants the bar to stay high, and they work Congress in the United States and parliaments in Europe and other countries to keep it that way, because they want to keep the club exclusive. But also, even if they weren't doing anything, governments would be trying to keep the amount of people that have the power that that drugs have to a minimum, because they want control. And this creates an availability problem and a dependence problem. We are dependent on a bunch of fat cats, and that's one of the things that people discover when they discover psychedelics is an alternative to you know, drugstores and prescriptions and doctors. It's not just the power of the compound, it's the independence that is conferred by this new community that you're introduced to. And it's a pity, it's a crime. So now, earlier in my career, I was head of bioinformatics for a biotechnology company called Evogene, which sold genetic material to Monsanto, Syngenta, you name it, like everybody. And they were the leading biotech company in the world for 10 years. And because I wrote, I was you know, PhD in mathematics, I was pretty good at software. So I wrote their laboratory information management system. and I was really intimate with plant biotechnology and horticulture. So so a few years ago, it's like I was taking our two younger boys to kindergarten, and the Iron Dome was firing rockets out of the sky in Israel, in Tel Aviv, where we were living. And my kids were asking me about it, and I explained to them what the Iron Dome is, and the refitted Patriot missiles they were anti-aircraft, and the Israelis wrote an algorithm to make it anti-missile missiles, and they were being fired right above us. And the kids understood the story and said, "Yay, we're winning!" And I went back home and I said to my wife, "We're living in an insane asylum. It's like, to the kids, this is normal, and this isn't normal." So we moved to Canada, and once we got here, I said, "Okay, I'm gonna change availability." And how am I doing that? I have to pick up the computer and walk over to where I can show you. It's not ready yet, and it's just but this is my lab. Okay, that's
Are you familiar with silomethoxy?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think it's a wonderful option, but the thing is that I'm a big believer in diversity. So, and what I'm trying to do here is to create a method that makes it easy to get anything. Okay. And so as people can take, if they want to, they can take, drug creation into their own hands. But if you make it too easy, you put too much power to people who may be irresponsible. So it has to be slightly difficult. That's why we're doing it. Well, I guess the lab isn't really ready for show yet, but I'll explain in loose terms what we're doing. We're taking we've got on the northern side wall over there, we've got a seed library. So we've got all kinds of varieties of leafy vegetables, and we in the corner, I don't know if you saw it, there's a yellow vault, says danger on it, and that's where we have all kinds of chemists that are sending in phytoprecursors. These are chemicals. Now, what we're doing is we're exploring what happens when these new chemicals meet the biology of the plant. And there's a phenomenon which only a few scientists have ever talked about. It's called silent metabolism, which is the set of metabolic transformations that a plant can do on a metabolite, whether it's endogenous or introduced from the outside, that the plant doesn't even know about. The plant has not even evolved to make these. And we're mapping it out. That's why the HPLC is there.
That's what's going on with the silomethoxy, right? Where they're introducing 5-MeO DMT to psilocybin, and then the mushrooms are producing that.
Almost. Those mushrooms have been genetically engineered. And what we are using is just the natural abilities of unengineered plants. Because I don't want, if I put genetic engineering into this, people are going to go, no, we don't trust it.
Right.
And
Well, would you trust it? I guess would be a question